Well, thank you so much for being so kind and patient to look at what happens behind the screen at a live event. Unintentional, but thank you once again for joining in on this beautiful morning. My name is Ravin. I'll be a host throughout the day, and I would like to welcome you all on BW Disrupt TechTors Summit and Awards 2022, Tech Companies to Watch Out For. It's a pleasure to be here, of course, amongst the very best in the tech industry. And as we're speaking about the very best, BW Disrupt, a 6+ years old exclusive entrepreneurial community of BW Businessworld, is pleased to welcome all of you to this edition. That's the 4th edition of BW TechTors Summit and Awards, to celebrate influential technologists who are setting new standards for leaders and teams around the country. Today, we will witness innovators, change makers, and trailblazers who will be acknowledged and applauded for the exemplary and innovative work that they have done in the past years. BW Disrupt is a 360-degree platform to keep you updated on the business of startups, covers all aspects of entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem in the country. This includes founder's journey, investment news, and other growth hacking content. Before we actually go ahead, I would like to request the team to give you a sneak peek of what really happens behind the scenes at BW Disrupt. Can we have the audio visual, please? BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder of Exchange for Media, well, of course, is the fastest growing business media house in the country, with the network spanning across 17 niche communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals of domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive leadership in the digital space as well, with 17 niche communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. As we flag off today's event, I would also like to welcome everybody who's joining us on our website, that's bwdisrupt.com, and of course on all our social media pages. Before we move ahead, I would like to thank all our partners for making this possible. Our co-partners, Slack, our associate partners, Compass Group, MediaTek, and Pixies. Can we quickly take a moment and, of course, invite the gentleman behind the scenes, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Dr. Anurag Batra, to join us on this dais.
Good morning. First of all, my apologies for a delayed start. I believe my team got the venue a little later in the morning than it should have. Welcome to the 4th edition of the TechTors. We started TechTors as a way to look at technology founders who are doing good work. And it has come a long way. In the evening, we have the awards. To contextualize what's happening in the domain, we're doing this conference, and the conference will go beyond the confines of this room. And in a short while, my editorial colleague, Ms. Soumya Sehgal, will be doing a conversation with Ankur, Sandeep, and Gaurav. I just want to say that I don't have to tell you and the audience what's happening in the startup and the technology space, but I would say these 6 trends are becoming bigger and bigger. First, as startups grow, governance is becoming very important. Second, the words sustainability and frugality are coming back to the startup ecosystem. Third, if I may say, the valuations will become more and more realistic. Fourth, every company wants to be a technology company and is becoming a technology company. And those companies that are using technology to build scale, build efficiency, and value for all stakeholders. Excuse me, can you make a speech? Can I request you to be silent? And Karthik, that should be your way. When they are panelists and somebody speaks there, it's very disturbing. Okay. And it's a young forum. It is possibly TechTors. I was on the 4th point of, tech, all businesses becoming tech businesses. You saw over the last 15 months, technology talent and technology co-founders were at a premium. That trend will continue because there's a supply and demand issue. But technology companies will look at basics to be able to sustain. Fifth is, in spite of the softening for a short while, in spite of the softening in terms of stock markets, the robust outlook for startups continues to only grow from where it is. And last but not the least, businesses are coming back post-pandemic, and over the next 6 to 12 months, we may see growth in most domains that we may not have seen in the last 30 months. With this, I just want to say that TechTors is a young initiative, or it's the youngest IP that we have. We have a long way to go in this, and we are doing this physically at a short notice. Today, we have a set of speakers who are from various businesses. We have Mr. Vishal Prakash of Sinnersoft, we have Balaji Srinivasan of Dreamfolks, we have Mayurakshi Das, founder and CEO of Elixir, we have Durga Dutt Nedungadi from Netradyne, then we have Vineet Narasimhan, Raj Das, Ved Shukla, Soham Choksi, we have Samriddhi Katyal, she'll be talking about Fandrum, we have Nitin Chawla, One Deos, Kushang of Supply Note, Naveen Komu of Digitap, Akshay Gulati of Ship Rocket, Akhil Gupta of No Broker, Suyash Kaitani of Purple, Gaurav Oja of Pixis, Ankur Jain of MediaTek, Shrey Mishra of XR Central, Saurabh of Praman, Rohan Tyagi of Triller India, Pallavi Srivastava of ProGap. Then we have Anil Sinha of early salary, Abhimanyu Chaudhary of XOXO Day, Jay Kishore Reddy of Yellow.ai, Ashutosh Agarwal of BioCube, and finally we have Swati Arora of Slack before we do the awards at 5 p.m. and by 6 p.m. we'll be done with the awards. During the day, we are also likely to have Mr. Bhagwat Rao Karad, who's the Minister of State for Finance, joining us to tell us about how this government is becoming an enabler in this ecosystem. This is being, while there is a certain audience in the room, this is also being streamed on all BW Businessworld and BW Disrupt platforms. And like all our initiatives, I'm sure this will grow. My colleague Chetan Mehra, who's been instrumental in the backbone of Disrupt, got married recently, and so he's on holiday, but he still keeps texting me, about things. So I'm sure with Resham, you'll meet Resham. She's my editorial colleague who has curated today's conference, and most of you are in touch with her. So I wish you luck. I am sure your companies are young companies. They'll grow. They'll make an impact which is much bigger than today. The last thing I want to say before I get off stage is that, like all BW Businessworld initiatives, we do them through a jury process. While it's customary to show the jury AV at the end, just before the awards, but if we'll at some stage during the day play the jury. Okay, so I would urge you to continue to go on build your companies. But as I said, sustainability and frugality are coming back as words and trends in the startup ecosystem, because over the last 12 months, because of the IPOs, because of money being available, because of certain kind of valuation, I think the focus on basics had gone away. That focus on basics is coming back. So I wish you luck, and I look forward to meeting you throughout the day. And I'm sure you're building exciting companies that's some of you can partner with each other. One of the reasons of doing physical conferences is to be able to shake hands, have a cup of tea, coffee. Collaboration is a big theme. I'm sure you can collaborate with some of the players here. Those ideas may germinate here. So I wish you luck, and I know that TechTors will become bigger and bigger in the years to come. I also want to take this opportunity to say that tomorrow we have the FinTech Summit and Awards in Bangalore. That is the second edition of our FinTech Summit and Awards. We have an enviable lineup in Bangalore, and we look forward to seeing you. Some of you, those who are traveled, XOXO days in Bangalore, that's my understanding. Those of you who have traveled from Bangalore to Delhi are most welcome. The event is at Taj on the MG Road. And again, we have a huge lineup, which something that the team will play during the day of course of the day and share the lineup with you. We are doing multiple initiatives in multiple domains. At Sravin talked that we built many B2C and B2B communities. Disrupt is a community that is almost 5 years old. This is the 6th year of Disrupt. We have a long way to go. And TechTors again is young, and the last edition we did it virtually. We are hoping that the next edition we are able to do it in a big format and be able to bring India's most venerable technology founders together. Yesterday, we also announced our Unicorn Awards and Summits. Dr. R. Mashelkar has agreed to be the jury chair of our Unicorn Awards. These are in Bangalore on 21st and 22nd of July. And the jury meet is on the 9th of July, which is a virtual jury meet. But the awards and conferences are physical. My colleague Udel Aroya runs it. He's here. And we'll announce our full jury lineup on Monday. Again, it is a jury lineup that is formidable and comprises of companies, individuals that understand the startup ecosystem, the VCP ecosystem, and also entrepreneurs who build large companies, whether you want to call them unicorns or unicorns. But it's a jury lineup which is venerable. I don't want to stand between you and the speakers today. So I'll wish you luck, and I look forward to more interactions with you. And we as BW Businessworld look forward to more engagement with you. Thank you. Back to you, Ravin.
So Dr. Batra has mostly pointed out all the key points, but I would still like the team to show us the event AV so that we can put everything in context. Can we have the AV, please? Thank you. And of course, as we thanked the partners earlier and Dr. Batra rightly pointed out, the pandemic has given us one of the key learnings, and that's the collaboration and the partnerships. So we can't start without thanking our partners. I would like to show the AV to you as well. Can we have the AV on the screen, please?
We've been in this mode of the industrial age for the last 200 years. You went to a place because that's where the energy was, that's where the power was, power from water wheels or electricity or steam. It was in the plant, so you went there. We've kind of mentally followed that path for 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work, well, the nature of work may not change, but the nature of how we do work and where we do work, I believe, is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and the world was looking at shutdowns, much of what was happening within IBM remained steady. And I do believe a lot of that has to do with Salesforce Customer 360.
We, in a 3-day time period, pivoted 350,000 IBMers from our offices around the world to a work from home environment.
And boom, do we have the VPN capacity? Do we have the cybersecurity? Do we have the collaboration tools? Any company who thinks they can do it all by themselves is plain wrong. Salesforce is a really important pillar of IBM's own transformation.
We are moving our entire structure toward what's happening at the client conversation, because this is about understanding our customer. Combining Salesforce Customer 360 and Slack gives my entire workforce, from Arvind all the way through someone stepping into a sales role for the first day, an ability to work together, collaborate, and do it real time.
Allowing teams to serve our clients and all be on the same page every day would not have happened if we did not have Slack.
Slack is such an integral part of how all our people communicate.
And the merger of these two platforms gives us that 360 approach across our entire constituency. And Salesforce is the perfect partner for us to be able to put that structure together.
IBM and Salesforce have a special relationship based on trust. This is not even about being productive. This is about delight.
What is Slack? We ask ourselves that every day. And wouldn't you know, we have an answer. Slack is a messaging app for business, yet it's also so much more. It's your company's home for everyone and everything. Your digital HQ. Slack is made up of organized spaces for anything you're working on, so you can move a project forward way faster, share ideas, set deadlines, and make decisions together in a dedicated space. It's productivity on your own terms, giving you flexibility to work the way you work best, so you can collaborate live. Oh, hi. Find information from across your company. Aha. Or create some focus time. And it's a place to connect with everyone you work with inside and outside your company. So you can bring together the right people with the right context, and everyone can stay up to date. People do their best work when they have a place to work together. That place is Slack. Get started today and transform the way you work.
We're bringing 5G to everyone. Across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. The industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible.
Well, there you have it. Okay, so down to the business end of things. We're starting with the panel discussions that you all are absolutely ecstatic to listen to and, of course, be a part of. So talking about disruptions, probably in the last decade or so, the word has gone on from being just a buzzword to the need of the hour for any tech company or other companies, for a matter of fact, thanks to the pandemic, to be in existence. And we'll be talking about in the first panel discussion about that as well, surfing disruptions and leveraging trends. The session chair would be Soumya Sehgal, editorial lead at BW Marketing World. I would like to also invite on stage the panel, Mr. Ankur Madan, co-founder and COO of ChargeUp, Mr. Sandeep Singh, Senior VP Product Management, Authbridge Research Services, and Mr. Gaurav Kumar, co-founder and CEO of Myra, who is joining us virtually. So yeah, this is your panel, and let me tell you how we go about this throughout the day. Whenever I invite somebody on the stage, I will request you all to kindly put your hands together and welcome them with me on the stage with a round of applause. Can we all do that? Wonderful, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Am I audible? A very warm welcome to you on this Friday morning. Before we deep dive into the conversation, I would first want to give a little context to it. So technology as we see today is not just something that we use, but also something that we live. And I'm sure my experts will agree to how technology has been a key enabler to augment business growth and how technology has always been 10 steps ahead of the time. So on that note, my first question is to the three of the experts. I want to understand from your respective experiences that how do you really leverage technology to offer better solutions to your customers, and how technology in your respective space has evolved in the past 2 years. So Mr. Madan, maybe we can start with you.
Thank you. So coming to the question, how technology has changed, specifically if I talk about the automobile sector, there are 2 or 3 broad things that are going on. One is that we are moving to an electric vehicles, electrification of vehicle is happening. Along with that, all the components across the vehicle are getting connected. We are more in a connected vehicle that we are there. Each of these components is becoming smart. So if I have to give you an example, the batteries that we currently use, they in itself have battery management systems, BMS, IoT devices, which are transmitting data, which are making every component of that vehicle smarter. Along with that, what is happening is the technology is also changing on how the users are using it. from a point that today we see lots of shared mobilities, mobility as a service, which are all being enabled through a tech platform.
Okay, Mr. Singh, your comments.
See, I think technology, the way I see it, is an enabler. And to actually leverage technology, first of all, as a company, and I think every startup has a very deep customer connect, understanding the customer pain point and then using the right technology to offer the right solution. So that is what we do. Now, obviously, as a company, we help, build a platform where, wherever there is any trust issue between two parties, say someone is hiring someone and they need a background verification, or someone is hiring a vendor and they need, so we leverage that. We have been using technologies like machine learning, OCR and various other technologies to do that. Nowadays, when there has been a new trend, for example, like GST has been a great enabler. While it has helped to increase the indirect tax collection, it has also helped connect different companies and connect this entire ecosystem of companies. So we use GST, for example, to help companies find out, okay, this vendor is not GST compliant, and then use that over a big data platform to throw the insights. Okay, should you work with this partner? Should you not? We also use a lot of data to find out, okay, this person has a criminal history or this person has a so-and-so history. Maybe in your line of business, it may not work. So, but the core idea has always remained the same. Earlier, this was being solved by manual operations. Now it is being done using digital technology and various other things.
Sure. So Mr. Gaurav Kumar is joining us virtually. Mr. Kumar, can we have your comments, please?
Yeah, hi. So we are a software company. I can say that there are a lot of changes and good things which has happened over a very short period of time, especially in the AI, cloud computing, and Web3 decentralized network. So now you can build an application just using different codes and just by building integration, which was not possible 5 years ago. And especially with the cloud computing platform like AWS, Google, you get a lot of flexibility to try different models, and they have building a lot of automation for you to try, and that really makes the process very fast for any startup to build a product and try it out. And especially for the small businesses, also we have seen in the pandemic they have adopted digital not only for customer acquisition but doing their payment processing and improving their operations. So technology has evolved a lot in last 2 to 3 years and it's going very fast.
Actually, my next question was on the small scale and mid scale and the startups. I want to understand from each of you how technology is really playing a key role to enable or augment the business growth of startups or the mid scale industries. Mr. Madan.
So using technology, the first thing that is getting changed is how you are able to reach the customer. So for a startup, challenging an incumbent today is much easier, which is enabled using the technology. If you look into automotive industry, you would see examples that today electric vehicles are being launched directly on a platform or selling directly on a platform, versus what was traditionally that you create a whole network of dealers, franchisees, and then you sell through them. So it's about how you reach the customer first. Secondly, it's also about understanding the user and creating customized products related to that, wherein startups are able to utilize that on a much faster scale. They are able to understand and customize and offer these niche offerings which can challenge the incumbents. So startups are basically using it for reaching to the customer much faster, as well as understanding and predicting the users and creating specific products for them.
Okay, Mr. Singh, what are your observations?
So I think if we look at how technology is helping, startup scale, see, I think so while startups have been around for a while, right? We had startups in 70s, 80s, and now also. I think one thing which has changed is the entire internet and the democratization of it, where anyone, small player who can, couple of friends joining up and they can start. Now, what they actually look at is this is the established way of working. And I'm going to solve this problem based on my idea, my theory, 2x, 3x, 5x better, right? If you look at the classic case, which I want to talk about is Uber. People were always taking cab. Sometimes they were stopping a cab with their hand, or sometimes they were calling up and some cab was coming, but using technology like Google Maps and creating a driver CRM and then connecting it, Uber solved this problem very, very well, and then that model scaled up globally. So, and hence that solution was maybe 10x better than what was there in the market. That is what all of us, all startups are trying to do. There is an existing way of working. Using technology, they are trying to solve it much better. Like for Authbridge, we are a 12-year-old company. When we tried solving this problem in 2011 to 15 onwards, we were doing a lot of operations manually. And obviously, as you start doing manually, there are errors, there are things that can be avoided. And then using technology, you just clean this entire thing up, do it far more efficiently. Say your turnaround time is 30 days, you practically bring it to under a minute. So, but the underlying problem remains the same, how well you are solving it, and technology enables it.
Very well said. Mr. Kumar, what are your thoughts? We can't hear you.
So I will take it from the small business perspective. I think, as you rightly said, the first is customer acquisition opportunity, right? So if you're not connected to the internet, not using that technology, you are selling in your neighborhood. But by just joining the internet and sort of going on the platform, you are able to sell across India or across the world as well, right? So many small businesses have leveraged Amazon as a platform to sell their products, for example, right? So technology definitely helps, and if you adopt it also, so one is a customer acquisition. By joining platform, can reach a wider net of customers. Second, it scales down, sort of helps you scale down your cost as well, right? So these platforms are providing, all the logistic supports and payment supports. So you do not have to worry about all that, right? So I think the payment, even the UPI payment, right? So now even every small business has started taking that, right, and adopting to the digital. So that really helps, and it sort of, by joining this platform, these businesses are coming at par to the big businesses, growing their business, and without worrying about developing their own tech stack. They can simply plug and play in the tech world and sort of acquiring customers and grow their business. So a lot of things which are helping small businesses these days.
Okay, I'd like to ask the next question again to you, and then we'll come here. So there's an old adage which says that disruption starts with introspection. How true is this statement in your own career trajectory, or even from a more industry lens?
Yeah, absolutely. It's true, because until unless you are sort of introspecting, you will not be able to spot any new tech which can disrupt or do new things, right? So we have been always looking for a new tech which has come in and how it is going to change the industry. For example, nowadays the Web3 decentralized network is coming, right? Which has a potential to change the whole hosting business, for example, right? So if you're like not thinking and looking at the things at the business and which new technology is coming, it is impossible, right? So it starts with the introspection. That is absolutely true.
Okay, Mr. Madan, your thoughts.
So what I personally believe is that, you can only build what you dream of. So unless you have, thought about it, you have introspected about it, you can't really go and build it. So technology over there helps that even if the technology exists, it's about how you actually want to use it. And that's where it comes into play, that the technology being used in the right manner, even if the technology existed and it's not used in the right manner, it will not yield the results that we are talking about.
Mr. Singh.
So I think, as he talked about, having deep introspection is something which is key. What I want to talk about, I think one additional point, which I was thinking, why do large companies, or why do a lot of companies struggle at beyond a point, right? They started off, they had something fabulous, they grew to a point, and then someone else overtakes them. I think there are two things which I have seen, and this is going to be very, very relevant in this decade and going forward. One, every company, whatever scale you are at, you have to have a very agile mindset, right? And the second thing is deep customer connect. Understanding a customer problem and be ready to change. I think that is something which, and obviously when you are at a scale, you have to give every quarter, you have to give increase your EBITDA or grow your sales. It is difficult to change, but there are now very strong examples. If you look at Amazon, if you look at Google, while they are at such huge scale, they are the ones who are disrupting their own selves, either organically by creating new products in-house or acquiring someone and then changing their way of working. That is going to be the way across industries. So while introspection is important, having the courage to change and adopt a new way of working is the more difficult thing, which which everyone will have to adopt.
Okay, so in that case, I will ask my next question to you only. We talk of disruptions, innovations, and technologies in the Indian context. I want to understand what are your observations when we talk of these three things in the Indian context when juxtaposed with the global landscape. So how do you look at the Indian innovations performing with respect to the global scenario?
So, so it's a slightly tricky thing. What I will tell you is the Indian innovation has just started, right? I think in the last decade, a lot of things we have created, which are sort of, enabling a model or enabling that. I think true innovation will now start, which is Indian innovation, right? Like, for example, if a certain way of working works outside, we are enabling it. That is an enabler. But does it solve an India specific problem? I think a lot of those examples you will see. The good thing is because of certain policy changes also, for example, like I talked about GST, right? GST is a fantastic way of connecting companies, connecting this entire ecosystem. UPI, very, very classic example. In fact, NPCI has done very, very strong India-specific innovations. In the agri-tech, in the clean tech where he's working on, they are going to be very India-specific examples which companies are doing. It is difficult to do, primarily because no model exists outside. Indian problems are very, very large and very complex to solve, and you can't copy. But then once you crack that model, then it just scales through. So it will involve a different way of thinking. And I think this is where new range of founders who will create companies will become actual, as Mr. Batra also said, profitable unicorns in this decade where India-specific problems get solved. The good news is examples like UPI are there now, and similar models startups can also create.
I think there is still a long way to go for the
Absolutely, it has just started. I think a lot of India-specific models, if you do this conference 10 years from now, you will have tons of India-specific models which have grown from India and scaled outside.
I agree. Mr. Kumar, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, hi. So my take is we are just starting, right? As we said, like when the second wave of internet was getting built, for example, like Facebook, Google, etc., we didn't have capabilities and access to all the resources, right? So now all the Indian entrepreneurs have access to resources, like you can do cloud computing and things like that. Plus you have access to talent, and now it is a time you will see that a lot of global businesses are building out of India, right? So so we are just starting up, right? And Indians are able to sort of, to jugaad into the product also, making the cost lower and bringing efficiency into the picture, right? So a lot of funding environment has also changed. So we'll see in this decade that a lot of global companies are getting built out of India, and we are just getting started.
Okay, Mr. Madan.
So I think all three of us are trying to say the same thing over here, that we still feel that it's starting out right now. Till now, whatever startups models that you will see were adopted from a global, inspired at least from a global startup having this particular model and being similar model being implemented in India, customized maybe for India, but still, at least the innovation part started somewhere else. But currently you see so many startups that are now propping up, which are solving problems which maybe don't even exist in Western world. They are India specific problems, and the solutions are only for India. So plus new ideas that are now also being implemented in India, which will probably get copied in the Western world. We're just seeing the start of that.
Okay. So coming down to my next question, Mr. Kumar, I want to understand what are some of the trends that you anticipate, floating in your sector in the next 2 years, and how do you see business as a technology as a business necessity? How do you think everything will pan out? What are your comments?
Yes, so technology is definitely has become business necessity, not for the big enterprises, but small businesses also, right? So pandemic has shown that they started taking all these digital payments. Nowadays, they don't take cash as well, right? Even small shops, right? So all this enablement is happening, and there are a lot of new technology which is coming our way, especially in the AI field. There are a lot of applications which can happen. The companies which are adopting cloud computing can do certain things very fast at a cheaper cost. Third is a decentralized web, which is an opportunity to sort of rewrite the whole web to ecosystem, be it social media, be it chat system, be it email, and everything else, right? And I think we are just starting with a new wave of the internet, and you will see a lot of things which is getting built from India for the world. So,
Okay, Mr. Singh.
Should I talk about my sector or
Anything that you feel
so?
like.
Okay, so first let me talk about. So Oddbridge is a company that helps solve the trust issues when two parties are doing a transaction where someone is hiring one party or someone is hiring a vendor or someone is signing on to a platform to play a game and there is a trust issue. As digitization increases and we probably might go into the metaverse era also, the possibilities of fraud will increase, and that is where we see a lot of opportunities coming up for companies like us to grow and connect and solve the trust issue. But one specific thing which I wanted to talk about, while the focus of this event is TechTors, I think a lot of India-specific use cases in the healthcare or in the climate change, clean energy will be offline things. Like you saw during the pandemic, the scenario that was there in India. It was never an information issue. It was always infra issue was there. So, but it can't be by creating a very large model. So how do you solve that? So I think those startups that do that, where they solve the infra issue either in healthcare, in education, and do it in a cost-effective manner will also come in. So these are the trends that are India-specific trends, which a lot of entrepreneurs can solve. Like for example, we live in an area, right? Things like dental, for example. It can be a billion decacorn model where you solve it in a very hyper local model. Skincare, all of these are very local models. Do it in a cost effective manner rather than people going to a hospital and standing outside for. So that is, all those models need to be solved for this country.
Fair enough. Mr. Madan.
So you asked on 2 points. One was technology as a necessity. Technology as a necessity, the points that we touched upon, the ability to reach to the users, the ability to understand the users, and using AI ML predict how the patterns are going to be, whether it's bringing efficiency in the organization in the way of working, or whether it's efficiency of understanding the user trends using modeling. That's where technology plays a key role in any business. On specifically on how it's going to pan out in our business, what we are seeing is that there is a need, specifically in electric vehicles, of creating a safe, reliable, and a seamless experience for the users. So what we are leveraging technology is for creating that safe and reliable network. Even the batteries that we give have IoT devices inside them. So we are using them and predicting to bring efficiencies in the system in our way of working, as well as creating a safe environment for the user.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I will have to come to the closing comments by each of you. Mr. Madan, maybe you can continue. Any suggestions that you would have for the technology companies? Your closing remarks, basically.
So, on the same points that technology is definitely playing as a key enabler. It's about how you use the technology and how you leverage it is where it's going to become a distinguishing factor between the companies.
Mr. Singh.
So yeah, I think the same point, Technology will be the enabler, finding those Indian specific pain points, understanding those deeply well, and then seeing, okay, how do I solve it, rather than, just copying works in this country. This is a billion-dollar business, so let me do that. I think then the scale to grow in India is so high. Only thing is that it needs a very specific solve. So that is something which I think every tech entrepreneur should do.
Okay, makes sense. Mr. Kumar, your closing thoughts.
So my thoughts are that technology is changing very fast, right? 10 years before it was becoming stagnant. You learn a language, it stays for 5 years. Nowadays it is changing very, very fast. So every 2 year new thing is coming, and sort of the acceleration at which it is changing is very, very fast. So I will encourage Indian entrepreneurs to look at this tech trend and basically adopt as soon as possible and build products which can make a lot of difference to the society and to the world.
Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. I am sure the audiences and I myself have a lot of insights from this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a picture. Moving with the panel. Thank you. Thank you so much. With this, we'll move on to our next panel discussion. We're talking about bridging the gap between IT and the businesses. The session chair for this one is Mr. Rohail Amin, Senior Editor at BW Businessworld. The panel includes Mr. Vishal Prakash Shah, CEO, Synersoft, Mr. Balaji Srinivasan, Executive Director and CTO at DreamFolks, Ms. Mayurakshi Das, Founder and CEO at Elixir AI. She's joining us virtually. And we have Mr. Durga Dutt Nedugadi, Vice President, India and International Business at Netradyne. So that's a panel for the next discussion. And I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together and welcome the panel on the dais.
So welcome to this second panel, very interesting discussion. We have a panelist joining us online. Mayurakshi is joining us online. She couldn't be with us. So a topic very, very relevant. I mean, everything is tech first, I mean, tech has changed our lives. The way we live has a lot of interference of tech. So in that sense, something great to discuss and have these experts with me today. I want to start with you, Balaji. My first question to you is, it's often said tech and business, they sit in silos. Traditionally, we always have been thinking like that. Is that the case still, or is tech the business now?
I think it depends on the business that you're in. So a lot of the businesses are businesses first, and tech should be an enabler. But I see a lot of businesses now that are tech businesses themselves, right? So I think it's very good to have that clarity that are you a tech business or are you a technology supporting the business? And I think the fundamental way you drive and you run technology and you drive the business teams depends on that. So if it is a technology business, then of course you build the technology first. But personally, I believe it's better to understand the business first, right? If you have clarity on what is the business that you're trying to run, what is the problem that you're trying to solve, then it is appropriate to go and build the specific technology to support that. Otherwise, sometimes we get too excited with technology. I recently met few folks, they built the technology and they came to us asking that, what problem can we solve with this technology? So I think that's not typically a great situation, because you invested a couple of years into building the technology, but you don't know what problem can be solved with it. So
Vishal, your observation of this?
Yeah. So I agree that we are coming from the times where tech and business are in silos. They are treated in silos, but we need to understand the consumers of enterprise IT. You know, there are three different categories who spend on enterprise IT. One is government, another is large corporates, and third is small and medium enterprises and startups. So their perspective, category wise, is different. I would start with government. In last few years, we have seen that government is fast and furious on its way to adopt technology. You look at FASTag, you look at direct accounts, reimbursements, you look at anything, you know, faceless assessments. So it has already broken that ice. You know, now it is no longer like tech, and their business of serving the citizen is not in silos. If you look at the large corporates, I would say it is very, very partial. They've already broken the ice. They've already digitized most of the things in processes and operations they could digitize. Now they are sitting in another silo of the next level of tech adoption, which is AI, ML, smart manufacturing, industry 4.0, where they need to break ice, and that would be. And the third category, which I see would be the largest consumer of enterprise IT in coming years, they exist in millions and they compete on global standards, where they will need to be sophisticated on IT, and still they are sitting in silos, except for their account and some of the material management. They are not tech enabled. So this is where I would say the third category, which is startups and MSMEs, they are sitting in silos because they are still seeing IT as an expense, not as an investment or enabler. So this is what I would like to.
I can see Mayurakshi here. Mayurakshi, your quick thoughts on are the silos still existing in businesses?
Hi, nice to meet everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but we'll definitely make it happen another time. So I think the silos definitely exist. I would agree with my colleague here, but it is all for the good, right? So I think a common problem across industries is that while, the newer age technologies like AI, ML, on the whole has taken over, the technology digitization world, I think a lot of businesses have, while we focus on very complicated solutions or enablement, we've, I think, forgotten are some basic processes which still need a lot of digitization. I think businesses have jumped to what I call, plan B without even looking at plan A, or they've gone to second, third mile. So I think that's where these silos, quote unquote silos, or companies like mine, we are aiming at looking at, kindergarten first. Like we said, we directly went to secondary school. We forgot about kindergarten problems. So I think if we start there, whether it's on the private side or whether it's the government, where Lexer is focusing on, there is huge opportunity yet for all. And it has to be a golden handshake between, the silos or companies like us and the larger multinationals which are providing digitization and advanced technology services.
Durga.
Thank you.
Durga. Okay. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Your quick thoughts on this. You've heard your panelists before.
Yeah. So, for us, I think as Netradyne, we're a little different because for us, it's, and Balaji talked about this, for us, it's the technology which becomes the business. People have talked about AI, ML, we're in the business of increasing safety, right? And for that, the tech is fundamental to the business. And without the tech, the business would not be there. So.
Okay. Coming back to you, Balaji, tell me, how do you identify, innovation? Tech is all about changing. It has a certain life cycle, every few months, few years, it changes, How do you track this change and deploy solutions that are effective and impactful for the business, What are the indicators that tell you that now is the time to pivot?
I think the easiest way to identify is the acceptance of what you are trying to do. So I'll give an example. So we are in the airport services business. And what we do is that we allow users to go into the lounges and we build the technology to do that. Now, before us, the industry has been run in the same way for 20, 30 years. But what we have done, I think recently, and again, this is an India first innovation, we've changed the model itself and most of you may have used it already. So when you go and use your credit card to access a lounge, that is a rare exclusive thing that happens only in India. And we have built that, right? So acceptance, now that is considered common and you may not even consider it to be an innovation because now it's part of your daily routine. Everyone's using the airport lounges here today. But it is a fundamentally different model than the way it works in against the rest of the other countries. Second, I think the way, if you're building a product and you see the demand coming ahead of time and there is a backlog. So so our customers are different banks, our customers are the different networks like MasterCard, Rupees, and so forth. So they are wanting our technology to be integrated into their solutions. So the moment you become, instead of you trying to go and sell your technology to your client, if the demand comes from the other side, I think that kind of indicates that you're on the right track because they are demanding our tech to be integrated. There's a backlog of projects on our end, where we need to integrate our SDKs and APIs into their environments.
Vishal, tell us our audience about the area of operations. And second, there's a lot of competition where you operate the SME sector. You're trying to enable them go on digital first, right? That's your business. But tell me how, in the presence of solutions like AWS and the likes, one, how do you stay nimble and impactful at the same time and yet get the business going?
See, there is very peculiar thing about MSMEs. They are so fragmented. Their decision making is not happening by any scientific process. MSMEs have only one guy who is a captain, leader, and he's the owner. And necessarily in non-tech MSMEs, they are not having any knowledge about IT, but still they make IT decisions by impulse. So when I talk about the competition, IT industry has actually started, developing the product top down. First they have developed the products for very large enterprises because they were less in numbers and there was large volume. So even if we look at Amazon or any other such a technology enabler or infrastructure provider, still the products are designed keeping in mind very large use cases at a very large scale. So these products are so feature rich that makes it complex for someone who doesn't know the technology. And that is where MSMEs have a very specific problem. They have hundreds of features. I'll give you an example. Any firewall product, if you look at, it has multiple bandwidth management and it has a load balancing feature. MSMEs have to buy firewalls to protect their networks also. Now they have only one internet connectivity at the most, they are using some broadband. So they don't need multiple bandwidth management. They don't need load balancing. So this is a disconnect, where if anybody is actually catering with a very minimalistic and simplistic product, which has, just removed all the clutter of all the features which MSMEs are not going to use, probably they will win this game in this competition. So this is my take and this is our strategic approach. We identify 20% of the features of very well proven products, and then we focus on those 20 features. We make it very cost effective and that is perceived as a value for MSMEs. It is simple and they don't need, it's kind of DIY.
Mayurakshi, here your thoughts on this short shelf life that tech comes with. How often to pivot, when to pivot, how do you decide on that?
Good question. So, we've been battling that from the start. And, as a upcoming company, you cannot be customizing all the time, right? So I think how we've been really been able to, really draw this as an USP is really, Lexir, has marketed itself as a boutique customized solution provider, which means we are not taking a particular product and trying to force fit it across corporations, but what we are doing is really trying to understand their business problems and go the other way, right? Understand their business problems. Hopefully one business in a particular domain will have the same problems as the other company, and hence develop and productize our solutions accordingly. So I think, having said that, you also want to do something that is less disruptive. That, as a technology leader, I do believe is a key. You don't want to walk into a legacy company, disrupt entire operations that people have been doing for 50 years. I think it is up to us as technologists to give enough respect to the people who have worked in certain companies in certain positions for 20, 30 years. And I'm a big follower of that. So having said that, once you you do something which is less disruptive yet essential to the business, I think you ensure that you're not doing something with a short shelf life.
Great, great. Durga, your thoughts on this? You are pure play, born in tech company, right?
Yes, we are.
So innovation is all the more,
Yeah, it is. And
daily,
in
a weekend for you, right?
not really, but if you look at our business, which is vision-based safety, we're probably much more complex than the others. So let me try and explain. We first need the tech to be able to recognize and then predict a potential unsafe event, right? Based on camera feeds, etc., etc. So there's one part of technology which is all about AI, machine learning, algorithm, analytics to get precision, all of that. The next piece is actually to be able to enable it real time so that the driver of the vehicle actually can take corrective action. So there comes the technology piece of embedded tech, edge computing, all of that on a device, right? The third piece is actually enabling people to actually use the data that they're getting, which in our case is videos, to actually make informed decisions, on safety. And that's all about cloud and presentations and uploading a minute-long video with the right latency so that it becomes effective, all of that. So as you say, we need to be able to, for example, if a customer tells us that I want you to be able to identify for me when my driver is sleepy, right? Just as an example. So we need to look at all three of these areas and see what technology we can use to pivot at that point of time to make that a reality for our customer.
And my example of AI as an end user is I search for a pair of shoes. It's been chasing me for the last 1 year, wherever I go. So that's AI, where it is. I want to come to you, Balaji. One of the critical points of technology is real impact on business. What are the right strategies? A couple of examples, if you could cite, to enable that, to make that happen seamlessly.
I think the first thing is to know what is the KPI that you want to measure, right? I think it's better if it's a business KPI, because we get too fascinated by technology sometimes, right? So instead of talking about number of users, etc., or not the kind of hits on the server, the obvious, at least for me, is to look at the business KPIs, right? What is your revenue? What is your EBITDA? What's your growth percentage in terms of revenue? What kind of IT products are supporting that growth? Which LOB is contributing the maximum growth to it? So sometimes what happens when you're in IT and there's a business team, they constantly come to you asking for new development, new projects, new enhancement. That is a constant requirement, the way we operate. So we are a product company, right? So we have to make our own product. But there are different sales people who and different accounts people who are running their own teams, right? And they need their clients to be serviced. So when you are a common product company, you need to keep prioritizing what should be made first. So instead of getting attracted by the technology, it makes sense to go back, look at your books, look at the revenue projection, which LOB, which product is going to give you the maximum amount of revenue, which is the KPI, right? And that is a kind of, and whichever product area is supporting that, that needs to be done. Having said that, what is also equally important is to have a view on the future, right? If you keep constantly focused on the current revenue, you're not going to get future revenue. So we always invest about 10 to 20% of our time dedicatedly for new projects, NPIs, new initiatives, R&D, because that is where the future revenue is going to come. And I think strategically managing the allocation of resources between KPIs and managing my new projects, which is going to give me future revenue, I think that is the fine walk has to be balanced between these two lines.
So essentially you're saying that it cannot be a fancy shop list that you go and pick up everything. It really has to matter to the business, right?
Yeah, unless you can support that development cost with some revenue projection in the future, it becomes difficult to sustain or to justify to yourself, why you would be investing so much. But unless it's a different revenue line, which is going to give you a future growth, then it is easy, because then you're talking about 5 years, 10 years ahead of time. Also, it's important to be ahead of the business, right? Being in IT, I think personally, I like to be ahead of even our own business team. So by the time they come to us with a new requirement, oh, I can do it tomorrow, right? I think that's an excellent statement to make, rather than to say, like any other IT shop, to say that it will come after 12 months.
Right.
So I think predicting the market, being in a product place, that's important.
Right.
Yeah. So in my opinion, it is very, very challenging, to get your product or solution implemented seamlessly in MSME sector, basically.
Why is it so?
Yeah. So there are two reasons for that. One, MSMEs cannot afford IT talent, and IT talent do not aspire to work with MSMEs. It is like a South Bombay girl doesn't want to get married in suburbs, So this is the reality, basically. This is the reality. So this is the first reason they just take decision by impulse, or मेरे friend ने ये किया था, मुझे भी ये करना है. So when you pitch a product, in between the implementation, the goalpost is changed. And then there is a dispute, then there is a dissatisfaction, and sometimes they even don't know what they wanted to achieve. So for us, we have also observed that many a times they dominate also so much, I'll give you an example. I have seen so many MSMEs aspiring to implement SAP. SAP is a very reputed, ERP or such level of ERP. And when they interact with the consultant who is implementing that, they would say, "Nahin, ye to main aise hi karunga." Matlab, SAP might have 5 other ways to get the same thing done, but they say, "I want to customize it." And then they get lost in customization. Then they think that it is so expensive, and then they just go back to Tally or such very preliminary kind of programs. So for us, it is very, very challenging. Now, how you do it? So what we have realized that when we see MSME owner who makes decision about IT is a pure commercial person, he's a businessman. So when we tell him that you do this, you will save this much of money, or you will have this kind of quantified benefit, and then we have to continuously remind him that this is for what we are doing all these things. And that is where ability to implement technology is less important, and keeping the team from our side, from their side, on track, so that goalpost does not change, so that unnecessary customizations do not get so much of importance, is more important. So we always believe that the people with liaising skills would succeed in getting this objective fulfilled.
Also, I think the sector you operate in and the focus target that you have, they may not be necessarily very aware of what kind of changes they want. Are you also, by the way, curious to know, enabling, hand-holding them to understand, what technology can deliver, because they don't know anything about it?
Right. I'll tell you, we make videos, okay, and those videos don't talk about technology. Those videos are properly acted by the actors, and let's say, for example, we want to explain that data can be deleted and it can harm your business continuity. We show a flower vase which gets broken, and then we tell them that this cannot be fixed now, so we have to show them like that. So we produce such videos also, so that they are aware about the problems, and then when they are aware about the problems, they'll be motivated to find the solutions.
Great. Mayurakshi, what is your suggestion of integrating tech and business in a way that maximum impact is generated and it's at the same time seamless?
Thank you. I think it starts with us technologists explaining to your probable client that you are a partner, hand-holding them to make their business more efficient. It's very, very important to take backstage here. I think I've seen most technology companies trying to prove their worth. You're stealing the thunder from your client. Technology is only an enabler. So I think let's keep our clients in the forefront, their businesses in the forefront, their bottom lines in the forefront, and help them achieve their goals and objectives, always keeping their revenue markers as benchmarks for ourselves. I think that is the short and to the point reply I can give you for this. Thank you.
Okay, very valid point, of course. I mean, it's just the solution and not the entire piece. Durga, your thoughts on the best ways to combine business, technology, marry them in a way that delivers actually the results?
Yeah, I think all of us are probably in one form or the other saying the same thing. At the end of the day, whatever business you're in, you have to make that needle move, right? So for example, for us, the validation of all the span of technology that we use is when a customer tells us that, over the past year, my accident rate has come down by 45%, right? Now, if that is your goal, if that's what you want your customers to say, then you've got to be very picky and choosy about, as Balaji said, resources are not infinite, right? So if that is the goal, then you've got to be very careful about what you embark on as a new project, what how much of resource you actually dedicate to it, and ensuring that at the end of the day, if he said his accidents came down 45% last year, it should move to a 50% this year. And what are those areas of that business that you're touching which will enable that to happen, right? And that, I think, is the key, to be able to really identify the sweet spot which makes the biggest needle move on the business side.
Great. We have some 6 minutes left. Balaji, the sector you're operating in, what is often said about tech is that, the emotional connect is always missing. Of course, I mean, we're all trying to make it as close to that as possible. But tell me, in your business, are you addressing that gap? It's not only the solution and the speed of business that you're executing, it's also about the contextual tech, What work is being done in your sector to address that gap?
I think in our context, it's important to understand whose emotion we're talking about, right? So we are a B2B business predominantly. And for us, our clients are really the banks. So what we really do is that we enable different users of the banks. So if you have a credit card or a debit card, when you go and tap your credit card at the lounge, we give access to that bank's user. And we are the largest in India. We pretty much cover 95% of the transactions are done on our platform. So we are fairly large. We are the dominant player in this market. But the emotional angle is really of the product manager at the banks. So they are the ones whose job it is to build innovative solutions for their consumers. So if you were mentioning outside that you are a consumer and you use a credit card of a leading bank, right? So their product managers are working with us They are using our tool sets and our toolkits and our SDKs and our APIs to build a custom solution. I'll give an example, right? So recently, a large bank launched a product, and there what happens, it's like there are different tiers of benefits. So instead of issuing a fresh credit card to a good customer of the bank, what the bank is doing is that they're giving access to Indian lounges and lounges outside India at one level. But there is additional meet and assist services in India. And then if you're even an excellent customer of the same bank, you get additional services as well. And all this they're enabling without issuing or upgrading the card to the next level. So it's not, for example, HDFC, it's not upgrading from, let's say, Regalia to an Infinia. Rather, on the same card itself, the additional benefits are getting opened up. So these kind of solutions the banks are using our toolkit. So we are giving them the technology to go and design these solutions. So I think the emotional connection over here is that once you have utilized this kind of tool set to design your custom products, you always are looking for more and more, and they're constantly calling with us. We are consulting with all these banks to suggest how best to take their product offering to the next level.
Vishal, how do you make, you cannot offer a solution that is one size fits all, but that is what it is, right now. How do you make it more contextual if you're moving from city A to city B, and these are two different MSMEs and they have different needs, but you have one tech solution? I'm just trying to understand, is there any effort being taken to make it more contextual, that what fits for city A may not fit in city B?
Yeah, so for us, there are a lot of complex parameters. Let's say, for example, we are having customers in metro cities, and we are having customers in remote places. The first problem is that in metro cities, internet is so easily available. It is so commoditized. In remote areas, still, you don't have very stable internet connectivity. So that is the first step where our complexities start. So we have to offer them on-premise solution. We have to tailor make the solutions for them. Second is the size of the MSMEs. It is varying. This kind of solutions are required by 10, 12 users to 100 users also. So again, we have to customize it so that there are different models, like you have 4-seater, 7-seater, 16-seater, like that, 12 user, 20 users, something like that. So that is another level of parameter, we have to consider. And the third is the presence and absence of IT manager. So many a times, the very small MSMEs don't have an IT manager, or he's a multi-purpose guy, who has learned some IT. And we have to deal with him in such size of the organization, where we have to deploy additional resources to complement the absence of a qualified IT guy. And when somebody has a qualified IT guy, many a times we feel that they take it as a competition. They think that we are doing something which he is doing. So yeah, very complex, but yeah, we have different models, and that is how we are dealing with.
Mayurakshi, your thoughts on addressing the emotional intelligence, that we always say is missing in the IT. Is there a way to deal with it? Is that needed? Of course it's needed, but how do you enable that?
So, we started with choosing a very non-tech name. Lexir is really, Lexir is the Lexir of life, right? So we are hoping that the emotional connect is the key factor that really makes you an indispensable part of anybody's business. So I think you've really rightly hit on this. I think they need to understand, like going back to my previous point, hitting the emotional connect of your customer plus his customer, right? You have to help him also achieve that target. No point only hitting the emotions of your like my colleague said, the IT manager or whoever, right, which you're probably going to fail in anyways. So I think making them understand that tech does not necessarily bring in cost savings in terms of staff reduction. I think every non-tech person thinks that a technology company is makes them insecure, right? So I think that is when we say emotions, I think let's understand what is the emotion we are looking at, and that is any insecurity you're taking away from an employee of a business, saying that, or it could be the project manager, right? He might be thinking, hey, my MD was gonna probably approve 50 resources in my team, and now this tech company comes in and my team size only remains 10 plus tech. You've made him insecure right there. So I think when we talk emotion, there is no other emotion here other than the insecurity field. We have to make them understand that technology is only an enabler to make them better in their day-to-day processes. And once you've done that, I think you've won the battle. Thank you.
And of all my esteemed panelists, Durga, your business is pretty further into that emotional part of it.
Absolutely. And as you can imagine, vehicle drivers are key constituents of what our technology actually provides. And as we see the emotional quotient, if you will, start at one point and very rapidly change. The first thing that the driver feels when he sees a camera inside his vehicle is insecure, because he feels that someone's monitoring him, the big daddy is going to shout if he's not doing something right, and so on and so forth. The first time that he realizes that the device actually beeped and woke me up when I was falling asleep, suddenly his entire perception towards what the device is doing changes completely. And then finally, we actually help drivers improve their behavior, right? So when through a gamification process, when they get rewarded for good driving behavior, then they start owning the technology, right? Then they start fighting for what they believe was, I actually did this and you did not actually tell my fleet manager that it was a good driving. So that then produces a completely different emotion. And then finally, at the end of the spectrum is, when typically we're all aware, right? In our roads and in roads everywhere, the bigger the vehicle, invariably the fault if an accident occurs is yours, right? We've had so many drivers actually come back and write to us because within 2 minutes of an incident, they could actually have a video on their handheld which shows that it wasn't their fault, and a two-wheeler actually came and banged them without their actually making any mistake. And that exoneration, right? That immediate exoneration from being the defaulter actually goes a great big mile. So emotional quotients are very, very critical for us.
And I think, just to conclude, I think all tech is moving in that direction in one way or the other. I think once you see the benefits of it, you start looking at it more than a machine and something you really look up to. But I wish we had more time, but great, and great having your thoughts on the subject. And Mayurakshi, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Ravin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And of course, the lady on the virtual. So before we move on to our next panel discussion, I wanted to share one of the key learnings that I got in the last 1.5 years or so while we were all dealing with the pandemic. Everyone's screen time went off the charts, right? Be it for work or be it for pleasure, you all supposedly at least 2 to 3 times the usual time, we were all on the screen. And what really happens when we as humans tend to look at a blue screen like that for long durations of time, according to a study by Oxford, one of my friends was a key partner in that study, they came up with this conclusion that your autonomic nervous system kind of goes haywire when you're giving so much of time to the screen. And to kind of demonstrate and to that point, I would like to request all of you to leave those screens of your smartphones and your laptops for the next 1 minute and bear with me, right? Okay, you can put your phones down. I know it's really, really important and hard to do it, right? So just take out your smartphone, put it on the table, and open your timer if you can do that for me. Open the timer, the stopwatch, you have it, right? Just open the stopwatch in your phone and I'll tell you what we're doing. I'll just demonstrate the point. And hopefully we'll actually learn something from a guy who's just blabbering on the mic. Wonderful. So all of you have your timer on? You have? If you can do that, great. Another piece of beautiful technology, right? We have it in our hands. Okay, so what I want you to do is this. I want you to hold your breath for the longest time possible. The moment you hold it, just put the timer on. The moment you exhale, see how much, stop the timer and see how much time you've taken. Right? Fair enough? Clear on this? Lovely. Let's do this whenever you're comfortable. 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. Put the timer on. And the moment you exhale out, stop the timer and just give me a heads up on how much time you managed to do. So essentially, on the human standard, it's somewhere between 30 seconds to 1.5 minutes, depending on the lung capacity that you have. And of course, your autonomic nervous system, how well shaped it is. But the moment you exhale, just let me know, just shout out a time to me so that I know that this is the time that you could manage. I wish I could get a camera and take a picture of all of your faces while you're holding your breath. That'll be an amazing picture. Okay, good lung capacities. We've got 30 seconds. Somebody's 50 is like, oh my God, sir. 30, that's all right. 41, lovely. 25, that's all right. 47. So almost the average, right? From 30 to 1.5 minutes. Now, what I want you to do is this, and how you can reinforce the normal setting of your autonomic nervous system. You can actually do this whenever you have time at your home as well. I want you to take 10 deep, deep breaths with me. Very deep, like let your lungs burn deep, okay? So after that, if you do the exact same thing while I start the session, you will see you'll be able to hold the breath for at least twice or thrice. So we'll do that probably when we have the next 5 minutes in the next session slot, right? But just to give you a context, what it really does is it kind of programs your neurons to come back to the original shape. And that really helps you in focusing in whatever you're doing. So that we'll do in the next one, but it's time for me to come back to the segment that we have. And this is the panel discussion. Can somebody pass on the script to me, please? Can you do that? Thank you. So just remember your time, and in the next session, we'll come back to it. Okay, so we'll move on to our next panel discussion that we have for you. Oh, this is a keynote address, I'm sorry. We're talking about critical role of AI in enhancing customer experience, and it's an honor to invite on stage Mr. Anuj Mathur, Senior Director Engineering at Compass Inc. I'll request you all to put your hands together. Welcome, gentlemen, on the dais.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anuj, Senior Director Engineering with Compass India. I think the topic is very interesting. By the way, I really like the way you helped me to calm my nerves coming on the stage, ensure there's no stage fright. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure coming here, seeing the panel discussions. Thanks to BW TechTors for inviting us, making this happen. There's a lot of learning. There's a lot of intelligence out here. The best part which I liked was each and every one person talked about the topic, how do I ensure and enhance the customer experience? I mean, last panel discussion, we talked about emotional connect. That's one way of customer experience. So without much ado, I'll start on my topics here. I don't know if you have heard about Mobile Monkey, Sephora, the Wall Street Journal, I'm sure you all would have heard about it. National Geographic, iPal, OnChat. What do they have in common? These are all chatbots. They all have marvelous chatbots with a single purpose aim. How do I improve my customer experience using intelligence? These are the latest technology stack built on AI, deep neural networks, to understand and ensure how I can help my customers. So that would set the context as to why we are going through this whole discussion of AI with customer experience. What is the relation? Sometime back, NASSCOM released a report where they said in India, by 2030, 450 to $500 billion would be through AI, through the contribution of AI in India, in business and social economy. Now, this is actually a fact. We are running into it. We would imagine that by 2030, about 10% of India's business, India's GDP would be on artificial intelligence. A lot of sectors, we just saw in panel discussions and a lot of other discussions, sectors like retail, everyone talked about Amazon, Uber. All these sectors have been the first adopter of this technology stack. But there are others who are catching up very fast in order to cross that mode of our social economic development. They are going into the direction where they can use AI for the next level. There was a study by the Brookings Institute of India, where they said India is among the top 10 countries across the world for investing in AI-related technologies. We are still not there in terms of research, but we are moving very, very fast. The study also noted that there's a huge potential in India. The talent hub in India around this technology stack, around the AI stack, is huge. It's one of the biggest tech stack, and that's why companies like Compass have decided to invest out here. It's an incredible talent that we could see in India, not just in AI, in areas of mobile, cloud computing, and all. This statements, this sentiment is further enhanced by Niti Aayog's decisions, or Niti Aayog's strategy for national AI, where they are saying that they released a charter in 2018, where they said the strategy was of economic growth and social economic development would encourage a dialogue around issues such as privacy and ethics in AI. There has been a lot of debate around it, especially related to privacy issues. And I'm really, really happy that the Indian government has taken that stance about engaging us all in a debate around this problem. The overarching goal from Niti Aayog to make India the global leader in AI by ensuring responsible and transformative AI for all. I think that says it all. The goal itself is a huge thing, with responsible and transformative being the key words out here. So why do we keep on talking about AI all the time? AI, machine learning, AI or cloud, all these actions. If you take a step back and look at it, in today's world, we are using all these technology stacks so extensively in areas of supply chain management, automation, faster manufacturing, sales marketing modeling, where you say, hey, which are my areas I should focus on to get best of the sales? This means we are shifting our business from being a reactive business to a more proactive. Now, what does that mean? It means that you have such a humongous amount of data that you're churning. Earlier, we used to sit behind our desks, going through Excel sheets after Excel sheets, churning that data through. Using technology, we know what our customers need. And that is the key. Working backwards from our customers is one of the key for the optimal customer experience that we keep on talking about. Now, this is corroborated by a study from McKinsey, where they have found that India is one of the leading adopters in AI technology space. And simple reason, we have our population is spread far and wide. it's not possible for us physically to reach and talk to each and every customer across the board. It's all distributed. So how do we do that? How do we engage our users? How do we ensure we understand what the challenges are and fix them? That's where your artificial intelligence and machine learning comes into picture. Advances in neural network, they're all part of, we are simulating the human brain behavior in a machine. And that's the differentiating factor that comes in. Now, the biggest and the easiest use where we started with AI was automation. Now, it's not about the cars automation, but in general, we have seen a lot of automated bots across the board. We have seen automation coming up in manufacturing process. There are a ton of other automations that we keep on doing. But where did it all start? I don't know if you all remember, in 2001, Amazon filed a patent where they said they are building the first recommendation, and the way they mentioned their recommendation engine was, we are marrying all the customer attributes with our key digital properties to provide the optimal customer experience out there. And this resulted in the famous algorithm called the cosine algorithm that Amazon started with. Now there are n number of different new mechanisms through which we are trying to understand our customers, but that was one of the key differentiating factors. And companies used to compete themselves saying, hey, we are providing the best of the best experience, and they would match themselves against what Amazon has done. That is not the case anymore. Now we are in a different league altogether. But why do we keep on talking about AI all the time and with the focus of customer experience? How exactly are we going to make this happen now? And why now? Why wasn't it done 10 years or 15 years or 20 years back there when the technology was at its boom? The key to remember this is, if you look at any AI algorithm, it's built on stats, which was developed more than half a century back. At that time, we didn't have the computing power. We had those punch machines, we had those tube machines. We didn't have that much power to compute all the computations required for an AI system. So why now? 5G, in the new coming of 5G. The change in the transport modeling, the change in the whole modeling for delivery, that's going to be a massive change driver that can enable your businesses to reach out to remote users, remote customers, give them a personalized and customized experience using artificial intelligence and machine learning. Chatbots in robotics in agriculture. Imagine a Kisan sitting somewhere very, very deep in our cities, looking at his or her mobile phone, asking questions. Which seeds should I use? What is the right fertilizer? How can I order a fertilizer right now? Look, the potential is increasing day by day for us. Metaverse is coming in. That's another huge potential, right? If we can predict, we can tell, we know what is the kind of rainfall expected. Please go use XYZ seeds and different types of fertilizers. Why not? It's just the bare minimum basic example. We all know the story about how e-commerce has evolved. This is the next level we are talking about. There was a discussion about how what is the evolution of technology? That's where we are moving now. We have seen so many examples. There are some brilliant people out here who have started their companies on that premise. How do I help my customers and provide them the great experience? A beep in a car to wake your driver up. That's a great experience. It's simple based on artificial intelligence. Now, we are talking here, we are sitting, you all are listening to me, thankfully, quietly, and with hopefully you find it all this discussion interesting, but there's no two-way communication. That's where things like chatbot will come in. That's why we need chatbots. I'm sure everything that a person is talking on from a stage or from a remote location, we'll not be able to get everything on board with this. My mind has limited capacity. But you would like to ask some questions. You would like to say, hey, I tweeted this. Now, based on this 80 characters that I've written, please get me an answer. And that's what comes in with chatbots. And so chatbots paired with capabilities like speech to text. I'm sure you would have seen Google Assistant, Siri, multiple such assistants. They are making a difference for us. My father-in-law, the other day, he was asking, how can I read? He had a problem of myasthenia, and he was saying, hey, after some time, I'm not able to read the newspaper on my mobile. I said, okay, why don't you use Google Assistant and let it dictate you the whole paper there? That's beautiful, right? That's a new level of customer experience. Now he is addicted to it. He says, this is wow, AI with customer experience, it's taking it to the next level. At Compass, we did a lot of studies around the experience that how we can build. Because we are in a business of real estate. Now, at a glance, you would say, hey, real estate is just like you're selling a property, someone is there buying a property, you make a purchase at that side. But there's a lot of middle points in between. There's a lot of intelligence that comes through. So what we decided was pair our chatbots with speech to text, which gives us, our users, the AI-enabled search capability. And they can figure out the right solutions. Similar homes, that the agent says, okay, there's a specific home which may suit your needs. But with AI algorithms, I can give them a plethora of other options, which is customized for their needs. And we have seen millions of dollars impact coming through that kind of a model, right? And this has been some of the areas which has made Compass the real estate leading agency in the world, in US. And luckily, about a month back, we became #1 in, or we entered the Fortune 500, getting a revenue target of more than 8 billion, close to this 8 billion this year. All this is all not just I won't say it's all AI driven, but AI has a significant impact on it. And primarily because we are focused on our customers, we are working backwards from our customers and saying, what do people need? And we are trying to map their needs to our data that we have using intelligence based on AI in between. The volume of data that we are generating on all your mobile phones right now is humongous. If we can mine that data, we can mine those interactions, we can provide a very, very customized and wow user experience that even anyone and everyone can use and enhance your business. So in a nutshell, I think I would reiterate Niti Aayog's charter for AI, that we need AI in a responsible and a transformative manner to bring about a socio-economic conditional change across and provide that fantastic experience that our customers are looking out for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mathur. We'd like to move on to our next panel discussion. This is building great digital experiences for customers and employees. I would like to introduce the session chair, Mr. Arjun Yadav, correspondent at BW Businessworld. The panel includes Mr. Vineet Narasimhan, co-founder and CTO at Crystal AI, who's joining us virtually. Mr. Raj Das, global co-founder and CEO at Hirect India, also joining virtually. Mr. Ved Shukla, co-founder and CEO at Milomart, and Soham Choksi, CEO Shipsy. So that's your panel, and very happy to introduce the panel and welcome them on the dais as soon as we have the table set for them. And while I have the time, I would like to request all of you to spread the word around. If you're enjoying the conversations here, you can actually let the world know what's happening in this room using the hashtag. That's BW TechTors. And I think we're set for the panel. Arjun, all yours. I'll request all of you to kindly put your hands together and welcome the panel on the stage.
All right, good afternoon. Hopefully the AC temperature is quite right today. It takes a toll to wear blazers in Delhi summer if the AC temperature is not right. I go home and my father asks that how was the moderation, and when I showed him the photos, he used to see that sweat on my face, and and he used to think that I get nervous while moderating. But I was initially very happy that all our panelists were supposed to join us in person, but we have 3 of them joining virtually, and that's yet again a manifestation of this pandemic phase. And another manifestation of this pandemic phase is the topic that we are discussing today, even though Anuj very rightly summarized the topic for our panel discussion and touched some very important points. But we are discussing building great digital experiences for customers and employees. As I said, one of the manifestations of this pandemic is the acceleration of customers on the digital platforms and the interactions that they have with the brand. And they don't really differentiate the in-store experience and the digital experience. And so from all of our panelists, I would like to take opening comments as to why it has become so important, the digital customer experience in your interpretation. Viniji, if you would like to start.
Sure. So I think let me talk about it from the perspective that I understand best, which is from Crystal perspective, right? Which is in the area of digital wealth management, where we are trying to really make available what has been made available to customers for over 200 years now. In a very traditional people-driven, relationship-driven manner, right? So essentially what we are trying to do is to democratize investments and make available investments accessible to a large number of people, which till very recently was just available to a few really millionaires and billionaires, right? So with that being the case, right? So what is key is really to really rethink about customer engagement overall, right? Because a people-driven manner is not scalable. You can only reach to a few, right? Using traditional approaches. But via digital, you can reach out to a much larger segment of people, as well as make it more cost-effective. So that is why we believe that really rethinking customer success and engagement is critical in the business we are in, right? Just to kind of highlight a few things, right? A majority of our customer journey is completely digital. What we do is spend a lot of time in analytics to identify what are those touch points where really people engagement is needed. And we have to move from digital to physical engagement or face-to-face engagement. So really optimizing those are critical in the business that we are in, because it's not that investments finally is about trust, right? And it's only so much of trust that you can deliver in a fully digital manner. But we do believe that there are touch points where majority of it can be still completely digital. So that's my initial thoughts and comments on this.
Right. Thank you, Viniji. Raj, if you would like to comment on this.
Sure. First of all, thanks for having me here. So as per the question, how I look differently at digital businesses. So I would say the best advantage of building tech businesses is that you can distribute it, you can scale it up very easily. So think, let's say you solve some problems through a mobile app. You can build that mobile app at home and distribute it across the world. This is not possible for offline businesses. Let's say we can't easily sell samosa in US, in UK, in Japan, but it's very easy to sell the tech products because the distribution network for tech businesses are very easy. So that's what I will tell, like digital businesses are very easy to scale up and distribute. And like the next thing is like how to improve the user experience on digital businesses. So I would say nowadays the trend is everybody is personalizing the user experience based on behavioral data, right? So you use Reels, TikTok, YouTube, you don't have to search for what you are looking for. Platform knows what you are looking for because they know so much about you. Sometimes I just open Reels, I don't know which video I would like to watch, but Reels probably know which video I would like to watch because they have so much of my previous behavioral data. So it's very important for digital businesses to personalize the user experience based on behavioral data of the users. So
Right, thank you. Soham, you are actually operating in a sector that made headlines a lot during the pandemic phase. In fact, it's doing even now, the supply chain and the logistics sector. What's your opening comment on this?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think with everything going online in terms of the way people buy things, right? And a lot of our purchases moving to home deliveries, it's become extremely important that we put customer experience at the center of a lot of the decision making, right? And whether you're a retailer or whether you're a logistics company, keeping customer experience is extremely important, plus cost, right? I think all customer experience does come with an attached cost, so kind of looking at both of these together is very important, right? I mean, if you see over the last few years, things like, say, giving live tracking of where your order is, right, on a map, it's become kind of table stakes, right? Everyone has to give those kind of things, live notifications of where is my order, things like even coming down to, say, 10-minute and 15-minute deliveries, right? So all of these are some of the interesting things that's kind of going on when it comes to logistics and when it comes to end customer experience, right? I mean, overall, the whole Amazon experience, right? I mean, we're all used to shopping from Amazon, right? Everyone is trying to see how, with customers and customers being used to that kind of experience, how they can, in their own personal journeys, offer that similar experience to customers.
Thank you, Soham. Vedji, your opening comments on this.
Thank you for having me here. It's a privilege and my honor. I'll start with during the pandemic, there was this, and 3 months into the pandemic, probably, there was this great meme going around that who accelerated or what accelerated your digital transformation. And the options were CTO, CEO, and pandemic. So, so what had happened is that, we have moved, we have accelerated about 10 years ahead into this whole digital transformation and, being digital. And then, of course, the need for giving the consumer an excellent digital experience has suddenly come very, very near to us. I mean, earlier, obviously, before pandemic, companies were looking at providing great digital experience and trying to do all kind of customer services and real-time information dissemination and all that things. But really, what has happened is that pandemic has accelerated all that. So, and then what pandemic has also done is that the boundaries between the digital and the physical have really blurred. So there is no digital business or there is no physical business today. Everything is physical, right? So if you are doing an entirely a digital business, I mean, if you're providing only digital products, then it's a different ballgame altogether. But otherwise, it's like, you are doing digitally, and you either have a shop, or even when you do digitally, you are delivering physically, right? So it's a mix of digital and physical. And between these two endpoints, there are many customer touch points where you have to provide an excellent experience to the customer. As per certain researches and reports, an engaged and customer who has got a very emotionally rewarding experience, his lifetime value is about 300% more. Okay. And a customer, you can retain 4 times your customer if you are doing very good in your customer experiences. So I think in opening, these are my comments, and then there are examples of excellent customer experiences by brands. For example, Starbucks, who's doing an amazing job in connecting the customer touch points across digital and physical. So you can order online, and then you can go and collect offline at the store, and then you can actually have a digital wallet, which again through the app only you can pay. And what is happening is that about 1.5 million to $2 million customers have parked with the Starbucks app. So that is an amazing trust value in the brand. So that's what my thoughts are.
Right. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for those opening comments. And now that you've elaborated as to why digital customer experience has become important, I want to understand that what goes behind making that perfect digital customer experience. What are the touch points that companies are checking? And if you could elaborate on this, what goes behind making that perfect digital customer experience? Soham, if you would like to start.
Sure. I think it's very important to map out the entire customer journey, right? I think what customers today want is complete real-time visibility, not just on where their order is, right? Even more so in terms of aspects like, say, sustainability, right? Where has it been sourced from? What is the packaging like? You would have seen options these days that can I club my orders together on a particular day, right? So as to save costs and make it more green, right? And reduce carbon footprint. I think as we go ahead, people will want visibility on all of these things that are related to their orders, right? And as brands, as businesses, it would be very important to really understand what is the entire journey that the customer has, and from a visibility standpoint, how granular can we get, right? So I think that's something that's there. Second is to be really data driven, right? Because now, given that in the offline world you could not capture as much data, but now with everything kind of moving to home deliveries, you can actually capture a lot more data, right? What are the typical time slots of the day where the customer is more used to getting orders, right? What are the different modes of payment that the customer is more used to? All of these different things to kind of say that, look, how can I personalize the entire experience for the customer using data? So I think that's second. And third is to really add value using a lot of these things, right? Because at the end of the day, for the brand, like for example, what happens is, let's say you've ordered, let's say a pizza, right? At the same time, in say the tracking link, you can get, let's say, a suggestion for ordering, say, sweet dish, right? Or some desserts, right? So things like that. So how can brands also leverage on a lot of this digital footprint to kind of upsell, cross-sell different things to create value for the customer? So I think these are some of the things that we're kind of seeing in terms of the entire digital customer journey and what brands and businesses are having to look at to ensure that they can add value.
right? So creating values for customer remains the key. Vineet ji, what are some of the trends that you are witnessing in making of a great digital customer experience?
So in today's world, right, from a customer experience perspective, right, there are two things that I believe we are seeing more and more. The first one is that clients want it everything now, which is immediate. They want it to be available. The second thing is that they want it in wherever they are, right, both in the physical world or in the virtual world, right, or in the digital world, right? So they want it wherever they are used to interacting, or whatever marketplace they are used to buying certain things, right? They want those services and products to be available there, right? So these are two key things that I believe we are seeing even in our business, right? So great customer experiences will be those which will meet these criteria to a large extent, right? So if somebody is used to using a WhatsApp, right, people will expect that services are available directly over WhatsApp and not expect that you have to call a number or you have to download another application to get access to it, right? Those are critical. Similarly, in the physical world, right, people want products and services to be delivered to their doorstep, right, without they having to take more and more effort, right? So that is important. The third thing, which is not very explicitly stated but is very critical, is the requirement around privacy of individuals. Nobody says that explicitly, but it's kind of inbuilt into the experience that they want to disclose lesser and lesser about themselves, but still want great experiences. I know it's a kind of a dichotomy here that how will somebody even know what kind of personalization to offer without that, but kind of a inbuilt expectation right, from individuals when it comes to customer experiences and services.
Right. Thanks, Niji, and thank you so much for pointing out that point on privacy. That's really important. Raj, I'll come back to you on the employee experience part, but Vedji, before that, I want to know your views on what are the trends that you're witnessing, which makes up for a great digital customer experience.
I think my panelists have spoken very well about key points. And we as businesses, and in fact, as individuals also, we have to understand one thing very, very clearly, that it's not that we are living in a physical world and then trying to do things digitally. What had happened is that it has been turned over its head. We are now a digital world. And going forward, increasingly, it will be more and more digital with Web3 coming in, and your avatars and your experiences, which are more there, would be more there very, very physically. I mean, so it's, we have to businesses have to figure out their ways and their mojo as businesses in a completely digital world. So we are in a digital world. And digital gives lot of leeway. It gives it has a lot of advantages. So for example, my friends Soham spoke about the personalization, right? So as businesses, we can do absolute personalization, and brands have been trying to do that. So it's like, the economics unit of one. So I'm not selling to my TG, I'm not selling to my customer base, I'm selling to each and every individual. So in that, whatever digital customer experiences we can create using technology, using humans, using all that. I mean, that is one. Second is my fellow panelists talked about the instant gratification, right? So we are all now, all of us are so, very, very impatient and wanting everything now, right? So it's like saying that, God, please provide me patience, but give it to me now, Okay, so it's like that. So I mean, nobody would have realized, even yesterday we were talking, and nobody would have realized that 10 minutes grocery will fly so much, right? Whenever you used to research people, consumers, that okay, fine, I mean, how long would you want your groceries? Half an hour, 1 hour, okay. But now people who are, and consumers who are used to 10 minutes grocery get impatient even after the 11th minute. Okay, so and as businesses have to also understand that it's not that they can ask the customer what they want, right? As Steve Jobs always said that, if customers knew what they want, they would have already built it for themselves. So as businesses, you have to, anticipate and create products and services which even the customer doesn't know that they want. But when you create them and when the customers start using it, I mean, they're gone, they're bowled out and blown off with that service, and they can't live without it, right? And lastly, yes, the privacy part. I mean, going forward, there has to be data privacy, and consumer want to be very, very, because there's another joke I would like to say that the man orders a pizza and the pizza guy says that, okay, you have this disease, you have that disease, and you have this much amount in your bank and you ordered pizza last time around. I mean, I don't want that. Nobody wants that. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Vedji. Raj, we are also discussing about digital customer experience for employees. And you are actually into that area where you have the understanding of how the HR community works, the employee functions. If you could, throw some light on digital customer experience for employees as well, because we've been discussing from a customer's point of view. If you would comment on the employee part, to facilitate this post-pandemic workplace.
Sure. So I think in this space, we have done a lot of innovation in last 2-3 years. So 4 to 5 years back, when I was looking for a job, for all the interviews, I had to visit their office. And sometime I had to visit to a different cities as well, right? And finding a right company or a right role was very challenging. It used to be done mostly through manually or through referral. But nowadays, you see, let's say you need a job, you download the app, you say what type of jobs you are looking for, and you will get exactly that kind of jobs. And if you can start a conversation, you can be interviewed within that platform, you can even be onboarded within that platform, and you can work from home and communicate through digitally. So I mean, what used to be in offline mode few years back are managed to be running digitally now. So this is a major change in last few years we see, and we believe this is not very reversible. So people have adapted to it during pandemic, and most of them will stick to this process forever.
Right. Thank you so much. One key takeaway from your previous answer, Vedji, that the experience is designed based on anticipation. And here comes the role of feedback as to what the improvisations are done when we get feedback. So I want to understand from all of you the role of feedback in improving technology and in improving the technology further. And of course, the mediums of customer support that they seek. Anuj really very beautifully summarized the use of chatbots and how they are facilitating, the, or rather I would say, shifting from the traditional in-person call support or whatever. So Soham, if you would like to start.
Absolutely. I think feedback, it's a great point. A lot of times when it comes to the digital customer experience, right? A lot of times the truth is actually with the customer, right? And the idea is that how can you actually get that back in a scalable manner and take actions on it, right? So it's not just about taking feedback in real time, but also creating a loop through which we can take the feedback and act on it, right? Let me give you an example, right? So how we look at, say, customer feedback in real time, right? So essentially, if you, let's say, while getting a delivery, right, sometimes you get a notification that, this was attempted, but you were not available, at your home, right? Whereas you were actually probably present over there. So what we essentially do is to take the feedback real time from the customer that look through either a WhatsApp or an SMS or even an IVR call, right? Whichever mode is preferable, right? And let's see, even if there's a call, it would state that, look, this is the reason stated by the driver. Is this correct? Yes or no? Right? And essentially taking that feedback and giving it real time to the driver and the logistics company in a completely automated manner. So I think this is just an example, so that let's say in the next attempt you actually get the deliveries. Because see, when it comes to again going digital, right, and home deliveries, returns is a massive cost. Right, and anything that we can do to reduce returns does both, right? A, it helps the customer because they actually wanted the goods, right? They didn't, and B is it helps reduce costs, right? So I think this is one example, but I completely agree that taking feedback in real time, contextually, and also creating a loop through which we can act on it in real time, I think this is super critical.
Real time, contextualizing, and creating a loop for companies to act. That will be the key. Viniji, your takeaways on this?
So here is the way I look at the entire concept of customer feedback, right? Nobody will debate that customer feedback is the cornerstone and critical for building out world-class experiences, right? So I think there is no debate about that. But the challenge is this, right? So you can get feedback explicitly from clients or implicitly by actions they are kind of taking, right? And what you will see is that the more and more there is a very vocal segment who is willing to give you feedback, but that is really a minority. The percentage of clients who really will give you feedback explicitly is kind of shrinking, right? Because of how the entire experiences are kind of evolving and how people behavior is kind of shaping over a period of time. Yeah, just think of the last time when you responded to a survey, right? Or when you reached out, somebody called you up, you were kind of willing to give a very honest and elaborate suggestion, right? But at the so, and also there is the other extremes who is very, very vocal, but they are minorities and you don't necessarily have to always build for that. So finding this balance of or extrapolating that feedback that you get from this minority, finding out what is relevant, right? Because there is a cost associated with taking any of these feedback and building for it, right? So validating those becomes very, very critical. Definitely it's an input, but whatever inputs that you get from that has to go through the necessary due diligence before they make it into different customer experiences that you would design downstreams. So that's my take on this.
Right. Thank you so much. And we have some 8 minutes left. Avedji, very quickly, if you would like to comment, and then I'll go to the next question on social media's aspect.
Yeah, I mean, as my fellow panelists rightly said, excellence is, cannot happen without feedback. So all businesses, all service providers and product creators have excelled just because of feedback. And as it was said that, nobody can debate that excellent customer services is required, and that can only happen through feedback. Only thing is that, we need to be very, very, aware about the facts that we should not be over dependent on technology. That's what my take on this is, that there are automations and there are AI and ML and everything, and companies think that they have put the AI there and everything is taken care of, or automation is done but everything is taken care of. So sometimes over dependence of technology also is not good. So you have to take that feedback also, whether for example, marketing automation. So there are certain softwares and services which work like a missile. So if you have an abundant cart, immediately after that you will get an email, and then you might get even a call, and then you keep on getting it over a periodic interval, and probably you have already made the purchase, but the automation is going on and on after you, right? So you have to very in a wise manner try and understand that feedback, not only on the actual deliveries and of products and services, but also on the mechanisms you are using to reach the customer, whether it is annoying, not annoying, whether it is comforting him or not. That is also important.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vijay. I'll talk about the social media aspect now. And Raj, I'll start with you. I was not on Facebook and Instagram for 3 years because I actually considered it very time wasting. But then some of my friends in the industry, they told me, यार तुम क्या पत्रकार हो अगर Instagram, Facebook use नहीं कर रहे जब पूरी दुनिया आ गई है इस पे. And it's been 1 month, that I reactivated my account, and I was surprised to see that how much things have changed, in 3 years for businesses, for influencers, and how they are using the platform. So Raj, I want to understand from you that how big social media has become for businesses, to further take the business forward, and the importance of integrating digital marketing channels.
Sure. So first of all, we as a company acquire most of the users from social media. And so far, we have collaborated with more than 2,000 influencers in India. And I will tell you the best advantage of adopting influencer marketing or social media marketing is that it drives word of mouth. And the best marketing strategy is the one which drives word of mouth in shorter time. And I can tell you the difference. Okay, so let's say you see a ads. So most probably the ad is disturbing your experience. Let's say I'm watching a movie and I see a ads. So it's disturbing my experience. So I will not absorb most of the information from that ads. But the advantage with social media is the how influencers portray a brand. It doesn't look like an ad. It look like informative content. So the users absorb much more. And since those followers already follow their influencers, they trust it much more than a typical ad. So I will tell, adopt to this kind of marketing because it can drive word of mouth, and it's very strong in case of trust factor. So yeah.
Right. Thank you so much. Soham, your comments on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, and I'll probably talk about the industry that we are in, which is SaaS, software as a service, right? A lot of things have actually moved, from it being sales led to marketing led and now product led growth, right? Which means that we need to create experiences such that the end customer can actually, even a business customer, they can experience the product online, right? So they can go, they can sign up, create an account, attach the credit card and start, right? So even in a B2B environment, not just marketing led but even product led growth is something that is coming around. And if we see the transition, and if you see the leading companies today, right, they allow the end customers, even the businesses, to do it, because the best form of marketing is, even if you're selling to a business, is if someone internal to the business can actually be selling for you, right? So I think that's one. Second is really from the standpoint of even taking feedback, right? So what we were discussing right now, how we can actually mine data real time from social media channels to get the feedback in an automated manner. So I think that's second. And I think third is a lot of the brands these days, they're going direct to the customer, right? Kind of seeing how they can have their own channel of marketing, right? Not depending just on the aggregators or the platforms, right? And I think social media and overall the whole digital marketing channels are actually a way in which you can build your own D2C business as well. So yeah, so those would be some of my comments.
Thank you so much, Soham. Vinitji, your closing comments on this. We have some 3-4 minutes left.
Sure, I'll keep it short. See, basically, if you look at the customer life cycle in entirety, right? So you have awareness, then education, then comes onboarding, engagement, and retention, right? So if you look at it in this way, social media definitely plays a role in the first two, which is awareness and education, right? I think that's where you can leverage social media more and more and build out delightful experiences to establish the brand or the product or the service in the minds of the customers. All right. But beyond that, one has to be careful. So at least that's my take. I'm a bit of a skeptic, right? Because in social media, right, when it comes to complaints or any kind of other problem solving, right, what you will find is only the problems will surface there if you start catering to those channels. So understand, I'm sort of a skeptic there in this thing. I have seen very less positive feedback come in social media from customers, but you will see a bulk of, if you start using that as a channel, you will see thousands of complaints there, right? So that's why people, we as platforms has to be careful what do they support to. If they need to support it, sure, you have to support it, but as a that has to be a cautious choice by the business and platforms there.
Right. Thanks, Vinitji. Vedji, your comments on this quickly. We are running short of time.
Yeah, so social media, I mean, all of us are so engaged with it. I think the anchor was trying to get us away from the phones, but we were not able to, I think, for even for a few minutes. So, I mean, we are not separated. So social media is like, you know, I mean, businesses are done with humans and humans are engaged with social media. Billions and billions of transactions happening every day. So, and that's why, so the communication, which used to happen on social media, now the trend is, and which even Mark Zuckerberg said when he was announcing the WhatsApp APIs for businesses last week or 10 days back, that, you know, now it has to be even commerce on social media in terms of that instant commerce. We are talking about instant gratification, give it to me now and all that. So that's why the WhatsApp APIs have been opened, that, okay, you had been communicating on social media instantly. Now even businesses have to, and we can also transact instantly, right? So social media can and are being used by businesses for various reasons: awareness, you know, sales, your lead generation, your customer services, you're getting feedback and all that. So I mean, social media is one tool which you can utilize very, very efficiently and very, very effectively in enhancing your business and enhancing your customer experiences. And as my fellow panelists said, that you know, you have to be very, very careful about the negative feedback, because as humans, we have a tendency that if I like a product or a service very good, I had a very, I mean, very nice experience, I will never go and write on the network. But if I've had even a smallest of the hitch or a glitch, I will go and bombard the social media with that. So that criticality has to be taken care of. But businesses need to use the social media very, very effectively for their business development and customer satisfaction.
Right. Thanks, Vedji. Thank you so much, for all to all the panelists, for joining us this afternoon. You've been really authentic in your answers, and you've given us deep insights about what will make a good digital customer experience in this post-pandemic phase. Thank you so much for joining, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have a big round of applause for all our panelists?
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thanks everyone.
I'll request both of you to kindly stay on the stage for a picture. While the camera person walks in. Just to add on a couple of points to the conclusion note that was being said on the panel discussion, social media, of course, has been an economy of its own. And coming to a couple of examples, a dear friend of mine called Ranveer just became Forbes 30 under 30 with the help of the social media. It has given him some amazing Thank you. We don't have a photographer here. All right. So we'll take a picture with the help of the phones and forward it. Thank you so much, gentlemen, once again. So yes, coming back to the point where a 27-year-old is making waves while creating a company that has done a turnover of almost $1 million. There are also examples where a 16-year-old kid made $15 million in a tournament that he was playing through his phone called Fortnite. At the home ground, of course, we have so many examples of such amazing feat that were never possible for other creators or individuals who did not have a landscape of opportunities and of course the agency behind them to achieve that. So social media has been a fantastic tool for a lot of people out there to give the voice to a brand, create a brand for themselves. And from the experience of being a freelance artist for the last 12 years or so, it's never been easier for me or people like me to reach the audience, also the companies out there, just with a single tap on the device that I'm holding in my hand. And that has had such an impact on the culture itself that it's amazing. We can go on for like 15 more minutes on that. So again, thank you so much to the panelists for shedding light on it. And with this, we'll be moving on to our next session. That's an incredible one. We'll take some time for that. Sure, I'll try and do that. Can I get a mic, please? Check. Okay, so coming back, since I have a bit of time on my hand, coming back to what we were doing earlier, right? Some of you could anybody manage to hold the breath for almost a minute or so? Is there anybody in the room like that? Oh, fantastic, sir. We've got 2 gentlemen here, 3. Lovely lung capacity. So let me tell you how you can enhance that whole experience for you. In this one, I want you to do this small bit with me again. Put your smartphones down, open the timer on it. And before we start holding our breath, I want you to take 10 deep breaths with me. If that's not too much of work for you, can we all do that? Indulge a little bit. Lovely. Okay, just put your timers on and stopwatches on the dais wherever, or if you have a smartwatch. Fantastic. Okay. For this one, I want you to take 10 deep breaths till the point your lung starts hurting. So it's essentially 5 seconds of inhale, hold it for a bit, and then 5 seconds of exhale. 5 in, hold, 5 out, right? We'll do this together. That'll be amazing. 3, 2, 1. Let's take the first inhale. That's 1. We won't do 10 like that. Try and push yourself a little bit more till your stomach is bulging out a little bit. That's you, by the way, you inhale always from your diaphragm. That's the most appropriate way to breathe. I mean, we don't do that. Most of us don't. So yeah, we've got 10. Do that. Fantastic. I can see sir doing it fabulously well. Try and inhale as much as you can. Hold it for a second and then let it out. Once more, let's do that. Let it out whenever comfortable. We got 5, I think. Nice. Let it out whenever you're comfortable. Once more, come on. We've got 2, 3 more to go. Nice. Breathe like your life depends on it. I mean, it essentially does. Superb. 2 more to go, people. Just 2 more. Come on. Give your 100% into it. 2 more. Breathe in as much as you can with all intensity. Hold it and let it go once again. Let's do one last breath. Give your 110% for this. Once you exhale the last breath, hold and put the timer on. Now let's see if you can do a little bit better than the previous one. Make sure that you're comfortable enough, right? Do not force your body to do that because you're doing it for the first time, essentially. But this could be an exercise for you. If you take out, say, 2 minutes in a day, you will be able to see the differences. In fact, you'll see it right now in the first go. But if it becomes a habit, it's fantastic, to say the least. Right. So keep that timer on. Whenever we're done with the session, I'll take the time. But it's an honor right now to, of course, introduce on the stage Shri Dr. Bhagwat Krishna Rao Karad, Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance and Government of India. Dr. Karad, I'll request you to kindly join us on the stage and address the esteemed gathering that we have. I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together once again with a zest behind it.
Dr. Karad is very busy. He's been a career doctor, and then he came into politics, but he's now the Minister of State for Finance. He's an important part of the many parliamentary committees, and you can imagine the progress this country is making in various areas. So please express your gratitude by giving a big round of applause. Dr. Bhagwat Rao Karad, as I said, he's a career doctor. Now he's been in politics for a long period, and I'll give the stage to him. I want to stand there, whichever.
Today, senior journalist Dr. Anurag Batra has organized TechTors, that is Technology Founders Future, a conclave which is very important for development of the country. This event in the capital of India and in the country which is developing very fast is very important. I understand, being a team of government of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the whatever developments are going on, that is based on the technology. We have gone through COVID-19 pandemic. It was a bad time, but during bad time also, we have achieved something, and through the technology, we have done a lot of works, particularly doing the video conferencing. We have different meetings, different discussions, different webinars. I remember when I was not in politics, I was just a practitioner. Late Prime Minister Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, at our place at Aurangabad only, he told, if we send 100 rupees to distant place from the center, only 15 rupees reach to the end user. 85 rupees doesn't reach. But nowadays we are seeing, we are observing our Honorable Prime Minister with one button, if he clicks one button, he can give crores of rupees, total crores of rupees on account of the farmers. 11 or 11.5 crore farmers get 2,000 rupees on their account. This is by the technology. I am proud that Indians have developed the technology, and it is important in our country, that is JAM Trinity. J stands for Jan Dhan account. Jan Dhan account is linked with the Aadhaar card, and it is linked to the mobile. So JAM activity is very important, and on this basis, JAM activity, Honorable Prime Minister can transfer money to individual's account within few minutes. So this is a technology. Our government has developed UPI, and with the help of UPI, you can start your business, and not only start your business, but you can do some social work and some national work also for the nation. Being a MOS in finance, the fintech is very important. After taking charge as a MOS finance, I met Honorable Prime Minister. He told me that you have to work on the financial inclusion. In this country, the poorest person must be benefited by the financial inclusion. And to do this job, the technology is important. Today only, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji inaugurated the big conclave in this capital on the drone technology. He addressed everybody to use drone technology in different ways where it is required. I remember to have a blockchain technology in cryptocurrency is dependent on the blockchain technology, but it is an uncontrolled market. So Government of India has not permitted the cryptocurrency in our country, but the technology is important. Blockchain technology is important. We have excluded blockchain. We have excluded crypto. It is not allowed in India, but the blockchain technology which is there in this cryptocurrency, this blockchain technology is taken by our government, by our department, and we have started digital banking, digital transactions, and not only that, digital rupee also. So these are some important things, very important technology. We have to adopt technology. This technology will help lakhs and crores of the human being. So I believe that in this conclave of the TechTors, that is technology founders, you coming from the across country, whole day you will discuss on this and you will come to the different conclusions which will be very much helpful for the country and for the society also. with this speech, I am going to for some other program. I take your leave. Thank you very much, Dr. Batraji and everybody. Thank you.
Give him a bigger round of applause. He's kept his commitment, and he's somebody you'll see more and more in the future. So my gratitude to you more than my words can say. And if we can get him a small memento, I know we gave him a bouquet outside. I know he's in a hurry. We can even do the Beanley box if we can get him that box. In the evening, we have the awards. We'll miss you, but the 15 winners, we will share the list with Kapish ji in your office, and hopefully one day bring them to meet you in your office. This is a young initiative of ours. It will grow, and we have done it physically rather than doing it in a virtual way. Virtual is utilitarian, but it does, I think we'd like the companies to collaborate with each other, meet each other. And tomorrow in Bangalore, we have our FinTech Summit. We'll miss you, but we've requested you for our July CFO Summit and FinTech Summit, which is, we've taken a date from you. So we'll do it on a day. So I'm sure they're getting the memento, but we'll walk you out. Please give a bigger round of applause. You can.
Right. Wow. That was fantastic. And of course, a privilege from our perspective to have Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Government of India, to join us. So coming back to what we were doing earlier, did you all get a chance to see the timing this time? I know we were intervened, so we could not actually get to do this properly. But then again, if you actually managed to do that, you can let me know the timings this time. Sir, was it better than before? We stopped in between, right? Okay, never mind. Oh, we'll come back to this. Are we taking the lunch now? So we'll take a lunch break and how much time is it? Half an hour? Half an hour? Okay, so we'd love to see you all back in the hall by 1:40. Please enjoy the delicious lunch that's being served, and we'll continue the conversations afterward. This is BW TechTors, and thank you so much for being a part of this.
या वो बातें जो सबको समझ नहीं आती है, एक ऐसी जगह जहां सिर्फ आप जा सकते हैं, जिसमें खोकर दीवानगी क्या है,
दीवानगी applause, silence. Applause. Applause, silence, claps, screams, stomps, followers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to begin our session now. I'll request all of you, if you can listen to the voice, kindly make your way towards your seats. We're about to begin with the next session in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. BW Disrupt TechTors Summit and Awards 2022. I'll request you all to kindly use the hashtag that's BW TechTors if you're enjoying the conversations that are happening here. We hope you enjoyed your lunch And before we move forward with our next session, I would request the team to kindly play the audiovisual for all of us to see. Can we have the AV on the screen, please?
Applause, silence, claps, screams, stomps, followers, lovers, evangelists, devotees, that which separates the fans from the audience. But who is a fan? He's everything if you don't have it, right? Everybody has more content to watch than time. Less than 5% of content is successful. Every user has 3 or more platforms, suggesting what? Content is king. Audience has the memory of a goldfish. You wouldn't be here if the latter were true. You see, I think most people just have a fundamentally flawed view of fans. Is he simply an audience who is expected to watch the next movie or show? Rupees 300 for a movie? Binge watcher for your show? Or is it an intangible? Flag bearer or defender? But all hard for you. Let me propose a third option. Fan as a measuring device. The hard reality is how many or how little fans we accumulate is a function of which movies we did, which were the shows, songs, looks. It's all about content. The one that made us the largest content producers on earth. It's about bucking the media's opinion that we are not Hollywood, deciding instead to make our movies, shows, games, and tournaments because our resolve is to entertain. Movies, shows, sports. When you boil it down, these 3 things have in common. Fans, happy fans, sad fans, loud fans, silent fans, fans, not a goldfish. Fans, not an audience. Fan is at its essence you. Fandom. Discover, explore, community, reward.
Thank you for that wonderful applause. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners as well, the co-partners, Slack, associate partners, Compass Group, MediaTek, and Pixies for their wonderful support throughout. So with this, we'll move on to our next session. And this is a fireside chat. I would like to invite on stage the senior editor for BW Businessworld, Mr. Rohil Amin, in conversation with Samriddhi Katyal, co-founder and CEO at Fandom. I'll request you all to put your hands together while I invite both these amazing people on this dais.
Thank you, Samriddhi. I mean, this is my third fireside chat with you. So it seems I'm a fan of Fandom.
Thank you so much.
So let me begin, Samriddhi is doing a disruptive work. Have you ever heard of a community for fans? So far, fans were reduced to likes and shares, but she's trying to bring in some real value for the fans. We'll get into that conversation. Samriddhi, our topic is very interesting. Celebration of a tribe, the Fandom way, technology plus fans is a community. Tell our listeners first and the people who are present here, what is tribe? What do we mean by celebrating tribe?
Thank you, Rohil. Thank you, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. So tribe is basically group of people who share common interests, right? So tribe is something, if you have something in common, you form a tribe. There is a tribe of BTS army right now. There is a tribe of Comic-Con right now. There is a tribe of comic books, musicians, and so on and so forth. Something when some people share common interest towards the liking, they form a group and and popularize it through their common liking and spend their social equity promoting it, they form a tribe, right? There's usually a tribe leader who's called a heretic. So heretic is a person who leads a tribe. It's a very small form community. They don't want to have a very large community. They want to have a small community, but which believes in their purpose and a cause. So here on Fandom, the whole idea is to build the tribe of fans who are here for a purpose, who need to be celebrated and acknowledged at a larger platform.
There are already so many platforms for fans. They have Facebook pages, they have Instagram accounts, Twitter, they're all over. How does Fandom, the coming of Fandom's offering, change the things for fans?
So Rohil, the whole thing is that social media identity has evolved, and so has the social media platforms. Earlier there was Orkut, in which you had anonymity. Yahoo Messenger. In which you had anonymity, where you were just asked ASL, age, sex, and location. Then came Orkut, which gave you a social identity. Then came Facebook, which helped you meet your friends and your family. But here, that was only limited to your social identity, the real world identity. You are your real self when you watch a content. That identity is still missing. So Fandom is trying to build the fan community and the real identity in the world of social media.
See, we all are fans of one thing or the other, of course.
I hope so.
I mean, of course, I mean, everyone is a fan of some music, some film, some sport, but fans have never got in return things. Do you agree with it?
I absolutely do.
And now, what tangible things do they get? What do fans get for being fans?
So clearly we have to understand the difference between an audience and a fan. Fan spends a lot of money, a lot of social equity. They build temples for their stars. They stand in queues outside. They do a lot of things. There's a lot of money and power in social equity or emotional equity that goes behind making of a fan. He's very, very different from an audience. So first of all, giving them and recognizing who's a fan, that's the first essence of this platform. How do we differentiate a fan from an audience? Fan creates so much content around content. If any show has to become successful, the biggest differentiator is the virality of that factor on social media. That's the value proposition that right now any content measures, that how much viral the content has become. So here, people who are making that content viral for them, who are spending their money, who are spending their time, who are spending their energy behind making that content viral, that separates them from being an audience to a fan, right? So here is a platform which gives these fans an open platform to come and celebrate. The whole idea of fandom is to recognize, rejoice, and celebrate with the fans. And when I say rewards, they are not just tangible rewards, like cred or anything else is giving. Here we are giving rewards that money just can't buy for you. Maybe they can buy it for a rich person or a person who's not a fan but access to a lot of connections. But here, a person who's an actual fan will get access to walk down the red carpets, walk down, go to the award shows, go and meet their favorite celebrities, have an access to a shoot. The bigger power that a fan would have is to say what kind of content they want to watch. A fan sitting in any rural area will have an open audience to say, here is a platform that will decide that this is the content I want to watch. Only 5% of content is successful these days, right? The biggest difference is because fans are talking out loud and nobody is hearing them. So fandom gives content producers and fans both validation of what content they need to watch, and it's a 360-degree output for everyone.
Right. And I'm sure the way it sounds, it's so easy and there's so much to offer. I'm sure there's a backstory. Samriddhi herself comes from a media background. Since we are on a forum of disruptors, I want to understand, for the audience, how did you actually get into this? What triggered you? Were you yourself a fan who used to share so much and you got...
My trigger is right there, my mother. Because I'm from the social media industry, the stars and access was never a problem, right? But she was a big fan and she always wanted to see all the shows, and the excitement level in her just to sit around a show. And these people come from an upper middle class families, and still the fanatics, they want to sit on the shows which we don't even bother to when we are not shooting to go even, spend 10 hours sitting on a shoot and giving them the best time. That's where we realize that there is much more to just a viewer, and the fan has to have an access to this. She and all her friends, my only job in my media career was to entertain her and our friends to all these studios. That was my main job. That's where we realize at the crux that this needs to be celebrated. The fans should get the real power to access what they really like and what they spend their monies behind. And there has to be some method to the madness, which we want to put out to the world. That content should be produced and the content making should also go in the part of the fans. Right now, only 10 to 15 people in the whole ecosystem are running the entire TV industry, right? That's why we are seeing the content cost is going up and the success rate of content is coming down. So we have to open it to the world. It's a creator's economy. Anybody with the right content idea should have an open opportunity to make that content.
So what has been your biggest achievement so far? How has it panned out? What has been the response in the market?
So it's a very small journey till now. It's been about 3 months since we've launched the platform. We've been able, in the last couple of years, we did a lot of things of by sending people for these rewards through our Instagram page. We started building our own community. So that community instantly transferred and related onto the app. So right now we tested the community. What are the essence? What are the needs? What are the fundamentals that fans are looking for? Content validation or rewards or loyalty. Media and entertainment industry has the most loyal customers, yet there is no loyalty program in the media and entertainment industry. So what we are trying to build in Fandom is the media and loyalty for the base and psychographic analysis of those fans, science through data driven science, and that's how we are building our fans.
So for the hardcore fans here, how do they get into Fandom? What is the way? And, to just explain if you
Absolutely.
could.
So Fandom is both available on Android and iOS for now. We're still running in the beta version. The whole idea is that by July this year, by July end this next month, we will be live for the public use. Fandom you can just download, and it's a fully gamified platform. The more you engage with the platform, the more you chat, the more you make friends. It gives you points. You join as an audience, you become a fan, you become a mayor, a moderator, and a super fan. Those super fans have all the access to all these celebrities, and a super fan is recognized by the celebrity and the fandom that he takes care of. So instead of a celebrity, we want to celebrate the super fan, because there is no fan, there is no celebrity if there are no fans, right? So fans are the real celebrities in Fandom.
So a super fan will have a celebrity fan.
Yes.
That's wonderful. There's another set, tech is essential core part of the offering, how have you made it seamless? What kind of tech innovation is there? Because there are global platforms that do similar things. Like there are some platforms globally who are into fan-facing world. How is your offering different from a tech point of view?
So as you mentioned, globally right now, there is no single platform except in the sports domain. Yes, sports domain people are measuring psychographic analysis of the sports fan. But really in the content world, there is no platform which is meant to engage with the content fans, right? India is the largest producer of content, and it has a huge culture following. Yet there is this whole system missing where I can recognize a fan. Even as a broadcaster, when I worked in the broadcast industry, even we couldn't tell that who our top 1,000 fans are. If we know our top 1,000 fans, at least we can make the content right for them. And this is data driven science, and that dictates through our engines that we want to build in Fandom, help content reach out to better audience, to the right audience, and the right content being made.
So I have two more questions. So there's a practical problem, with the social fan pages, bot accounts, How are you enabling that your followers, they are, chosen in a way, the tech selects them in a way, the data is filtered, and you have the real fans with you. Is there a mechanism in place
So
to
yeah,
address
there
it?
are 3 checkpoints once you enter and define. So there is an onboarding game that we play. That game has to be played to enter into while you play that game, we get your 36 additional data points, which helps us psychographically give you better recommendations, help you connect with the like-minded people. So this is very, very fundamental essence that will protect the platform from any bots or anything.
Okay, final question, how big is the fan economy? I mean, what are the opportunities there overall? Because, I mean, people are looking for ideas. They're always trying to disrupt. How big is this economy?
So the study that we conducted in India and abroad, we literally hire a anthropologist who came to India, who measured every age group, both the sexes. He just said 99.9% of the people are fans of something, right? Whether they admit to it or not. Here, we just want to take out their fan quotient and celebrate them for being a fan. There are 3 fundamental things to it, content discovery, reward program, and it's a social media to help you connect with like-minded people. So it's a new age social media with content being its fulcrum.
Great. So all of you can celebrate and really get something out of it for being the fans, not just likes and shares, but maybe you have a Shah Rukh Khan following you back and actually inviting you
The
over,
whole
right?
difference is the follower economy. I'm not a I'm just not somebody who just want to be followed. A follower is not an economy, right? You have to participate. If Shah Rukh Khan had so many followers, he's the biggest follower of any social media platform. That doesn't tell him that what is the film opening that he's going to get, right? That's the difference between a follower and a fan. A fan can actually tell you and spend for you and I will shout out loud on the top of his voice that yeah, I'm a fan of Shah Rukh Khan, right? By just being a follower, anybody can be a follower. That's why it's not culminating the movie into hits. If we can differentiate between fans and audience, probably we'll be able to make better content for fans rather than just for the average masses.
Very well said, Samriddhi. And thank you so much for taking out time and sharing this disruptive idea here.
Thank you, Rohan.
Thanks. Can we have a round of applause and Ravin to you? If anyone has.
If you want to ask a question, we'll hand over a mic to you and you can ask the question. Any questions?
You might get a gift in return from Samriddhi.
Fair enough. I'll request both of you to kindly get together to take a picture with us. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Katyal and Mr. Amin. Before we move ahead, I would like for all of you to pay attention towards the screen. We have an audio visual to show you. Can we have the AV, please?
दीवानगी क्या है? शिद्दत किसे कहते हैं? मोहब्बत किसका नाम है? वो धड़कनें जो बेवजह ही बढ़ जाती है, या वो बातें जो सबको समझ नहीं आती है। एक ऐसी जगह जहां सिर्फ आप जा सकते हैं, जिसमें खोकर आप सब कुछ भुला सकते हैं। कभी पहली नजर का पहला प्यार, तो कभी उस एक आखिरी नाम का इंतजार, कभी कई मीलों लंबी कतार, तो कभी बस एक पल का दीदार। कोई सफर जिसकी मंजिल एक होती है, या वो लम्हा।
So that's due to the electricity, I guess. So we'll come back again with the video. You want to play it now or we do it later? Okay, we can play it now. So in the meantime, we're getting this sorted. Is there anybody, if you can answer this, who, when you started your career, who was that one person that you looked up to? Who were a fan? Who were you a fan of? Sir in the fantastic suit out there. Your father? Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful person to be a fan of, right? No stress. So, if you can take out one name that when you started as a professional, who were you a fan of? Elon Musk and Steve Jobs. Fantastic. All right. Some amazing people to look up to, I guess. So we'll play the video again. Let's play the video. Let's get to it.
दीवानगी क्या है? शिद्दत किसे कहते हैं? मोहब्बत किसका नाम है? वो धड़कनें जो बेवजह ही बढ़ जाती है, या वो बातें जो सबको समझ नहीं आती है। एक ऐसी जगह जहां सिर्फ आप जा सकते हैं, जिसमें खोकर आप सब कुछ भुला सकते हैं। कभी पहली नजर का पहला प्यार, तो कभी उस एक आखिरी नाम का इंतजार, कभी कई मीलों लंबी कतार, तो कभी बस एक पल का दीदार। कोई सफर जिसकी मंजिल एक होती है, या वो लम्हा।
That was the video. I mean, we didn't have to play it again then in that case. But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much once again for that. One of the high moments of my life was when I got an opportunity to share the stage with the person that I've idolized since I was probably 4. That was Sachin Tendulkar. And I understand every emotion going on that screen. And I hope that you get to meet Elon Musk soon enough, sir. Okay, with this, we'll move on to our next panel discussion that we have. This is Blueprint to Establish Digital Trust in the Hybrid World. The session chair is Vasudha Mukherjee, editorial lead at BW Education. I'll request Vasudha to kindly make her way towards dais. Thank you to the 2 people who tried to applause for us. Let me introduce the panel as well. Mr. Nitin Chawla, founder OneDios, Kushang, co-founder and CEO at Supply Note, Nagin Komu, founder and CEO at Digitap, who's joining us virtually. So that's your panel, ladies and gentlemen. And Whenever you put your hands together, we'll have the panelists on the dais. Can I once again request Mr. Chawla, Kushang, and of course, Vasudha is here. That's all right, Mr. Chawla. We understand the food was delicious, so it takes time to digest it and come to the stage. Perfectly fine, sir. Vasudha, all yours.
Thank you so much. This topic is coming at a very good time, considering we just had a small tech issue right before this. And I think anytime we are, even though hybrid is, what we are seeing now, it's definitely the future. It's here to stay. It creates so many opportunities. Just like today, we're able to have panelists join us online. We're able to have audiences join us from anywhere they can do that on a Friday, a work day. But hybrid really, really gives us so many opportunities. But even then, anytime something is happening on a tech platform, anytime if you have to rely on the internet, there's always this fear in the background, like you are worried whether the connection is going to be there, whether it's going to be stable, whether it's going to be seamless. And even like now, when I have panelists joining in online, I'm always a little bit concerned. Is this going to go smoothly? And I think that kind of a fear just gets so much more aggravated, especially when you are going into tier 3 to tier 5 cities, where connectivity is probably not as great as we would like it to be. But we are working towards that, and we are here to discuss this. And to start off, I would like to ask my panelists their opening comments. And like when you first saw this topic, what were your initial thoughts on this? Can I start with Nitin?
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Nitin Chawla. I'm the founder of OneDios. I would say that it's not about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. When the mobile app or mobile smartphone penetration is coming into the India, there are around 40 crores smartphones sold every year in India, right? So slowly and gradually, the outcome of the good things or the bad things will also appear, right? So we talk about cyber security, we talk about frauds, online frauds or offline frauds. Whatever is happening, it's basically we will have to aware the end consumers that how to deal with all these kind of platforms and frauds.
Thank you, Nitin.
Yeah, thank you first of all for inviting me here. I am Kushang, founder and CEO of SupplyNote. I think when I first thought of the topic, I think it was more about the Bharat adoption of technology. It's tier 3, tier 4, tier 2. We have seen multiple layers already happening at B2C level, B2B level. But yes, that stigma, that fear of using technology is still there. The most relevant consumer or the audience which we see in all our families are our mothers and fathers, right, who are still adapting to the use of technology. So I think that's the first thought which actually came to mind when I read that topic. But I think there is a footprint for that, the adoption part, and startups are working on it. A couple of panelists are already who are helping in the enablement of technology in this field. So those were my first thoughts.
Thank you so much, Kushang. Nagin, can I ask you for your opening comments?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, everyone. This is Nagin Komu, CEO of Digitap. Now, when I first heard about the topic, right, so my first thought process was there are two sides to this particular coin. Although there has been significant improvement in the adoption of technology that is happening, especially after pandemic in the tier 3, tier 4 and rural areas, I still believe that we have a long way to go, especially in terms of, so adoption of technology in those areas is not just about providing high-speed internet and bandwidth, but more so the challenge lies in the areas of educating the consumer in terms of how to use technology. Of course, the means are there. We have 4G, 5G technologies now rolling out in India as well, and we have fast bandwidths. But the challenge is especially in the areas where how do we educate consumers, and also how do we ensure that they have faith and confidence in the use of that technology to the extent that their data and their usage is safe and secure.
Oh, thank you so much. And it's good to kind of hear all the kind of efforts that our panelists here want to make to kind of ensure this tech adaptation happens seamlessly. But I want to ask my panelists now, where do you think the digital trust is lacking from the consumers, at least from your point of view? Can we start with Kushang this time?
Yeah. So I think, consumers are exposed to multiple technologies, right? And in every field, we are seeing new technologies, new models coming up, right? So this, every time you expose a new use case, the consumer goes through a learning process, right? And that's where most of the, I would say, adaptation issues are. Otherwise, I think what we can see and we can learn from is the social media use case, right? So how Facebook came into our life. Now you see most of your family members, most of the different age, different demography using it already, right? So there was a learning curve which has definitely been fast tracked, but still the initial hiccups are always there. So I think generally in the consumer use cases, it is more related to the areas where the internet issues are still a problem, the areas where training is still has to be physical, remote is still not an option. So those are the places where I see B2C issues. In the second layer of disruption, which I feel India is in right now, which is adoption of technology in the B2B use cases. There I see tier 1, tier 2, every city facing the same problem. So I come from a food supply chain tech company. I represent that company, and there, our users are tier 4 town users, right? So if you go to a restaurant, maybe you go to a Naturals, the guy who is serving you ice cream, that guy comes from Gorakhpur or Patna or tier 4, tier 5 towns, right? And those people still have not complete exposure to the kind of technology which can be leveraged. Even they have never used any kind of tally, never used a computer, right? So that's where I think the maximum focus has to happen in this in the next 5 years, right? And that's one of the layers where I see some problems coming up.
No, thank you so much. And you made an excellent point. There are certain issues that are universal, and that's not just tier 1, tier 2. It can be global. It can happen in other countries too, not just ours. And there are certain industries, like you said, if it's not remote, is not possible for certain industries. And we saw that during the pandemic, especially, that some job just cannot happen through. Not every industry is. I mean, every company needs to have a tech company, but it doesn't necessarily. Not everyone's job is completely reliant on that. And of course, it's also person to person as well. Certain age groups, maybe they don't want to adopt, but those are not really a concern. Now we have to see who really needs it to move forward, and we need to bring those people on board. I would like to come to Nagin, actually. I don't want to lose you, but
Sure.
please, your comments on this. Where do you think digital trust is lacking in your opinion?
See, basically the most important factor for a digital, I mean, there are two aspects to this. One, especially when you want to bring in digital trust on users who have not used technology or are wary of any sort of a change, right? Because adoption of technology means change. And usually as human beings, we are wary to change, right? In those cases, the trust should actually come from a person they actually trust. I mean, most of these rural people and people in tier 3, tier 4 cities have a lot of human interaction happening among themselves, and there is a close-knit social community over there. So the trust, digital trust, should actually come from somebody they actually trust, that yes, whatever this person is saying in terms of the usage of this particular technology is safe. So then I am ready and willing to actually try out that particular technology. That's point number one, right? So there has to be a hybrid model in terms of doing it offline and online. So there has to be somebody offline educating them that yes, these are the advantages of this technology, and as well as these are basically, I mean, it's safe and secure for you to use, right? That's point number one. Point number two is more towards the responsibility of people who are providing this technology to the users, right? It is also imperative on companies like us, and we provide a lot of these KYC solutions in the BFSI space, right? And we face these problems every day. is the fact that we need to reduce identity thefts or frauds happening in the system while using technology, because that's the most important thing with which consumers lose trust. A small incident like a system getting hacked in any of the popular companies, that will drive down the trust again, and then it will take up that much more efforts from our side to build the trust back in, right? We have a responsibility as companies who are providing these solutions in order to identify and minimize these incidents of frauds and identity thefts happening. And that's another way of actually building this trust among our users.
No, thank you. And I think we'll definitely come to that and talk more about how, like, what actual steps you can take to build this trust. Because, trust is very different from, it's a very fickle thing, you could show all the evidence and people still won't trust something because it's not something that they are used to. Nitin, haven't heard your co-panelists speak about this. What is your take?
So my take is, see, being a founder of One Dios, and we are actually resolving a very, very new use case. So what we offer that anybody can come to the platform and initiate any kind of complaint to the brands directly. So what we are saying that you do not need to call up the call center. Now this is a very, very new use case, right? So that means we will have to engage with the right set of people. We will have to do a right set of branding, marketing, so that people can trust us. Although we are routing the request straight away to the brands, but people think that we route it to the third parties. So that's where the problem is. Another example is we are also selling brand warranties. For example, you buy Volta split AC and you want 5-year plan, right? In which your all services, all your repairs are covered, right? But when we are selling it, we actually give a lot of justification to the end consumers that we are part of Voltas. We are extended partner of Voltas, right? And that's how we build the trust slowly. But once the warranty is sold, we also get references as well. There is a hard thing is that we need to crack the first customer. That's what is happening with us. So it is all because of trust, digital, non-digital, but trust is the basic thing which is actually driving the business.
Thank you. Actually, I would like to just follow up with you on that because you mentioned that you want to, it's getting those first customers is where you have the challenges, but what are the steps that you are taking to kind of build that trust?
So how do we build that trust? So I encountered one more use case yesterday, that one person went to a customer's house and he demanded a payment, but he's quoting that he's part of One Dios, but he's actually not part of One Dios, right? So we try to educate the consumers that by putting in the website or by giving the right messaging either through email or WhatsApp or SMS, that we do not send anybody at home. But this is the best we can do. Last week there is a case happened as well, that somebody actually called up a customer and then he convinced that customer to download the TeamViewer on the app, and then on the smartphone, and the smartphone screen is shared, and then he duped that customer by 10,000 rupees. What can we do with that, right? So those are the challenges that will keep on happening. Even I give you another use case. You might have got the SMS saying that your mobile is about to be, you can say, barred, right? And just click on this URL or just call this number so that we should not stop your mobile SIM working. And I think 10-15% of the consumers end up in that particular loop, and they call up that particular number, and that's how the fraud starts to happening.
No, I mean, it's very difficult to kind of stay ahead of scams because it's one of those ever evolving things. They'll do something, you'll combat it, and they'll do something else. And it just keeps kind of like, people say, the internet is ahead of the law. And I think this is one thing that unfortunately we can only do so much for. But like Kushang, let me come to you with the same thing. Can you tell us about your own experiences and how you have sort of tried to gain this kind of and build this trust?
Yeah, so I mean, like in our use case, we deal with this day in, day out, right? So what we do at Supply Note is that we try to bring a category which is not there. Just a quick fact, the food industry in India does their procurement completely offline. 99% of the restaurants do that way, right? What we are trying to build in this is bring technology as a procurement substitute, right? You do it digitally. That's the only option. Now, when you do that, you're talking about stakeholders like a chef, a procurement manager, the accounts guy, the owner, and the outlet guys to learn how to use a SaaS platform, right? Now, that requires a lot of trust, right? And this is something which also impacts their profitability, their daily revenues, the integrations between the billing software and everything, right? So ultimately it affects the business straightforward, and it affects the job of the stakeholder as well, right? So the person has to completely trust the system that it's gonna make their life easier, right? Now there, I think the hybrid approach is the way to go, right? So before the pandemic, most of our training used to be physical, right? And wherever possible, we used to do it in a remote way as well. But after COVID, obviously, we moved to a completely remote approach where we were training everyone. So I think training is one thing which really helps multiple users to understand how to use technology, get their trust on it. And when they see results coming out of it, when it makes your life easier, that's the point when you actually gain trust on that use case, right? Now we have gained trust on solutions like Google Pay or a Paytm or a WhatsApp, right? Because it solves our use case, right? And we trust that to an extent that we don't even look at the policies which we are signing up for when we are downloading that app, right? So that's something which comes with use case and scale, right? So we have to look at opportunities like training, like educating, like doing conferences about it. I think that's how you build digital trust, and talking a lot about it. And I think media is going to play a crucial role in this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, trying is the best way to go about it. And I think in one of the previous panels, someone actually mentioned that, and so when a user has a good experience, they will never say anything about it. But if they have even the minor inconvenience, they will go on social media and start like bashing the company. And that can always be difficult, especially when you are trying to sort of build this trust. Nagin, can I come to you now with the same question? Can you tell us about your own experience and what steps you've taken to build digital trust?
Sure. So basically, we are a B2B SaaS platform where we provide a lot of fraud detection and identity theft, and as well as customer onboarding solutions in the fintech space, right? Especially to banks, NBFCs, and a lot of these fintechs in the BFSI sector. Right? So we deal with a lot of the actual money, customers dealing with money, and we sell these solutions to our clients, right? Now, being in the fintech space, it's that much more important for us to provide solutions to our clients where on which they can rely upon to go to their end customers and then say, hey, we have built a robust system here, and you can trust our solutions, so that we don't have, or we are capturing all sorts of fraud use cases and identity theft use cases, right? The better and we just don't so as a SaaS platform, right? So we just don't build a solution one day and then sit on it. Right now, as you said, definitely internet is ever evolving, and then it's ahead of the law. So the moment we provide one set of solutions to identify such frauds and all, we are being beaten by say another set of fraudsters who are doing one level better than us, right? So it's a constant evolution that we'll have to undergo in terms of the platforms that we have built and the solutions that we build, and try to show to our clients and try to show to our end customers that we are better than the fraudsters, right? So there have been plenty of instances over the pandemic that we have come across wherein we are able to capture several identity and document frauds happening in this particular sector, that we've been able to save quite enormous amounts of money, especially in the credit space, to our clients, right? And that has enabled them to go back to their end customers and then say, hey, we've been able to identify these fraudsters, and then we've been able to not give them credit. So that's how we build trust. Yeah.
But let's move forward from there. Actually, one of the points that he was kind of bringing, he was talking about scams, and have mentioned it's a major factor. Oh, Nagin, you're back. Would you like to finish your comment?
No, sure. So that's what I was actually saying, that we develop a lot of these solutions to our clients and support them on a continuous basis, right? So it's not a it's not a one night shop wherein we just develop these solutions and it's done. So we need to continuously evolve, identify different kinds of frauds that are happening, and then counter them with the solutions that we provide to our clients. So that enables them to build that trust, both with their end customers and as well as with us.
Thank you for mentioning those digital solutions that you talked about, because that's actually something I would like to also ask our other panelists. Other than the scams that happen externally, what kind of steps have you taken to kind of protect your users' privacy and their security when they're joining your platform? Can we start with Kushang?
Yeah, so I think as the adoption is happening in more use cases, I think one of the most important part, which is also a part of establishing digital trust, is security. Now, security is multi-ways, right? It's not only one-way data. Like if you are a customer, you are handling your privacy on transactions, on your connections, and multiple layers, right? So it has to be a leak-proof environment first of all, and there are multiple companies building on that. There are multiple certifications which are already there, which I think should be now compulsory, especially in a startup-led environment. Not that I want things to be slow, but it has to be secure so that the use cases are not going rogue, right? It is so common for us to have an email ID which is compromised that we are okay with it, right? That's the current norm. It has to change, right? We cannot be so the data trading just can't happen now in an environment where privacy is such a concern, right? So those are certain steps which I think should be on top of a mind of a startup founder when he's starting out. I think it's a responsibility which the community as a whole has to start taking. Moreover, I think a proper training in B2B use cases, a proper use case explanation in case of B2C use cases is also required to make sure that consumers are using the platform in the way it has been designed to, and they're making the most out of it experience wise, right? So I think those will be my comments on that.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And Nathan, I would also like to ask the same question to you, but I would also like to add, just based on what Kushana just said, do you feel like maybe this whole digital education that we need to do, should it something that we should start also doing in schools, like start at a younger age, because it's so much part of our lives now?
Yes, absolutely. See, being a part of B2C organization, I would say that when we talk about data privacy, then there are actually two ways your privacy is leaked. One is that somebody is trying to actually get into your server. So anyways, there are solutions and there are cloud platforms as well, like AWS, Google, or whatever it is, that you put right firewall in place, then your data is actually secured. Nobody can access it, right? You put the right architecture in terms of put the SSL. These are the standard things, right? Apart from that, there are other things as well, like you put web application firewall, database firewall, and all that. This is all tech actually. The second thing is when you transfer the data from servers to mobile app, or let's say portal, then you transfer it while encrypting the data. Then nobody can actually break that thing unless or until he knows the user ID, password, authentication key, and the data decryption key. So that's very difficult to actually crack it unless until somebody is leaking out from the internal organization. So data privacy and all that, I think we have moved on from that particular stage. Paytm is there now. Government is also coming up with multiple platforms, account aggregator licenses. Anyways, they are issuing BBPS, which is Bharat Bill Pay System, that is actually running UPI. The highest number of transactions are there. No such, you can say, fraud or something is happening in terms of tech is concerned. Verbally, or anybody who is actually duping the customers by convincing that customer, that is happening. But from tech space, privacy, and all that thing, I think I have not heard any case unless until somebody has leaked the data.
Thank you so much. And again, I'd like to come to you for your comments.
I think I agree with both the panelists, right? So in terms of protecting the data, I think there are already solutions out there that ensure that the data privacy when the data is on the storage is ensured, right? So all these cloud-based systems do ensure that. More than that, I would also urge companies, especially B2B companies or SaaS platforms or companies that are dealing with data, to also undergo certain audits and certifications, right? So, and not just say the governments and organizations might prescribe audits annually, but it will be good to have audits done even more frequently than that. And that's something that builds trust, right? I mean, if you are doing something excessively, even when it's not mandated, so that means that you are confident of your solutions and your code being secure enough. I think there is also a lot of push that is coming in from the government side as well. And I think Nitin correctly pointed out to some of the initiatives that the government is also taking, wherein they are trying to digitize the economy and digitize the solutions, but also in a more secure way. And account aggregator ecosystem is actually, and we do provide solutions on that ecosystem as well. And that is that is actually a very good example of how do you share information, your financial information, from one entity to another entity in a very safe and secure manner, right? And that's an initiative that's been taken by RBI, and which is actually undergoing adoption at this particular point in time.
Yeah, no, thank
Vasudha, I
you.
just wanted to add on that. So, uh, one very interesting example which I came across, and it's very relevant to the topic, was the training of teachers, of government teachers, to teach online, right? So, not a lot of government teachers in India were skilled enough to take an online course, right? And the government came up with an app. Obviously, they collaborated with a private party, and now most of the teachers, the government teachers in India, can teach online, right? So that's a brilliant example of digital training, and it happened in a secure environment. And the government courses in the database are government IP, right? So that needs to be secure as well. So again, digital education is something which is going to be very, very important when we are talking about a hybrid, safe environment of working in a digital world, right? So I just wanted to add that.
No, absolutely. Thank you for adding that. And it all goes towards trust, right? You need the security, you need the education, and you need the awareness. All, without any of those things, you're not going to be able to build the trust. Now, I just want to quickly also get all of your views on, we are seeing a lot of digital divide, and the pandemic really, really brought that out. And of course, companies are trying to combat that. The government is trying to combat that. But, how do you think this digital divide is going to change over time, and what needs to be done to make sure that it doesn't grow? And can we start with Nagin this time?
See, if you're talking about digital divide, there are several divides, right? I mean, specifically divide between, say, tier 1, tier 2 cities, or the adoption in technology in those cities versus tier 3 and tier 4 cities, right? Now, if you actually look at that from that perspective, government has a huge role to play over here in terms of bridging that digital divide. Because usually when it comes to, say, rural areas, most of the private companies usually tend to stay away from those parts of India, because I mean, for some, it might not make economic sense for them to actually go and reach out to those areas, which is where I think government has to take up those initiatives. And I think in terms of laying out the physical infrastructure and all, I think government has done a fantastic job in terms of reaching out to all the villages and districts and rural areas. And now I think it's time for them to also take up initiatives in terms of educating the consumers, in terms of taking up technology, which will actually benefit them. So nowadays we have a lot of technology adoption that's coming in the areas of agriculture, which is predominantly the mode of employment in these areas, in these cities. So definitely a huge amount of education, especially education by people they trust, right, is the way to go about it in these areas to bridge the gap. Wherein I think it will be the government who will have to take the initiative over there. The private companies and all can follow, but government will be the leader in those cases.
You're right, absolutely. The responsibility isn't just on tech companies. The government has a huge role to play in this, and they are playing their role too. So hopefully we won't see this divide further over time. And I just saw the time, so I would like to ask my other panelists their view on this and also their closing comments. Nitin, you first.
So usage and adoption actually is driven by curiosity. If a person is curious, then definitely he will use that particular thing. Same goes with the mobile apps as well as the smartphones, right? So I think tier 1 must be having lower number of users of social media platforms, rather tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 people are, right? And digitization means that you use the things on your phone, you use the things on your laptop, you use the things which is actually digitally available to the people. And people are adopting it. New use cases are coming up. Uh, the most crucial data is financial data. When that is exposed to all these platforms by governing them either through BBPS or account aggregator licenses or any other things, then rest is, I don't think so that rest is any threatful.
Thank you. Kushang, your closing comments.
Yeah, I think just a remark on the digital divide, right? So I think on the divide, I think it will be accelerated in a hybrid approach again, right? So while I feel government is going to play a crucial role in infrastructure development, but overall, I think startups are going to play a crucial role in adoption, right? We have seen use cases like OK Credit, Khata Book, Dukan, who have accelerated SME, uses of technology. Like that, there is a social network company which is ShareChat, which is very, very popular in the tier 3 and the tier 4s of the world with the same infrastructure, right? So that's a brilliant example of how the digitization is going to happen going forward. So it's going to be a combination of multiple. One is the infrastructure development. Second is the role of technologies and the startups in execution. And third is going to be more use cases, right? So whether it's financial transaction, whether it's supply chain automation, whether it's sustainability, I think it's going to play a crucial role in every front, right? And a proper execution along with planning, whether it's either training in B2B or a proper roadmap for users in B2C, I think adoption and trust is going to increase.
Thank you so much. Nagin, your closing comments.
Definitely. I mean, in terms of bridging the gap again, startups and all the players in the ecosystem, government, startups, both central and state governments, and all need to play a very crucial role. And I also strongly believe that with regard to developing use cases for the ones that there is a need in those rural areas, I think the ease of usage is also important. People in urban cities might be used to using complex solutions or complex apps or complex navigations and all that. But the more easy it is to use any sort of an app or any sort of a technology, I think it will find more adoption in tier 3 and tier 4 cities. So that's also a key point to keep in mind while developing solutions for them.
No, absolutely. Ease of access, ease of use, collaborations between government and private, creating accessibility, awareness, education, and of course, curiosity all goes a long way. Thank you so much for joining me today in this conversation. And thank you to the audience also for listening to this. I'm sorry we don't have any time for questions, but if you want to discuss this further, of course, we have time for that upstage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vasudha, and of course, to all the panelists for being so kind and joining us and giving us their valuable time. With this, we'll move on to our next session that we have for you. This is Industry Captains on How to Break the Mold. We have session chair, Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor at BW Businessworld, joining in. Along with him, the panel is Mr. Akshay Gulati, co-founder and CBO at ShipRocket, Mr. Akhil Gupta, co-founder and CTO at NoBroker.com, who's joining us virtually, Mr. Suyash Katyayani, co-founder and CTO at Purple.com, also joining us virtually, and Mr. Gaurav Ahuja, head of sales at Pixies. So that's our next panel. And I'd request you all once again to kindly put your hands together and join me in showing our gratitude to all the speakers for joining us today. Let's have a round of applause for everyone.
Thank you, Robin. And, I think entrepreneurship, one of the biggest challenges of being an entrepreneur is staying, out of that mold, because in and out, you are everywhere. You have multiple roles. You are the salesperson, you are the CEO and the CTO, you're everything rolled into one. So of course, I think there tends to be a situation, where you may hit the wall and you really don't know what's the next way out. So these are real practical challenges, and we have a great panel. I want to start, since we have some 30 minutes left, I want to start with you first, Akshay. You know, in businesses, like you have built businesses of scale. The one you are in, of course, has disrupted the space in a very big way. Is there something really that is challenging for an entrepreneur day in and day out? What are the ways in which you stay innovative in such situations?
Oh, absolutely. And again, thank you so much for inviting me here today. We're really proud of what we've accomplished so far at ShipRocket. It's been a tough journey, but I think the hardest challenge that we face every day as entrepreneurs is breaking the mold that we have created for ourselves. When you're starting out, it's very easy because you are the disruptor. You are the person who's coming to change the way business is done. So for us, for example, 6 years ago when we started, what we wanted to do was make logistics accessible and affordable for every SME in the country. It was a very simple vision with a very complicated execution. And we knew the mold that we were breaking. And 6 years out, ShipRocket itself is a mold by itself, because as a market leader in the industry now, it's important that we disrupt ourselves because we are setting the new status quo. And I think that's the hardest part, because you know what? You get used to the stability. You like the fact that it's not a struggle every day anymore. And I think embracing the struggle and embracing the fact that the new status quo is temporary and it's not going to last forever, because if you don't disrupt yourself, someone else will. And I think that's the biggest challenge that we face. And we as entrepreneurs and founders at ShipRocket, the way we keep ourselves really true to our core philosophy is every day just asking ourselves what we are building, what we've created, is it adding value to the people that we work with, whether it's our employees, whether it's our customers, or whether it's our investors. And the customers being the most important part of it. And I think about 2 years ago, what we realized is that the value that we had created over the last 6 years, a lot of it was becoming commoditized, right? It was becoming the new status quo. And ShipRocket, then we reinvented what we called ShipRocket 2.0. It's a vision that we embraced about 2 years ago. And what we've been doing is now getting into more value-added products. So now it was not just about allowing sellers to ship online cheaply, affordably, and obviously giving them access. It was more about how do we enable them to be successful online? Because if an entrepreneur is successful online, they will have more business. Automatically, I will get a portion of this business. So I'll capture that value. And that's where we've gotten into different things. For example, like fulfillment, 1 day, 2 day delivery, which we call ShipRocket Rush. We've launched tech products in different geographies. We just launched our office in Riyadh. So I think it's about pushing yourself and getting yourself out of that comfort zone every day. And sometimes it's hard for an entrepreneur because after so many years of struggle, when you finally get stability, sometimes you like that stability. And then to push yourself out of that comfort zone again, I think that's the biggest challenge that you face.
Gaurav, though Pixis is relatively, recent, phenomena, and they're doing great work. In your view, what drives innovation at a startup?
Great. Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and it feels privileged to be in the middle of such a distinguished panel. So, telling a little bit about Pixis. Pixis obviously has a very relatively new story. It was co-founded by entrepreneurs who are under the age of 30, and I was lucky enough to actually see it at the cutting edge, being one of the first employees, helping them set up the product. At Pixis, we decided that we're going to challenge the status quo in the advertising world, which was how do we help out the digital first, mobile first businesses in today's day and age? How do we help them acquire users, help them scale up their businesses, help them get a much better ROI when they're trying to run these campaigns that they generally do on the digital medium? And how do we do it in a way which is a lot more transparent, which was the need of the hour? How do we do it in a way that is more automated? And it's not just kind of run in the same status quo as it has been for the past many decades, where you have a lot of the entrenched entities kind of running the show. And when we sort of started with that vision, I mean, I know because I've been part of this industry for almost a decade, was that it could be intimidating to know that could you actually even make a product? And on top of that, the way we wanted to layer that in was actually use a cutting edge artificial and machine learning systems to make it happen. Now that's a very, very tough task. And I can tell you that for whatever it's worth, that many companies have tried this in the past and actually basically given it up and tried to pretty much resort to the manual route because it's a lot easier and the money is a lot easier to be made that way. But we decided we're going to take we're just going to take the high road and see if we can take up the challenge. So it's been over 2 years since we've been sort of building this product up, and I can tell you from where we started to where we are right now, we have made waves because it's been acknowledged in the industry what we've been able to do. It's been acknowledged the fact that the outcomes that we've been able to deliver to many of our advertisers who are quite well known in the industry, it's well acknowledged that we were able to do justice to them. And although we're just starting as far as scratching the surface, I think we have realized that there's still many holes and inefficiency in the systems, and a Pixis tool, which is purely being driven by AI and machine learning, can really start helping solve those problems. So yeah, I mean, the work has just started for us.
We have Akshay and Akhil also joining us online. Akshay, your thoughts on breaking the mold and staying innovative. What drives innovation at your organization and at startups at large?
Did you mean Suyash?
Okay, am I audible to you?
I think you referred to me, Akshay.
Sorry, okay, I'm so sorry. Akhil, it was for you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can you please repeat the question once?
Okay, so what drives innovation at disruptive organizations? How do you stay out of the mold?
Yeah, so if you see that way, so No Broker, I'm sure most of you would know, has changed the way real estate works, not only in India, across the globe. So typically in real estate, for a transaction, you need an intermediary, which is a physical person called broker. And we have brought it online. We have used technology and without putting people onto the ground. So that itself is like changing the way the traditional business has worked. So that bringing technology to break the mold. And how does it happen inside the organization? It's mainly, we focus on three aspects. The thing what we are building, is it adding value to our customer? Can I have a customer delight? Can I have a superior customer experience? And customer experience already exists even when they have been working with broker, or the way they have been finding, buying, selling the houses. How can I make that particular experience better than what I'm providing? The things which we are building, is it able to get revenue for the company? Can I make money out of that particular thing? Obviously, when we do that, how can we have a win-win situation where we make the money, but we are not pinching it out of our customer's pocket also? Like if you see in real estate, typically broker charges 1 month of brokerage for a 11-month contract, which is around 18% on rental deal and around 4% on buy sales. How do we do that? And third, because it's a technology and because we don't want to have people on the ground, how much of automation we can bring? So basically, how much of the ML, AI, or other technologies we use with which we can automate the thing so that we don't need workforce, we don't need human, because human tend to make mistakes. Machines work without any biases. Machine works in the most democratic way in which they have been taught. So these are the three things. These are the three phenomena, or I'll say three values on which we bring up the innovation within the company to break the mold.
Okay, Suyash, Purple story is well known. The success is, everyone knows about it. How do you inculcate that culture of disruption at Purple and stay that way?
Right. I think first and foremost, it is about mindset, right? You need to have a mindset of, always questioning the norm, right? We are in the space of democratizing beauty products for a larger mass of India, right? And we do exceptionally well in tier 2 and tier 3 townships. Few years ago, great products like say avocado shampoo or rosehip serum and all of these kind of products were not accessible for a large part of, India, the Bharat, as people say, right? But we had to question the norm, right? How can we make sure that we drive education, into our customers. We drive the adoption of these kind of products, and we make it accessible for them, right? And this takes, a lot of mindset, that you need to inculcate. And that is, I would say, the first ingredient. The second is your ability to imagine, right? You have to always do first principles thinking and question the constraints. Like, for example, I remember the discussion back in 2013 that we used to have, and we figured out that one of the barriers of trial for a category like a lipstick was the inability for people to be able to try those lipsticks, right? And we have been constantly at it from that point of time. The technology, of course, is much evolved with the AI and AR-led solutions which are available, even as form of SDKs in the app. But from that time, we have been always constantly trying that how do you make sure that you are able to give that trial to the customer at a very, very seamless manner. And today, now we are one of the, biggest players of virtual lipstick trials over live video, right? So that is another way in which you have disrupted, and made sure that there is customer value which is created as well, right? And at the end of it, right, I think what you need to strive for as an organization is how do you marry business value with customer value, right? When you are evaluating these disruptive ideas, because in most cases, right, these disruptions will either create great customer experiences and you will need to figure out a way to create business value, or it'll be great for the business where the costs have come down and you need to make sure that for people to adopt it, you need to create enough customer value so that you get a win-win. So I think three main ingredients. One is, the mindset, like also Akshay mentioned that, if you're not the disruptor, somebody else will disrupt. So the mindset of always questioning the norm. The second is doing first principles thinking, questioning the constraint that why can't it be done, and finding out ways of doing it. And third is always trying to marry customer value with business value. So if these are the three ingredients, I think if these go top down from the leadership, I think the organization will be better suited to create disruptions.
Thanks. Akshay, there's another thing. If you look at startups, I mean, some of them have become cash burning machines, and they have got caught up in a different scenario. It's no longer the impact, it's the valuation. Tell me what happens, the mindset of, he was talking about the mindset of the man who is in charge, how do you maintain it does not get swayed by the success that you have and you don't get trapped into that valuation game and the customer centricity and the impact remains on top?
No, absolutely. And I think, we talk a lot about valuation because it's fun for everyone to talk about valuations, but valuations at the end of the day are just numbers, right? It's a multiple that you get on certain business metrics, whether it's your revenue, whether it's your EBITDA, whether it's your margin. And at the end of the day, it's something that should be looked at very unemotionally. And I think a lot of the good founders don't actually take valuations very seriously because valuations are also a question of market sentiment. It's like, one of my favorite lines is, it's never as good as they say it is. It's never as bad as they say it is. The reality is somewhere in the middle. And the last few years, it's been great. But, as founders, one of the things that we've always kept true to ourselves, there are 4 of us at Shiprocket, and we always keep each other in check because, sometimes, like you say, it's easy to get swayed by the emotion, is that at the end of the day, we look at our business very, very rationally and say, one, are we creating value? Are we changing the way people behave? And I think a lot of the people on this panel today and a lot of the great startups of this country have actually changed the way people behave, right? Like, did you ever think someone could do a lipstick trial on video? I didn't even know you could do it today. I've just learned something new today.
I hope they're not making us do it here, right?
No. I'm not doing it here. But again, it's just something phenomenal I learned right now, and it's changing the way people behave. And the same way, when we at Shiprocket think of ourselves, it's changing the way people ship. It's access to people in tier 2, tier 3 countries to ship products within 1 or 2 days. And so creating value and capturing value, those are the 2 very important themes that we always as founders keep true, because there's no point creating value if you're never able to capture that value. Then that creation of value is just in your head. It's not real, because if someone's not willing to pay you for your hard work, then great, you've done something nice, but you'll never build a sound business out of it. And I think that's where it's very important to keep, true to business fundamentals. And valuations, like I said, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. usually you'll get a fair market price for what your business is worth. And the way we keep ourselves true is not looking at the valuation, which is just a calculation. We look at our business metrics, we look at our customers, the value creation that we do. And what comes out as a result of it, 1 year is very different from the next year, and so on and so forth. So I think it's very important to be grounded in terms of value creation and value capturing. And I think that's the only two things we look at.
I'm tempted to ask you this, we have these 8 to 10 minute deliveries. I mean, since you are in that space, I just want to understand, is it value add? I mean, I did one, but it came after 45 minutes. Is it lasting? Is that disruption? I mean, do we call that disruption?
No, absolutely. I think it's disruption. Are we doing it right now? We're testing the waters. Let's be very clear, because when you give free delivery in 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 30 minutes, everyone wants it. Why wouldn't you want it? I think I've done 2 of those deliveries this morning for different things. But if you tell me that I have to pay 50 rupees each time for that 10-minute delivery, that is going to be the true test of whether you are creating value, is when you ask people to pay for it, whether they'll pay for it or not. I think quick commerce is changing the way India behaves, the way a lot of the great Indian startups have changed, whether it's online ordering, whether it's the taking cabs online. Quick commerce is here to stay. I think it's a slow process. It's right now everyone's excited. We all place 100 rupee orders and get them in 10 minutes and jump up with joy. But we place 3 orders. We should actually not be placing 3 orders. We probably can't plan 3 hours ahead in our lives. We've been planning 3 weeks ahead in our lives 5 years ago, when products used to take 10 days to come. So I think it's an evolution. So is quick commerce a disruption? To answer your question, absolutely. But I think this disruption too will evolve to be something that is more business fundamentally sound, right? Where it's not just burning money. And I think that's the journey that will happen. We are definitely testing the waters here because we believe it's true disruption. It's changing the way we behave as consumers. But for us, we're focusing more, for example, on same-day delivery, right? Is it more important? Like grocery, pharmacy, I can understand you want it in 10 minutes, but for e-commerce, which is what we specialize in, does it matter if you get a t-shirt in 3 hours versus 30 minutes? We believe 3 hours is good enough.
Unless somebody wants to eat it. I don't know. Gaurav, your observation of the industry valuation trap, how do you see that?
Yeah, no, I think I completely second Akshay's sentiments on this. The mantra that we followed at Pixis was that the pursuit should always be in value creation, and the valuations will get ensued as a result of it. You continue to work, you continue to strive, and valuations will just happen by itself. I think the idea, just like kind of like obviously our domain being slightly different from Akshay, has been, can we challenge ourselves to new benchmarks? Can we stop saying that this is kind of what the status quo has always been? Can we push the envelope to a level where you start having, you start doing disruptive things in a positive way that's favorable to the industry, and then in the process, people will start recognizing your work, people will start acknowledging your product, and at some point, the whole valuation, and I know it's very tempting because we all tend to get engaged in that conversation from time to time. We started Pixis, just an incident note, at the peak of COVID in 2020, and I can tell you it was not the best time to sort of start scaling your things up, especially when you're working in the advertising industry, because people are really not going to spend at that point. But we believed in the product. We continued to engage with the clients. Even then, we were making traction in verticals which typically nobody would have guessed, would actually spend. And that's kind of like almost like just like a reflection that if you are sort of you have that fire in your belly and you're trying to sort of do something with the product and get to places, these things like valuation and wanting to just kind of just put yourself out there in the media with that particular badge is probably not going to help you in the long term. What's going to help is, have you been consistently striving towards creating that making that value creation happen? I think that's basically what our observation has been. And of course, we have seen people who have not focused on that in the long run. You have to almost have like this stoic attitude toward it. Let the ebbs and flows kind of happen, but you continue to do what you're doing. Don't get too excited when things are going your way, and don't get too discouraged if it's just one of those macro events that you can't really do anything about. So At Pixis, we've been pretty much doing exactly what we started with back in 2019.
You know, I want to make it really participative, and I want one of you to ask a question later on, but I want to go to Akhil at this moment and ask him that, did you ever get swayed by the success? How did you really hold yourself? What is the best way not to do it?
I think it's the level at which you mark yourself that you are successful. We at No Broker, we don't think we are successful. We have made a disruption, but still, when you see the percent of the market what we have captured, that is very small. There's a big way. There's a long road which we need to travel. So it's all about the goals what you set for yourself, and if you keep the goals shorter, you will be happier sooner. So our goals have not met yet. It's a long journey, and it's just 8 years since we have started. Only in the 6 cities where we are. We tend to go to 50 cities in India and maybe sometime global, because this problem exists across the globe. So for me, we have not hit the success, hence there's no celebration. It's just heads down and execute. And just to add on the valuation bit, what you were discussing, valuation is just one, I'll say, pit stop, where you stop, you get energized, your team feels good about it. You can basically, it's like refueling, getting the nitro so that you can start the journey, the next leg of your journey. That's the only value what valuation adds. Real value exists when you are helping your customers in whatever you are doing with your business. For us, it's getting houses. For people, it's selling lipsticks or getting it done. The lipstick shows online. For Shiprocket, getting delivery done in 30 minutes, and Pixis automating the advertisement without putting the manual thing. So it's all about the customer in the end. If your customer is happy, and for me, if my customer is happy and they can say 10 good things about No Broker, then getting $1 billion valuation, I'll be happy with the first one.
Great. Suyash, how is Purple steering clear of this?
Right. So, I have a slightly different opinion than everybody else. Well, not very different, but a slightly different, right? I do believe that, whenever we embark on the entrepreneurial journey, there is obviously an ambition that you go in with. And part of that ambition, of course, is creating customer value and causing disruptions. But part of that value is also wealth creation, right? And as promoters and founders, when you take on that investment from an investor, you have a certain responsibility to give that investor a certain ARR, right? A certain return on the investment that they have made, right? And from that perspective, I would say valuations are important, but point in time valuations around random markers, like being a unicorn or being $100 million, those are not important. We believe in the power of compounding, right? 30% CAGR over 15 years is a 50x return in 15 years, right? So we believe in the power of compounding. We do not believe in anything which is short run. Of course, I am in it for wealth creation. And of course, my investors believe in us because they believe that we will create wealth for them. But the way to do it is by making sure that you're taking all the right steps in the long run so that you're able to definitely make it in 10 or 15 years. Right. And that is one journey that we have taken. And when you think of it like that, then you also choose partners and investors who also are in it for the long run. Right. I think we have been very fortunate from that perspective in this regard. So that is, my 2 cents on it and how we think about valuation. Of course, the day-to-day rigor is about the business metrics. But yes, on back of the mind, wealth creation is important both for individual and for the investors as well.
Great. So we have some 6 minutes left. So maybe one and a half minute quickly. Akshay, to all our listeners watching us online and present here, what's your advice on how to break this mold and create some really transformative disruptions?
No, absolutely. I think my biggest advice is just a lesson that I've learned, right, throughout the last 6 years of being an entrepreneur in India, is that, change trends, change the way people behave. Try to do something. When we think about disruption, it doesn't always have to be revolutionary. Disruption can also be evolutionary. And I think there are too many people who try to do something revolutionary and then fall flat on their face because they bite off more than they can chew. So today, 6 years ago, Shiprocket, I was much younger than I am, didn't have white hair, and I wanted to create a revolution. Today, I think my philosophy of disruption is more about evolutionary disruption, because it's about making things better one step at a time. And I think we as founders can all learn that, sometimes you don't have to change the world. Sometimes you can just change one part of the world, and that's good enough. And that has a snowball effect, a ripple effect. That's exactly the right word. And I think that's been my biggest learning, because sometimes trying to do too much, you can fail.
Great. I like that line you used. Yeah. Gaurav.
Yeah, well, I personally think that considering the panel, the esteemed panel we have, I think I'm no way, I could say, and obviously I don't have the white hair. I know Akshay has gone through way more grind than I have. But what I can say is from our observations being in this ecosystem has been that one of the things that you should always do, and this is something that we've tried to follow at Pixis, has been that you need to consistently have this pursuit of striving for excellence, and you need to not get dejected by lots of these setbacks that are bound to happen inevitably in the industry. And as long as, and if you can learn this at a younger age, I think it'll probably serve you very well in the long run, because regardless of what domain you might be, this is one thing that will absolutely be required when you're trying to disrupt something or trying to do something that's, let's just say it's just pioneering in its form and has never been done before. So that's probably the only 2 cents I have on that.
Akhil, your 2 bits on creating that transformative disruption.
Yeah, I'll say that you should pick the problem, and India has a lot of problems, correct? So there is no need to identify a kind of a problem which don't even exist. Just pick the problem which we face in day-to-day life, try to solve that particular thing. Good things take time. So keep aside the things which have happened in the last 2 years. I think that was an exception. I've seen it closely since 2013, almost 8.5 years. Good things take time. Biryani बनने में भी time लगता है. Fast food, we know what is the implication of the fast food. It will taste good, but it's not healthy. Be patient, be perseverance, show some perseverance, and just solve for the customer what exactly customer needs. And if you're solving for the customer, then success will automatically come and touch your feet rather than you running behind the success. That's the only thing. Thank you.
Great. Shreyans, final comment?
Sure. So I think it is very important to constantly be in touch with all the technology disruptions which are happening, right? The access of data became, very cheap for people. AI and ML are constantly evolving, and to the point that they have almost become commodities now, right? So it is important to always have an outside-in perspective of what the scenario is like, right? Because it is very important to always question the norm, and hence getting an outside-in perspective, always being on top of the things which are happening is super important for you to break the mold. Apart from the things that we already spoke about, which is having that mindset and constantly work, having the grit to persevere it. And I completely 100% agree with Akhil that good things take time, but you should have the grit. If you have the belief, you should have the grit to follow through on it as well.
Great. On that note, we have 1 minute. If there's one question, we can take. Else, I have to close the panel. Anyone? No? All right. All right. Thank you, Akshay, Akhil, Sayash, and Gaurav for sharing your thoughts and joining us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your valuable time. With this, we'll move on to our next keynote address. They'll talk about incredible technology. The gentleman is joining us virtually. Mr. Anku Jain, Managing Director at MediaTek India, runs the pan-India operations based out of Taiwan-based global fabless semiconductor company that powers more than 2 billion devices a year. He established MediaTek as a key player in the Indian market and helped democratize the pace of Indian mobile ecosystem. Of course, in the areas of embedded software, semiconductor, telecom, and mobile phone design. He holds multiple patents in the field of telephony, comes with 25 years of rich experience. And just to add on to an amazing list of feats he's achieved, he's successfully climbed the Mount Everest base camp. So with that, I would like to request you all to kindly join me in welcoming Mr. Anku Jain on the screen with us. Right. People to the left, thank you so much. People to the right, we'll try and bring you in whenever we possibly can. Before we get to Mr. Jain, do we have the video? All right, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be part of Businessworld TechTors. As we gather to honor some of the most innovative, emerging, and promising companies and best minds in the technology space, I am certainly amazed at the fast pace with which technology continues to disrupt and transform our daily lives today. As we move towards making India 5G ready, it is up to us, industry players who are a part of the telecom ecosystem, to collaborate and create a roadmap towards a seamless 5G democratization and rollout. With 5G becoming a reality, the market continues to evolve with widespread adoption of smart devices and connectivity powered by AI, IoT, ML, and data. This highly connected ecosystem will also have the power to transform sectors, businesses, create use cases, and impact. And the latest Dimensity 5G series chipsets, such as our flagship MediaTek Dimensity 9000, is an unparalleled combination of connectivity, multimedia, AI, and imaging, enabling incredible experiences. Be it for mainstream, premium, or flagship devices. We power nearly 2 billion devices globally, addressing the demand for the new age millennials for faster connectivity, camera power, gaming, entertainment, and multimedia, etc. Let me conclude by congratulating all the winners and participants at today's awards, and by wishing you all the very best for incredible 5G-enabled future. Thank you, and Businessworld, for inviting me and for giving me this opportunity to share some insights on this exciting journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. We'd like to take this moment to show you an audiovisual by MediaTek as well. Can we please have the AV on the screen? So it should be coming up in a minute or so. So coming back to the energy that is there in the room on the left-hand side, appreciated. On the right-hand side, let us try and wake you up a little bit. There are two choices. I can either serve coffee mixed with Red Bull so that the heart starts pumping and you start clapping for no apparent reason. The other way is I'll try and make you do that. So for this one, if you can all again indulge me for a bit, can you put your smartphones down on the, I don't know why I have something against smartphones, but yeah, in order to get the attention back to the room, it's almost like we're all toddlers, right? Apparently the attention span of a grown person right now is 6 seconds. And that says volumes about how we are doing as a species. But then again, also there is a lot of opportunity for me to do things like this that I'm about to do. Okay, I'll request all of you to put one of your hands up like that, a palm, left hand with a palm up, right? And right hand with a finger down like that. Sweet. So you'll see somebody else's palm next to you if you are sitting close enough. What you want to do is you want to hover your finger on the palm of the person next to you. Just keep it on top of it. Don't touch it. Just keep it there. Nice. Sir, you also can do that. Can you? Fantastic. Okay. So what we're doing is, so one finger, one palm up like that, a finger down like that. Yes. Okay. Almost a Bharatanatyam pose, right? So yes, fantastic. So I'll say 3, 2, 1. The moment I say 1, you want to try to catch the finger with your left hand of the person that is right over you. And with your right hand, you want to try to take your finger away. Very simple, right? So with left hand, you want to try to catch the person's finger. With the right hand, you want to try to make sure they don't catch your finger. Simple as that. If you do not have anybody sitting next to you, you can play with Mr. India. That's all right. Like just do it yourself, right? Okay, we'll do this in 3, 2, 1, go. Well done. How many of you managed to catch a finger? We've got 2-3 in the room. That's nice. Congratulations. Now you are officially Tushar Kapoor of this meeting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So let's get back to what we are supposed to show you. There's an audio visual by MediaTek. We'd like to get your attention towards the screen. Thank you.
We're bringing 5G to everyone across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. The industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible.
Okay, let's move along to the next panel discussion that we have for you. We're talking about discovering the edge of AI and ML, innovation and transformation that is going to be moderated by Resham Sohail, editorial lead at BW Businessworld, BW Disrupt. Mr. Shrey Mishra, co-founder and director at XR Central, joined by Mr. Saurabh S., CEO Praman, Mr. Rohan Tyagi, Vice President Triller India, Ms. Pallavi Srivastava, co-founder ProGap. So ProGap, I'm sorry, apologies. So that's the next panel that we have for you. And I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together and join me in welcoming the next panel on the dais. And while the panel is making their way on the dais, just a quick note that public speaking is probably the biggest phobia that people have. And Resham is going to host this session after ages. So no pressure on her. I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together for Resham for being the moderator as well.
Thank you so much for that precise introduction. A very warm welcome to all the panelists. Today has been a day power-packed with back-to-back technology talks. When it comes to the topic, artificial intelligence and machine learning have disrupted the business economy and startup economy in a big way. But I personally believe, and I'm keen to acknowledge the human intelligence, the real intelligence that goes behind making this smart technology happen. I am here to acknowledge and appreciate the innovative thought processes, also the clutter breaking approaches that goes behind this smart technology. So we are here to discuss, and let's dive deeper into the discussion. Is it just the buzz around the buzzwords, or we also deep dive into the discussion to decode how well artificial intelligence and machine learning are performing in their respective sectors? So when coming to your respective companies, I would want to understand how companies are embracing smart technology, AI and ML. If I can start with Saurabh first.
Sure. It's definitely not just the buzzwords. So machine learning and artificial intelligence, I think, in very simple layman terms, let's understand it like that. Machine learning is your ability to absorb knowledge, your ability to absorb information. And intelligence, like human intelligence, is about taking that knowledge and making decision-making easier or faster, or any of those adjectives that you can put with decision-making. There are so many use cases that I think, wherever there is a paucity of humans being present, or decision-making to be done in a split second, or decision making to be done in a very rule-based manner. I think artificial intelligence and machine learning kind of create the future for these things to happen and these things to be realized. Talking about our industry, and that is agriculture, very rooted to the ground. Praman is a spot exchange for horticultural produce. We use machine learning algorithms to understand surface quality of the produce, which allows in turn for the buyers and the sellers to transact digitally, which in today's world, or at least before technology like this existed, was absolutely physical, right? Which created a lot of distrust because the buyers would not agree upon, I mean, if you're a remote buyer, you would not agree with what the seller has to sell you because you've not seen the material. And therefore all the distrust. But using machine learning, you can now digitally present things which were hitherto not possible. So these are the use cases that, and if I'm sure if I can find a use case for agriculture, there are industries and use cases, whether it is education or the Web3 or metaverse, where these applications will really disrupt the future and shape the future.
If I've understood it well, you are saying that earlier it was happening in totally a traditional transactional model, but now smart technology is enabling this to take place in digital world. I would want to know more about the challenges you face when it comes to reaching to the deeper regions of the country. We will come back to that later. Can I come to Rohan to talk about how your company and you as a leader embracing technology and smart technology?
Sure, thanks, Resham. So Saurabh has already, I think, given a very good articulation of how to define ML in general. So I'll jump to the use case in our industry specifically, which is say media entertainment or social media in general. So I think social media as an industry has embraced AI or specifically ML as an application into almost most business processes, right? Which includes content recommendation, personalization, ads, we obviously know. Moving on to how to use AI and ML in content creation, how to make content creation more effective, how to even aid creativity with the use of AI. And even moving to AI and ML in conversation, which we have started doing more recently, and which is really helping us disrupt the creator economy in general. So Triller as a platform, I mean, our vision is to basically create this open garden ecosystem for creators using AI technologies, where they're able to distribute and monetize their content better and reach to their audience better with specific applications of AI and ML.
So if I were to summarize this, Triller is all about creating disruption in the creator economy, right?
Yes.
We will come back to this later with more details on what you're doing with smart technology. We were having a conversation earlier to this panel discussion, and Shrey was particularly very excited to talk about metaverse. So we will surely come to that. But before that, I would request Shrey to throw light upon as to how you are embracing AI and ML when it comes to your company and your segment specifically.
Sure. So at XR Central, our roots or genes has been through gaming, right? So when it comes to gaming, both AI and ML were the first applications of which were implemented, so be it, non-playable characters. So if you might have seen a movie called Ready Player Me, or, a Ryan Reynolds movie also. So all of those actually talk about virtual worlds, or a lot of AI-based concepts are already implemented in gaming, as well as in XR or metaverse. The way we usually implement these tech is again very similar to what games also do, right? So it could be a character which is not a playable one, but sort of takes you through the whole journey. It could also be adaptive, basically how the player is playing. Based on that, it becomes tougher or easier, right? So those are the things which we see as applications. Also, as we move, there would be a lot of, I would say, angles where AI and ML would come in. mostly to create spaces, right? So for example, our current metaverse platform is around creating DIY spaces, right? And that's one of the places where you would need AI and ML to sort of rapidly create those spaces. So that's where we see quick applications. But I would say there are just it's just such a wide topic that it can't be covered in such a short session.
I absolutely agree with you. Considering myself a less tech savvy person, when it comes to gamification, I only can recall Mario as a game, honestly. Taking a cue from what you said already, I understand AI and ML have already opened multiple avenues and possibilities to experiment and see what possibilities can reach us and to better collaborate with within the ecosystem. If I can come to Saurabh, when it comes to specific segments, if integrated with smart technology, are playing well currently. So if I were in your place, I would have said customer experience. So AI currently is doing well in space of customer experience in enhancing digital experience all around. In your opinion, what do you think? What are the specific space or areas, if integrated with technology, can do better?
No, absolutely. So, see, customer experience is a very immersive term. Everything is customer experience, at the end of the day. And again, as somebody who deals with technology on a day-to-day basis, it's very important to understand that for anybody who's using the technology, it really does not matter what goes on in the backend. You can call machine learning, you can call artificial intelligence, you can give 10,000 names to the various tech stacks that you're using. But at the end of the day, the person who's using it on the front end is only interested in what is the application and what is the benefit of using this application, using this technology. What am I getting? It really does not matter what is happening in the background. Now, and that's customer experience, right? Now, anything which makes your life simpler, faster, easier, which allows market expansion, which allows expansion of general thought process, general horizons in any business, in any field per se, is, I would say, how technology should really work. And as long as that is happening, of course, artificial intelligence is definitely playing a huge role in it, because things for which you needed, even for simple things before artificial intelligence was, kind of put into applications, you were using, or you were requiring a human being to take those decisions for you. Now, if certain rule-based decisions are being made faster without any human intervention, it definitely adds to the entire consumer experience. From a user's perspective, it's pure magic, right? When you go to YouTube and you've seen a particular kind of video, and the next, what you see next is very similar videos playing on your play stream, it's magic. In the backend, what happens, what does not happen, as a user, I really don't care, right? And that's the beauty of technology. I mean, it makes your life easier without you realizing that it's making your life, without realizing the complications that go into it. And that's where any application you take where artificial intelligence is playing a role or will play a role in the future, I think from a user perspective, it's all about consumer experience. It's all about the seamlessness of this experience.
I certainly can relate to what you just mentioned. Coming to you, Rohan, you talked about digital ecosystem, social commerce in a bigger way, connecting in a better way with creators. I would want you to throw light upon as to what are the challenges you are facing right now. I understand you all would agree that it has both the sides, plus and minus as well. So now can we talk about the challenges?
See, the biggest challenge I feel in context to AI and ML is getting carried away with the method. Okay, this happens a lot.
A little louder if I can request you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So the biggest challenge is being carried away with the method, which means that we sometimes lose the sight of the end result or the objective we are choosing to apply AI or ML for, because the process is so magical, as he said sometimes. So we are expecting a lot of magic in the tech or in the process we are using, right? But sometimes it's incremental, like the value is incremental, specifically with ML, right? You need to learn from the results. And if you're learning from the results, even if the results are very small or incremental in nature, when you hit scale, they'll add up and show considerable results in terms of business results that you're expecting. So sometimes we get too carried away with the tech part of it, the tech process part of it, or exactly the technology or the algorithm we are trying to create, right? Instead of keeping our focus on the end result we are trying to automate for, right? That happens a lot, at least has happened with me. And I think the way to manage this challenge is that the optimal mix of AI ML is with certain level of manual input, at least in our case, right? And that's when it drives the best result, right? So you have to enable manual decisions, not necessarily replace manual decisions. That's what I will choose as the biggest challenge.
I think many of you would also agree that these are the guys who are making a difference and innovative disruptions on the technology end. But when we talk about on the other end, being a consumer or being an audience, we need to have a real connect what technology is serving to us as, I mean, as an individual customer as well as a business enterprise as well. If I can come to you, Shrey, please tell us what challenges do you face? I mean, it is all about gamification. How is ML and AI helping you optimizing and streamlining? And what are the challenges?
I'll explain it with a quick example, okay? So a lot of times, so for example, we just did a fan experience for an IPL team, right? And a lot of people, when they were experiencing it, they realized that they wanted maybe more realistic avatars, right? One of the feedbacks which we got was that from a female fan, IPL fan, and she said, you know, can we have more attire options, right? So which is CX at one end, right? It's consumer experience at another end, and also at another end, it's about how can you enable the processing on the phone browser. So that's another challenge, right? And at another end, how do you create it realistic or semi-realistic by, you can say, taking the phone camera input in and making it very similar to, let's say you, right? So that's,
I can agree with this, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would also have asked for you for the same
Right.
thing.
So those are, I would say, the challenges which we face. On the non-AI or human side of things, of course, it's, I would say, all technology companies would agree, hiring talent in itself is one of the biggest challenges which we all face, right? So I think in AI and ML, certainly, you know, just this is one of the things which we have been working on. So based on computer vision and all. So yeah, that's how.
Saurabh, Praman is about auctioning, reverse auctioning, or if I can say spot exchange. This was earlier a transactional real world affair, but now moving into a hybrid model, or I would say digital world, what challenges do you face? What are the major concern areas?
Okay. So let's visualize a scenario, right? So I'm sure most of us would have, you know, at least gone to a store to pick up fruits and vegetables, and you know the way to pick it up is, you know, essentially take it in your hands, feel it, smell it. You basically buy from your senses. You buy with your, you know, with your entire, all the senses coming into play. Now that's at a consumer level and a store level. Now, when you take it to a larger level, how does the, you know, the supply locations of all of this produces, you know, geographically somewhere. So for example, a cardamom is produced only in Kerala, right? But you have cardamom available everywhere. How does the entire supply chain work? There are a set of people who are buying from the growers in Kerala physically. They are then again doing a physical transaction with another buyer, let's say a wholesale buyer in Delhi, who is again doing a physical transaction with the modern retail guys or with general trade guys. And that is how the journey of a cardamom, you know, kind of reaches before it reaches you as a consumer. Now imagine this entire physical transaction, it takes days together. Now these are all perishable commodities. Some are highly perishable, some are lesser perishable, but you know, the more time it takes and the more hands it changes, there is a staggering amount of wastage that happens in this produce. In fact, as a matter of fact, almost 40% of world's food produced is wasted. So, you know, you have enough to feed everyone, just that you can't manage it. Now imagine a world, now this is how it works today. Imagine a world where, you know, as a buyer, as a wholesale buyer, I'm able to look at, you know, instead of being there physically present and trying to, you know, use my senses or my experience to determine the quality, I'm able to sit at my location and do a transaction just by looking at the surface quality that, let's say, Praman has identified and given. And because we are confident on our technology, we are able to underwrite this entire transaction, saying that if it is not the quality that you've received, that you wanted, you know, we'll do the price adjustment for you. And this kind of completely opens up the market. A grower who was today only limited to selling it locally can look at selling it to a Delhi buyer, a Bombay buyer, a Chennai buyer, or whichever buyer, a Dubai buyer or an American buyer from their location. And this is the power of technology, right? I mean, you've literally you've taken technology, used it in a use case which was extremely physical in nature, transactional in nature, and you've created the entire world as your playground now. And this is how, you know, we talk about farmers' income, we talk about all of those things. I don't think none of that can happen unless the market really expands. And this is one way to do it. And this is what we do, you know, for pretty much all agricultural commodities.
Well explained, well explained. This has given me a point, a cue for a different perspective. Experimenting. When it comes to technology and AI and ML, in some senses, still new to the people on the other end. What do you think, Rohan? Is uninterrupted experimenting is the way to take innovations in a right way?
Yeah, I mean, it's very important because, see, it's okay to fail in this context,
Absolutely.
but you have to fail fast and learn from it and then experiment again. Anyways, it's like design thinking, I think, is the latest trend in business management. It is all about experimentation, reiterating, experimentation, reiterating. And I think in case of ML implementations, the industry had adopted it pretty well, because that's the only way you can learn and then improve, optimize, and then improve your algorithms or the processes that you've built using for ML. So I think it's very important, and that's what we do.
Just to add to it, what you just mentioned, when we experiment we get feedback, right? So how the this process works? You get feedback. Did you notice any shift in the customer mindset, if I can say it this way?
See, I mean, I'll say it in context of, say, user experiences or experimenting in case of user experiences specifically. It's very important how you're recording the feedback so that you're able to generate insights which are actionable. So if those insights are not actionable, then your experimentation is not really effective, right? Because it can give you a lot of insights, but if it's not aiding a decision, then there's no point. And mostly that comes with the reporting structure you're building, right? Of various use cases in this case. So if we do, say, user testing, where we create A/B test with various use case with a certain level of automation, it's very important how do we report those feedbacks. So eventually it can help us take some decision.
Certainly, constructive feedback always helps anybody to reach to a better result. Shrey, coming to your most favorite part of the discussion, metaverse. What do you have to discuss about metaverse when it comes to integrating technology in a better way? When it comes to singular business or individual business, if I can say, but when it comes to integrate it with and collaborate it with the other businesses in the ecosystem or with the consumers on the other end, how is this space performing?
So metaverse in general, I know that it's the current buzzword, but it's not new, right? The games have been there. There have been online games with millions of players, right? So in general, if you talk about online spaces and online games, it's certainly been there, right? Yes, it's a current buzzword, but I think what's happening right now is enterprises are taking note of it and sort of implementing it in their ecosystems. That's the place where we are also positioned, right? So our product primarily gives you a DIY platform where you can, just like Shopify, right? You choose a given set of template and set up your e-commerce shop. You can come on MetaCube and choose a given set of templates from a given set of templates and create your space very quickly. And that's something which he just mentioned, that, it's one of the design principles, right? Fail fast, then, ship and all of that, right? So what we try and give as a platform is that you come in and you are able to create your own metaverse within minutes without knowing coding, right? And I think that in itself is a big enabler, because a lot of people have their doubts of what an online space could be, whether or not it might be relevant for their brand or not, and how social can an of online experience be, right? Also, how and where can you access it? So all our experiences, the way we saw the user research, when we did our UX research, and we figured out that it's better to roll it out to users on the browser, so there's no installs needed. So I think that's where we are coming from, and that's basically our definition of metaverse. I think globally, world over, if you see, the definition of metaverse changes with each platform, that they are defining it in their own manner. That's how our definition is simple. It's platform agnostic, it's scalable, it's social, it has to be fun. People won't just come in to just buy something and it not being social, right? Then it's just like any page, right? So that's where we're coming from. And
now is the time I can certainly agree with all three of you that technology, and precisely smart technology, is an enabler right now. Saurabh, what do you have to say on metaverse? I mean, as a country, is India ready for a metaverse revolution? I mean, are we ready to enter a world of robotics, augmented reality, virtual reality?
How do you know you're already not living in it? Nonetheless, I think technology is as a consumer, I don't know what will work for me, right? I mean, when somebody comes up with an innovation and presents it or puts it right in front of me and I start using it, that's when you realize that, wow, this is amazing, right? It works for me. It does not work for me. I think as people, as laymen, we are consumers, and that's why we are called consumers, right? We're consumers of technology. Not everybody is a creator, and therefore, as consumers, you can only consume what's presented to you. So if there are applications which are presenting multiverse or metaverse, to you, and you are able to consume that, then you're ready. If you're not able to consume that, if you're not able to digest what's happening around that technology, then you're not ready to consume. And I think there are enough and more applications which are creating this consumer experience. People are, and like I said, right, I mean, one of the biggest use cases is gaming. I can see, for my, it's not about using technology to create a parallel universe in that sense, right? I mean, if I were to tell my buyers that, listen, this is all happening digitally, right? And imagine yourself in the situation, you were physically present, what you were doing physically, trying to check the quality of the material that you're buying. Now you're able to do that digitally. It's to an extent, it's metaverse.
Just considering metaverse as a word sounds very cinematic and filmy and fancy, just the reason behind it. But absolutely, I agree that this is just the different process, different enablement of the processes that's still going on in the real world. Just before our final question, Rohan, would you like to add to it something?
Yeah, I mean, metaverse is very generic as a concept. So I'll give you a couple of trends, which will be the most immediate applications, or where will we see the biggest user traction, right? First would be gaming, of course, because a lot of ecosystem already exists, right? The biggest requirement for creating metaverse experiences is having a lot of digital art, digital design, or 3D design, which exists within the gaming community or the gaming industry already, right? But I think the next one after gaming would be sports and music experiences in general, right? Because those are the kind of experiences which the fans generally want a more intimate experience if they're not able to attend that in reality or in the real world. And we are also trying to enable that for the artists that we have in our ecosystem. And if we are trying to do that even with sports in US right now. So I think with sports and music, like creating virtual experiences in sports and music specifically will be the next biggest strength after gaming and metaverse.
That's interesting to know. And this is a cue for me and all of us sitting here that we are about to enter the sports tech world as well. Just the final question. I would want to know your constant source of inspiration. What is your go-to mantra? If I would say my go-to mantra is never give up. What's your sort of?
There are quite a few of them that instantly come to mind, but I think
What's your favorite?
Yeah, so I was coming to that. So the biggest one is possibly the consumer centricity. I think it kind of encompasses a lot of things. Now, as creators, as entrepreneurs, you're essentially making things not for your own consumption, but for somebody else's consumption. And I think the whole idea that you're building it for, whatever you're building is going to impact a large number of people. And as long as you're able to keep them, make them the center of your universe, you can, then continuously keep building out for them. And that's a huge motivator.
So customer centricity for Saurabh and Rohan.
So for today's discussion, I'll choose don't be scared to fail, specifically in case of technology, because it's evolving. The landscape evolves so fast that if you're aiming for perfection, or if you're procrastinating a lot in terms of building a technology, like you'll just miss the bus, because things will evolve a lot very soon. So you have to experiment, try, fail, learn, and move on to the next thing.
So for Rohan, it's okay to fail?
Yes, it is.
Shrey, what do you have for us?
It may sound cheesy, but our go-to mantra generally has been to disrupt, because the space we've been in, the kind of work which we do, it's very important for us to believe in ourselves and have that whole vision in mind that you have to disrupt the space which you are in. So that's been the mantra for us. Usually that's what motivates us also to keep innovating and all of that. Yeah.
So good to know this. And here I am connecting it to my first point. There is only, in my opinion, there is only human intelligence that works behind smart technology. And I really, really appreciate all three of you as disruptors, as innovators. Keep on disrupting, keep on innovating. This session has been a really stimulating one, has been a really enriching one. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I request you all to get together for a group photograph, please? Thank you. Wonderful. And just to add on to a point, are we ready for the metaverse? I think we are. The Matrix movie was not a science fiction. It probably was a documentary just 50 years prior to the actual timeline. So hopefully in the next 30 years or so, we'll get to that point, what we are talking about right now. Moving on, the next panel discussion that we have for you is building your digital headquarters. The session is chaired by Karthik Prabhakar, Head of General Enterprise Business at Slack. The panel includes Anil Sinha, CTO, Early Salary, Abhimanyu Chaudhary, co-founder at XOXO Day, Jaya Kishore Reddy, co-founder and CEO at Yellow AI, who's joining us virtually, I believe, Ashutosh Agrawal, Managing Director at BioCube Metrics. So that's our next panel, and I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together and help me inviting the next panel on the dais. All yours, Mr. Prabhakar.
Hi there, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Karthik Prabhakar. As introduced, I head the general enterprise business for Slack in India. Slack essentially is a work-life collaboration tool. It's a product that can help enhance the work-life productivity and can actually help you build your digital headquarters. Modern day current scenario that we've seen recently in the past of the pandemic for 2020 and now 2021, 2022, we've all kind of evolved above that. And we've seen how we can rapidly improve and adopt to this. To my panel, esteemed panel over here, we have Mr. Anil Sinha, CTO of Early Salary, Mr. Abhimanyu Chaudhary, co-founder of XOXO Data, Jay Kishore Reddy, co-founder of Yellow.ai, and we have Ashutosh Agrawal, MD for BioCube. Gentlemen, if you could please introduce yourself and maybe give the audience today a little bit knowledge about your work and what your organization does.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Anil, and I'm leading Tech at Early Salary. I'm also author of a book, Building Blocks of Blockchain. I primarily work with the banking, especially on investment banking throughout my career. Early Salary is a fintech lending space. So we have multiple product line. Basically, we are into personal loan. Then we have embedded finance. Embedded finance means, let's say if you're buying an insurance from Max Rupa, they would have offer you an EMI, that EMI backed by Early Salary. Then we have a corporate tie-up, for example. If you're an employee of a PayPal, then you have an option to withdraw salary multiple times during the month. Obviously, the part of the salary, not the whole salary. And also, we have a card program. So I think almost we have disbursed around 7,000 crore so far.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Abhimanyu and part of the Zozo team. We primarily help organizations to get a happy face. And by that, I mean that can I have someone from the employee side who could say that, yeah, I love working for the organization. And that's primarily where engagement comes in play, the reward and recognitions come in play. So we help organizations to create a value chain, value system, build up a culture where engagement, appreciation becomes the core of the organization. And while in today's space, it's getting more and more engagement becomes the key, that's where we come in play. So today we work with almost 1,500 enterprises across the globe. We clock around 100 million USD rewards every year. So that's primarily what we do. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Ashutosh Agrawal, Managing Director for BioCube Metrics. We are in the business of proving an identity of a person across any form of communication layer, whether it is on GSM or IP networks. So what we provide is world's first and for the first time, the ability to prove your identity using multi-factor, multimodal platform. But the beauty of that platform is that you do not need any additional specified or specialized hardware. The camera of your mobile phone is good enough to validate your identity, and the voice that you have, so the mic is good enough to validate your voice signature. And all these 5 modes of biometrics, voice, face, palm, finger, eyes, is something that is available on your mobile device. So that's then possibly an epitome of edge computing, wherein you can validate your identity even when you're not connected to the server, right? So that is the unique platform that BioCube has created with a very experienced and very, very capable team, of course, led by our founders, Mr. Subodh and Mr. Anil. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashutosh. Mr. Jay Kishore.
Hi, everyone. Hey, sorry. Hey, everyone. I am Jay Kishore, co-founder and CTO of Yellow.ai. Yellow.ai, basically, we are a leading conversational AI platform with 1,000+ enterprises across the globe, working with us across 35+ countries. Primarily, we automate customer support and engagement for brands like Indigo Airlines and Domino's and Sephora, P&G, Bajaj Group, entire Bajaj Group, just to name a few.
just to give you an example of how we are trying to change the behavior of the consumer. If you call up Domino's and try to ask where's my order, it's it's not a human who's going to answer your call. It's a bot which is powered by LOAI, who just tells us, tracks the order and communicates back to you. It just saves a ton of time for the customer support team to focus more on the real issues, and most of the trivial to more things that can be done by automation is done by heavy lifting is done by LOAI. And yeah, super excited to be a part of this conversation.
Thank you so much, Jen. Really appreciate you guys introducing yourselves and your technologies as we kind of focus on what the attention of the matter is. We actually partner with this company called Future Forum, which is basically a pulse survey which indicates on how the world has evolved, how are the employees of our organizations feeling. It's interesting to see some vital stats that are coming through, that almost 57, we kind of did this for about 25,000 odd people, out of which at least 57 people are actually on the lookout of new careers, new jobs, and 71% of those are actually looking for those in the next 3 months to 4 months time. Would love to understand from your organization standpoint, how exactly are you hearing these nuances coming from your organization? And if yes, how are you reacting to your employees if ever you hear such murmurs that come through? Please.
Yeah, so probably we are the one of the lucky ones, despite of operating out of Bangalore, which is the IT hub, and we being an IT organization, still we are blessed to have almost today we are a decade old. Still we would have over 50 people when we started still are with us who were with us in the early years with us. But yeah, so trends are changing, and I recall what a classical study of Airbnb, wherein they said that they opened almost 350 position, which did not find a response for almost 2 months. That's where they came out with the idea of flexi working, or what our topic today says about. Almost 2,000 CVs were flooded within a span of, I guess, 35 days. So that's a new norm which is going to be taking shape, where people today want a lot of flexibility in terms of the working hours, etc. So we as an organization, so we did not open up our office for the entire 2 years. Despite last year we did double in terms of our revenue. So now while we sit back and ask ourselves that, is it mandatory to be there in office? The only one thing which makes us yes is, can we have a more face time in terms of building the relationship, because a lot of new hires have come in during last 2 years, and that's where we're missing. But if you ask in terms of work, etc., I think we trust our people a lot, and we get back, I think more we trust and more we get back from them.
Abhimanyu, you bring up a very interesting point of trust. Trust is one of the most crucial things that any organization or any founding members, co-founders, CXO brass can actually kind of envision, because this is literally your baby. You kind of want your people to kind of ensure. How exactly are you ensuring trust? Maybe I'll pass it to either Anil, Jaya, or Mr. Ashutosh.
Absolutely right. Sorry.
Go for it.
Yeah, I think it is one of the points that I've noted it myself, that we grew, in fact, for us, it was a need to grow over the pandemic. During the pandemic, we grew from 100 to 800 people right now across the globe. In fact, we started hiring in Indonesia, Bangladesh, and right now I'm in UAE. It's just suddenly from Bangalore headquartered to, we just became global out of necessity, I would say, from during the pandemic. We grew multiple folds during the pandemic as well. So trust absolutely has become, it was a need and necessity for us to trust our folks, because like this, unless we do that, you cannot actually, this is a primary objective that we'll be working on. We are here to actually automate every conversation that happens between consumer and an enterprise, and we ensured that everybody buys into the vision, and then made sure that they deliver on that vision rather than counting the number of hours or where they are located, what is the time zone, which location. In fact, we have people working from Manali and I don't know, even Coorg and stuff like that. We ensured that they have that flexibility. Even now, we made sure that we are completely remote. And yeah, I think definitely one of the topics that will definitely come up is how do you make sure we have team bonding and empathy. That is something that we'll talk about it in the conversation moving forward. But definitely trust is a key factor here. You have to trust your teammates. I've not even call them employees, right? Everybody of one of us are working towards the same goal. So you just have to trust each other to move forward.
Perfect.
So while we are in the business of identity management and we perfectly subscribe to the zero trust framework as propagated by Google, but that is on the client side, because we need to create those IT infrastructures where you create an ecosystem wherein the identity of the person is validated, right identity, so that the person who is accessing those IT assets or services is the right person who has been identified to consume that. But on the other side, on the, if I may say, the inside facing side, on the employee side, we perfectly have this the trust factor with the employees. And however, you see, we have taken an hybrid approach in which, of course, there is this trust thing is of course there, but for certain class of skills or certain type of employees with those skills, because we are in a relatively formative stage. At this stage, we need to have that in-person discussions and all, without which a real product development doesn't happen, because such things do not even exist. So that kind of innovative work at times needs that in-person presence to be able to collaborate meaningfully, right? So to that extent, we really need to have that in-person meetings. And at times we also find that while there is trust, we still find that because if there is something unique that you are creating, you would not like that to be discussed over certain open digital platforms, so that it might not be, seen by someone whom you do not want to.
Oh, absolutely. So Ashutosh literally saying this is literally what we do. So what you mentioned, collaborate, and that's exactly what collaboration platform that Slack kind of provides. And needless to say, yes, it's very important to have some form of interaction. Human intervention is always required as you keep on learning, but there are yardsticks, there are platforms that can actually help you collaborate much smoother, much faster, much better. Jaya brought up a very interesting point of empathy as well. We as leaders often find that, yes, it's very difficult for us to understand what's happening at the employees front. How exactly are they coping up with various pressures, work-life balance, personal, professional? How exactly are you hearing your employees? What exactly are you hearing from them when they are planning to come back to work? Is there something that they are emoting? Anil, what about your views on this?
So definitely, first, I think last 2 years we all work from home, and in a way that is the environment got created. And definitely, even if you look at the entire space has grown in last 2 years. Even if I talk about our company, we have our revenue was almost 3 times, right? And we launched 2 new products in that area. So definitely there are a lot of work was happening. At the same time, when we started talking about coming, so basically one was inertia, and the second was, second thing we wanted to make sure the kind of freedom that we have, the personal freedom, and the people have their own ownership of managing their freedom as well as delivery. We want to make sure that remain there even when we come to as a hybrid culture, right? So couple of things came back as a team. We, when we are actually talking about what are the key things that we look at, one came like this: how to make sure that we still have that enough dynamicity where person can have their own personal time and manage their productivity on his or her own choice. Second thing we also talked about, right, in the past when somebody has to go for a vacation, if you're like 1 week you go for a hometown or maybe you go for any vacation, right? Now the things have changed. Probably now you can go for vacation for, let's say you're going to a Euro trip, maybe you can go for not for 1 week, you can go for a 1 month or 2 months, right? So those kind of things will come in. So, second thing that also the team was really excited to come back as well, since as a human we are kind of a social animal, so that connect help. So I also feel that the people want to come, but yeah, also at the same time people want to make sure that we have that hybrid flexibility. So that's the environment we are working on. People would be on and off there. And then obviously this collaboration tool, that is something very important. So, if you look at the last 2 years, all this tool with the chat platform, with the document management or editing, sharing platform has helped a lot. Otherwise, managing the entire thing offline would have been very difficult. But when we come to hybrid, I do have one concern. I feel that that's something probably will be a new challenge for all tech lead. So when everyone is working in the office, or when everyone is working from the home, it's one way of management. And when you have a hybrid culture, then there's a risk of information gap that we need to look. When what I mean by risk of information gap is that, let's say in a team, certain people are working from office, certain people are working from remote. By the nature of, by being a human nature, when you are, a lot of things you just casually discuss and take a call on. So that information should not get lost with the person who is remote. So that is very consciously we are working towards, so that, whatever the information, if something is discussed offline, should also be, updated in the right forum, maybe in a similar thread, so that everyone is on the same page. I believe this would be some of the next level challenges that will come, and we have to solve that, so that hybrid working remain efficient. If we make the hybrid working successful, then it will be a very, very good for the much larger people, right?
Perfect. Thank you so much for the wonderful insight over here. All four of you have a lot to do with customers. Customers are the bedrock of what you guys do. How exactly are you, when your employees are interacting or they are engaging, they're collaborating either remotely, virtually, or they are coming in office? How do you think has that digital HQ impacted your customer experience? Customer experience is very, very critical. Would love to hear your all four views on the customer experience that you are providing in this hybrid model, in the digital model, or maybe completely coming back to work.
Sorry.
Kishore, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. In fact, that was, in fact, that's one thing that did not get impacted at all, I would say, because day one we had customers across the globe. So we were forced to be, digital. We have to, and meeting customers is one thing from the sales team. That is one thing that impacted over the last 2 years. In fact, that impacted in a positive way for the sales team, because they didn't have to travel, the hectic travel, early morning flights to meet customers in Bombay, Delhi, and all of that. That in fact reduced, but that is something that is resuming back in the last couple of months. But in fact, the entire customer end-to-end experience hasn't changed. In fact, it worked positively since we moved remote, right? There was a lot of things. Obviously, customer empathy is one thing we needed, but we don't have to work towards like team collaboration and team bonding, etc. with the customers. So in fact, that worked positively on customers being completely remote for sure. And in fact, one thing to add on Slack, right? We have a customer. We had, even before the pandemic, we had Slack channels shared with customers from a long time. In fact, that just wanted to mention that as well. It worked. I don't think it changed anything for us.
Thank you. So customer are the king and queen, and this we read and we formalize and we live and breathe that. So for us, we had been into multi-geography since ages now. The only good part which happened to us during this pandemic is that building up the digital HQ becomes very solid in terms of connecting the dots, wherein a CRM to our HRMS to our internal collaboration tool all of that got connected to wherein the information passing of information become flawless and seamless. Because if someone today reaches out to my customer support, he or she would have the entire information of that client of ours. When did they last interacted with us? When did they do their recharges? Any problem which came in last time was a tech problem, product problem. Is this problem a repeat problem? So that probably helped them to frame a better answer, frame it, I would say, more beautifully and in a way what customer would want to listen to. That's one. Second is we were there, but we were handling specifically US, which contributes to almost 25% of our revenue. We were handling remotely, and we were generally replying to their queries next day. What happened is our customer support became 24/7 with the pandemic coming in, because US was the one, it suddenly picked up contributing to 40% today. And that's the impact we had. In, I would say, good fortune, blessing in disguise. That's where we became 24/7 in terms of our customers. So these two things, I would say, helped us to grow significantly.
Perfect. Thank you. So for us, the customer experience has been prime for us, because what we created was relatively new. So that mode of identity validation did not possibly exist. So what we were, right? So it was very important for us to be able to have the real working scenarios of the customer and to the clients and the real customers of those clients. So the reaching out to those end users was very important for us, right? And this disconnected mode of working, or I would say in-person disconnected, but actually being connected through modes like Slack and Zoom and Google and all, that really helped us. Why? Because what we were propagating and what we brought to the market was identity validation on such networks, right? However, what then happened was we were having live cases like this, so pandemic, in our business, it possibly, I think the positive role that it had in our business was it catalyzed, the catalytic effect of that was that the timeline of being able to communicate was shortened, right? So the customer was better able to understand what we are bringing to the market. Why? Because they were going through the same cycle. So that possibly happened. And this I can very well recollect couple of, at least two cases, both from one security side of the business where we do, as in the end user was some big security agency within Government of India. And another one was a civilian side client. So those two people were, those clients were really able to get to understand these things, because they were going through the same process of identity verification, but not on really with a physical mode in front of them.
Sure, thank you. Anil, how about you?
For us, we always have been a digital only company, so we never get to meet our customer. But in the last 2 years, I think the expectation of customer also has got increased. So they say they need much more real-time experience. So maybe a 2 year back, getting a loan into our was still okay, but now it has to be a more real time. So if you look at from a customer side and the way what two things that primarily change internally, we focus more on the data democratization, so that each team has the access to the relevant information, so that the customer query can be solved much faster. So for example, ops will have the relevant information, customer support will have the risk, will have all that information, right? So in that sense, we improved our ecosystem to make sure people have the relevant information so that they can take much more data-driven decisions. The second thing, we started challenging everything in what we do. So for example, the mindset that we now have is that the entire company should run by machine. Today, technology has really evolved where even a supermarket can, run by machine. So nobody want to be queue on for the bill payment, right? With that mindset, we are trying everything that we do. So basically, right now we have like 92% cases get a decision on on the real time, couple of seconds, right? So that's, we focus a lot on automation, and the core has been automation, and the idea that who is ops or credit or risk, everyone will work on giving a feedback to the machine, but the day-to-day operation will be done by the machine. So that is the core thing we started working on. So some of the things which used to take a month, basically we work with multiple lenders. Some of the integration used to take a month, 2 years back. We built some framework, it started taking 2 weeks. Now we are working on something that will do the same job in 2 days. So that the thinking has changed, that everything has to be done by machine. So that's the core thing, change on the entire ecosystem from the company point of view.
Thank you so much, Anil. Probably now hopping on to, as we are evolving back, getting back to some portion of getting back to work, what according to you will probably always stick around as digital work? Will never probably go away, as we've now adopted a lot to this particular aspect of our working environment. That will always stick as digital work, will not go away in all your 4 lines of work. Anil, maybe we can start with you first.
So for us, basically, we primarily into the tech-centric company. So a lot of things happen. Whatever is done by tech. Obviously, we have a business and we get a product and research on all. And tech work in a way can be done from isolation as well. I mean, remotely, you know what need to be built and you explain everything can be built. But the focus that we have, at least we feel that at least a good part of team, almost like 70-80% team should be in office in a hybrid way, so that there is a interaction, continuous interaction between the tech and the business, so that that will bring the innovation, the next level of learning. Since for the long term, if everyone working remotely in silos, the overall learning will go down. So that's the idea, that we'll focus more on hybrid environment. We still would have maybe a fully digital work, but a lower end of the pyramid, where we just know this is something has to be get executed, but that would be probably 10-20% of the pure product development. That, but largely we believe we'll go for the hybrid.
Sure, thank you. Maybe with you.
For us, I think none of the department per se, if you have to highlight, we don't need anyone to be in office precisely. We can work remotely. But I would like to pick up the thread wherein you said empathy, where we discussed relationship. Probably that's where we miss out, and people start to work in silos. To an extent, we introduced a concept during the pandemic wherein you could work from any place, and you could work precisely from a remote location. By that I mean, you are otherwise a Bangalore employee or a Bangalore Zozan. You can go and work it from your hometown, maybe remotely, and there would be no salary change. So what we said that, and to even to our all of our US employees or UK, probably you can go and start living in the remote location with no salary cuts. So constantly 90 days could be in any of the location. You could stay around across the globe. Just to give an example, probably one of our US employees settled down in India for quite some time, because that's how you start saving few of your savings. So that's number one. Second is in terms of the impact, we learned a lot how sales could be done. The business precisely for us was more on I would say meeting the client on the premises. Well, we used to think that the deals cannot get converted, but today the effectiveness of the sales rep have increased from maybe 1 or 2 meetings to 5 or 6 meetings, all thanks to the digital media. All Zooms of the world have come in, so that has increased precisely. So for us, we say that we primarily don't need any of you in the office, and that's the reason today also we haven't opened our office in terms of you have to come down. It's just because of the fact that we want to have more face time, building up the relationship and to understand each other better rather than working in silos.
Sure, interesting perspective.
For us, you see, those two departments, I would say one is this customer support. So while we started rolling out this technology platform, we are around 365 locations now in India, and it covers almost, I think, 28 states, right? From Chennai, Jammu to Manipur to Gujarat, right? So that's where we are present. I find that the customer support team that we have, right? Almost, I would say 90% of them operate from home, and that's very, very effective for us, right? 2%, 3% that need to be, come to the office is just for the sake of, to ensure that the back-end IT systems are in place, right? So, I mean, those are the only people that need to come. So one thing that I really find is customer support team is something that has been very effective in continuing working from home, and that I think I am a really supporter of that. I would always support them to work because that's effective for me. My clients are happy. I mean, if you get excellent, and that is a direct feedback that they are giving, end user is giving to my clients. That's the purest form of feedback, right? So that is what we will continue. Second is I find that in certain development cycle, like certain innovations in which you need to have in-person discussion, like typical product development or technology development. Once that is settled, you have written down the sprints and all, then you can develop it back end from your home. But I really find that this hybrid mode, if you were to have the right-minded employees, which I am very, very blessed, I would say, to have it in BioQ. So that is really something that is helping us to get the best out of that team, right? Really young people whom you trust, whom you believe that they will be able to partner with you to transform what you have thought and conceived as a business and then as a product. Finally, that product has to come in shape with the effort that those guys put in. So my duty and my, my colleague, my peer group really have to see how to make them deliver their best. And that I think that hybrid model is really helping, right? So if you are in that, if that skill set which fits into that product development life cycle wherein you can let them work from home, that is working very fine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will definitely resonate with all three of the thoughts, right, that we got. But for sure, right, the pandemic has gotten some irreversible changes that we have never seen before. So we have hired in multiple different locations. By default, if we say that now you can work from offices and then have a hybrid kind of an option, the teams who are working remotely, they miss out on a lot of information, right? It's just information loss. That is, I can resonate with what Anil and Abhimanyu say, right? Both of them are valid because the information loss is huge. That's the reason that we are not calling anyone to office at all. Everybody is working remotely. But then important fact is like team bonding and collaboration. Some things you need to have collaboration for sure. Like you need to, though we use Miro and Slack and effectively to whiteboard and all of that, you still need to actually whiteboard some of the things, right? So every quarter, what we do is we just bring in all our product and engineering folks 1 to 2 weeks to Bangalore office, and then we do these whiteboarding sessions and stuff like that. We just go back again, executing for that particular quarter. So that is working. So far, it's working very, very well. And if we somehow disrupt and say that now you have to go back to offices, there's huge. You're going to be delayed in terms of like we might miss the bus on multiple different roadmap things that that are planned, right? I don't think that is even possible for us to go back. It's not an option. So we are here to continue remotely to address the empathy and team bonding and everything. We're trying different ways to do that by calling different teams to multiple different locations, and then once in every quarter have team outings and stuff like that for just meeting up, and collaborative spaces in multiple different cities. These are something that we are planning, but at the end of the day, it's all remote, and there's nothing that we are able to do about it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All four of your organizations are very technically driven. They are very technically marketing kind of a products as well. So how do you ensure the time to market of the products that you have and the launches that you do with the workforce that you are doing at this point in time, either digitally, people in an office, however, how exactly are you ensuring your time to market of the products becoming faster sooner? Because there is a competition to each of you, and the first one all will have the advantage. How maybe some insights on that aspect of your current work.
We are a reward and recognition, and while I say this, in today's time, the need have grown by almost 78%. That's what Forbes says. You need to keep your people more engaged. vis-a-vis to earlier times. So what I would say is there is a lot of potential in the market. It's the best product delivering the needs of the other side of the table would sustain. Secondly, how best and how agile the product is to fit in the need of the other side. By that I mean, today we are a product company, and if we go by, hey, this is what it is. Probably the new norm says that give all of that which they want to play around. Still, the product could be a DIY product which they could configure the way they want, rather than you and I or 2% deciding and configuring it. So that is the need of the hour, and that's where we have conceptualized and have pivoted around, where from a complete support to a complete DIY and completely configurable product we have brought in. I think that creates the value addition for us.
Brilliant.
For me, I think two things is important. One, to have a very agile and robust and agile product, right? One is basically your core architecture has to be right. The tech architecture has to be right, so that if there are a core component, the flexible component, and you can do n number of changes on the flexible component without impacting the other ecosystem. Second aspect is we work with human, right? So that empathy, the ownership, accountability, the more it's a self-driven, the more and more leaders we are able to create, that's itself gives us create a lot of motivation, the positive energy. And we do a very focused way of trying to create more and more leadership. So any work that will be given to a small pod team, so that even the junior people get a chance to drive certain projects, and that gives a lot of energy to them. So I think that has worked for us so far, and there are many people in the team who can actually take the responsibility and deliver into it. Obviously, there are senior who can mentor and all. So that is something is really working out well for us.
Perfect. Ashutosh, yours is a very, very elaboratively technical kind of a product landscape. So time to market will be very, very critical.
Very important, especially you see in this time, and this is not, this phenomenon is not across the world, right? There are certain geographies, which is what we have found out, because we have recently started setting up our co-development centers in Luxembourg as well, to have a foothold in Europe. So Luxembourg as well as in US. The dearth of or the shortage of talent for the businesses, high-tech businesses, which is AI-driven computer vision or AI-driven big data analytics that we are talking about, the shortage of such kind of resources wherein you have not reached a product stage yet, right? It's an innovation that will still take time to adopt to verticals to mature it to a level of a product, right? So that dearth of such resources is very much, we feel it here in India, right? So, and that is why your question is so much more important. What do you do? So the most important thing that we and being blessed with such good founders who have been able to create that shared vision between the core team and the employees is that make them participate in a very effective way, not for the sake of participation, right? Effectively, so that they contribute each day the big, the brickwork that we are doing. Each brick is creating that house that all of us will jointly own, which in some way we call it ESOP, right? So, but how do you convey it to them that each day you see you came in morning or you collaborated on platforms and you created something, end of the day, it is taking shape. So it has to be that, continuous feedback to them that this is being created and someone is appreciating. That is why we have this new order, right? So to be able to give credit to the real people is something that is helping us, I have seen.
Perfect. Yeah, Jack.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think for first and foremost thing is like the prioritization, right? We started with this prioritization framework, how to go to market. I mean, how time to market on multiple things, right? Because we, as an evolving space, right? Nobody defined what a conversational AI should be. So we are getting to define that conversational AI is what it is. Like e-commerce, like 25 years ago, they defined like what e-commerce should be, an order management system or a warehouse management system. You have like components predefined, but a conversational AI is still, we are pushing the boundaries and seeing like what else can be done, because we are saying that automate customer support and replace like some of the things that are done by humans. That's like endless. We can actually do a lot more things, but we have to at the end of the day prioritize. Otherwise, we'll time to market will be like slowed down, and there'll be a chaos, and like everybody wants to build everything. A lot of customers are like, these are my problem statements, I want to solve all of them, but that's not how we can move forward. So prioritization framework is something that we are bringing up, and then have been successful to deliver features on time by doing the prioritization framework itself. And then obviously the shared vision, and how do you actually enable big picture to every product manager and engineering teams to actually build on them. These are some of the things, but I would say like prioritization framework is the number one thing to work on, to which will directly impact time to market.
Perfect, thank you. Probably my final question to the esteemed panel today is more on the lines of the employee experience. There is a constant fear of missing out amongst our employees, like what information is coming through, what exactly are we privy to, what exactly should we know, should we not know. Maybe your facet points on how your organizations currently, or maybe in the future, would ensure that the employee experience remains tantamount and they do not have a fear of missing out. Would love to hear your views on it. Maybe start with Ashutosh or whomsoever.
Yeah, so yeah, it's so much pertinent to the business that we in the product development or business solution development life cycle. See, this is very important, and this we encounter day in and day out. Like, oh, this kind of thing that we discuss. Oh, he's being he's being involved in those meetings, of why not me, right? And it's so obvious. Mostly the meeting rooms are glass, right? So you can see, oh, I am not being part of it. So the way we do it is we have very well defined the roles and responsibilities and who will be the prime person responsible for the delivery of that, right? So if it is at the initial stage, you are defining the user interfaces, and then you go back to the drawing board, then you start looking at doing the architecture part of it. So by defining the specific roles, responsibilities, and the outcomes of that is something that ensures it that the person does not feel left behind, because it's very obvious. Because in this high-tech industry, I tell you, every day in the morning when you open those newsletter, it's so scary to see what we are trying to do, and we are putting so much weight and money behind it, has someone in some other part of the world hasn't already developed, because it's a software as a service. You can deliver it from anywhere part of the world, right? So your competition is not here in India or anywhere, it's everywhere, right? So the way we try to do it is to keep those people more inclusive in nature by including them in all the decision making that we do as far as the outcome or the markets or the solutions that we are doing. But the piecemeal thing we have to segregate, because I mean, the secret sauce cannot be shared with, so there is a way to do it. As I mentioned, specific roles and responsibilities, and the person who puts it all together is the CTO, right? So he is of course aware of what are the building, but then he is not aware of what the founders are thinking in terms of the next product development in the market that we are doing, right? And then the CFO needs to have a balance sheet that will substantiate that. So, right, so each responsible person is able to substantiate his role there.
There is a fear of missing out on each and every
each
level.
of them, yes.
Please.
Thank you. So we are primarily a customer experience organization in terms of our product. What we give to the audience, it's finally, what's your experience? I would say that experience primarily start from top down. From the day I walk in for the first time, or I see you on any of the social media, or hear out from your friends and family, anywhere, what's the culture of the organization? What founders think about their people? What the C-level thinks about the people? Is it so we call ourselves a team of 400 founders rather than saying 400 employees, because everyone contributes to the last mile of it. Second, can we create a culture of appreciation at any given point of time? Gone past are the days where it used to be when I've done something fantastic. After a year, annual appraisal will happen, and that's where I would know that I've done fantastic. Today's generation needs an appreciation right away. I've done something fantastic. The moment I walk out from the cabin or from the meeting room, I see an appreciation coming in. So can I create that culture of appreciation where every small bit is celebrated? Thirdly, can I make the culture very, very open? That's a new baby who have come into the organization can have the openness and go back and call out to even the CEO of the organization. Hey boss, in the town hall, while you were presenting your numbers, this looks fantastic, but can we create this and that? And that's where improvisation can happen. So that culture have to come in play, or that the new baby would not have the audacity to walk down. And lastly, you need to offer a lot of perks, privileges to your people, which are inherent, without being showcasing it to the external world, so that it becomes part of your culture that this is what you. So a lot of freebies come in, a lot of advertisement and marketing happen, probably not required to do that. And to sum it up, everything what you do has to be for your people at the end of the day, because they are the one who are building what you are today and what you want to be tomorrow. If you don't respect them, if you don't trust them, if you don't have an empathy towards them, probably you lose out on anything and everything you are doing. So I think these 4-5 mantra keep us afloat, and that's what we are trying to translate to a lot of organization. Let the principle, the guiding principle, wherein what you carve it on the, when you walk out to the office, you carve your, these are our 5 cultural aspects, right? These are our mission, this is our vision. And we generally don't follow that. We say that start following your mission, vision, values. Let everyone realize that you are contributing maybe an X percentage to the entire growth of the journey.
Love the 400 founders approach.
I think this is a very important aspect of information mismotive. The information has to be available to everyone. That also brings transparency and trust, and that eventually help everyone be connected. And we did realize in the past that there were certain gaps. So we started, some of the things we started making as a process. Some of the meeting make it more formal, that should happen every week, so that even all 3 axes are aligned. And then the communication to the all the layers, for example, to the communication to the all the layer, like we have started a newsletter, then we started various different form of communication. Every event has started getting celebrated throughout the company, so that everyone feel involved and informed. That is for the wider level. Then the specific level, this is the idea that everyone should be aware of what is that they are working towards, how this how their work will actually impact customer, their accountability and their responsibility are clearly defined. That is also gives another level of a motivation to everyone to work. And apart from that, we also keep our monthly review, which happens for all the department, open, so anyone in the company can join those reviews. So those are, they can get a different perspective.
Perfect. Finally, your views on
I
this.
think definitely on FOMO, right? There's no silver bullet or a secret sauce to address that. But how we are kind of trying to address it in general is like putting the customer first, and then problem solving to address the customer problems. Right? That's the only way to go about it, right? So always there is always a it's just like people say, right? The grass on the other side of the river is always greener. So it's always like the other team might not be doing their best job. So that's the reason the customer is not happy, or like customer is not getting the best value. So it's always the case. So basically, the only way to look at it is like put the customer first, and then problem solving becomes one of your key KPI. That when we talk about anywhere we talk about, anywhere we in every meeting that we any avenue that we interact with our teammates. So it's problem solving should be the first one to focus on, and that I think at least covers it to large extent. That's the only thing I would say.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Really thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. The future of work is clearly a little bit digital, a little bit in the office, and we are all evolving and all adopting to this. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed our conversation today. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you.
Gentlemen, can I please request you all to kindly join us for a group photograph? Thank you so much for your valuable time and sharing the wisdom with us. Truly grateful for you being here on the 4th edition of TechTors. So we have a keynote address in a while, but before we get to that, I would like to request you all to kindly pay attention towards the screen. We've got some audio visuals for you.
Of the industrial age for the last 200 years. You went to a place because that's where the energy was, that's where the power was, power from water wheels or electricity or steam. It was in the plant, so you went there. We've kind of mentally followed that path for 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work, well, the nature of work may not change, but the nature of how we do work and where we do work, I believe, is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and the world was looking at shutdowns, much of what was happening within IBM remained steady. And I do believe a lot of that has to do with Salesforce Customer 360.
We, in a 3-day time period, pivoted 350,000 IBMers from our offices around the world to a work from home environment.
And boom. Do we have the VPN capacity? Do we have the cybersecurity? Do we have the collaboration tools? Any company who thinks they can do it all by themselves is plain wrong. Salesforce is a really important pillar of IBM's own transformation.
We are moving our entire structure toward what's happening at the client conversation, because this is about understanding our customer. Combining Salesforce Customer 360 and Slack gives my entire workforce, from Arvind all the way through someone stepping into a sales role for the first day, an ability to work together, collaborate, and do it real time.
Allowing teams to serve our clients and all be on the same page every day would not have happened if we did not have Slack.
Slack is such an integral part of how all our people communicate.
And the merger of these two platforms gives us that 360 approach across our entire constituency. And Salesforce is the perfect partner for us to be able to put that structure together.
IBM and Salesforce have a special relationship based on trust. This is not even about being productive. This is about delight.
What is Slack? We ask ourselves that every day. And wouldn't you know, we have an answer. Slack is a messaging app for business, yet it's also so much more. It's your company's home for everyone and everything. Your digital HQ. Slack is made up of organized spaces for anything you're working on, so you can move a project forward way faster, share ideas, set deadlines, and make decisions together in a dedicated space. It's productivity on your own terms, giving you flexibility to work the way you work best, so you can collaborate live. Oh, hi. Find information from across your company. Aha. Or create some focus time. And And it's a place to connect with everyone you work with, inside and outside your company. So you can bring together the right people with the right context, and everyone can stay up to date. People do their best work when they have a place to work together. That place is Slack. Get started today and transform the way you work.
We're bringing 5G to everyone across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. The industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible.
Applause, silence, claps, screams, stomps, followers, lovers, evangelists, devotees. That which separates the fans from the audience. But who is a fan? He's everything if you don't have it, right? Everybody has more content to watch than time. Less than 5% of content is successful. Every user has 3 or more platforms, suggesting what? Content is king. Audience has the memory of a goldfish. You wouldn't be here if the latter were true. You see, I think most people just have a fundamentally flawed view of fans. Is he simply an audience who is expected to watch the next movie or show? Rupees 300 for a movie? Binge watcher for your show? Or is it an intangible? Flag bearer or defender? But all hard for you. Let me propose a third option. Fan as a measuring device. The hard reality is how many or how little fans we accumulate is a function of which movies we did, which were the shows, songs, looks. It's all about content. the one that made us the largest content producers on earth. It's about bucking the media's opinion that we are not Hollywood, deciding instead to make our movies, shows, games and tournaments because our resolve is to entertain. Movies, shows, sports. When you boil it down, these three things have in common. Fans. Happy fans, sad fans, loud fans, silent fans. Fans, not a goldfish. Fans, not an audience. Fan is at its essence you. Fan from. Discover, explore, community, reward.
So for the last session for the day, I would like to invite on stage for the keynote address, Ms. Swati Arora, Director of Sales at Slack India. We'll be talking about your digital HQ. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Ms. Arora on the dais with a humongous round of applause if you can.
Hi, am I audible? Okay, all right. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Swati Arora. I'm standing here today representing Slack India. It's a really exciting day and evening for all of us to be amongst some of the brightest and smartest startups. I think we've kind of heard a lot about the journey that each one of you have taken to really build an impressive company just starting from scratch, right? So this is essentially a community which has given a lot of love and support to Slack. We've always seen a lot of passion amongst this community for the product that we've built and how we've been part of your journey. So today is our turn now to stand here for all of you and cheer for not just the participants, but the winners who are here today, really cheering for the journey that you have taken in building the companies that you build and really solving the problems and really challenging the status quo on what and how people are doing. So a big round of applause to everyone who's here as a participant or as a founder or a part of a great company that you guys are building. All right, to begin with, okay. Cool. So since today is a lot about celebrating the journey that all of you have taken in building the companies that you've built, it's only fair that I start talking about Slack by talking about the founding story that Slack had and what really made Slack the largest product-led growth company that we've seen in recent times. To begin with, Slack was really founded by a man called Stuart Butterfield and his co-founding team. For some of you who really like reading about founder stories, he was also the man behind Flickr, and he sold Flickr to Yahoo back in 2003, 2004. So it was later in 2012 when he started out building a multiplayer online game called Glitch. The intention was to kind of create a cool video game online, and he and his co-founding team of 4 other co-founders would work together across different countries and time zones and try to sync up their work to build the product that they were out to build. Well, I think as history, you obviously not a lot of you have heard about Glitch, which means that startup didn't really take off. The product really didn't work. But what really was exciting that came out of that was that when the co-founders were working and trying to sync, they realized that none of the tools that was available in the market was really able to help them to sync up, to share their work on the tool that they were building, to share their ideas in an effective way. So they built a communication tool just for the founding team to be able to work with each other. It was never meant to be a commercial product. It was never meant for to be used anything outside the founding team's use. So, which is the interesting story. When the game did not work, they realized that there was a lot of interest in the collaboration tool from the community of tech startups, from the community of CEOs that they were speaking to. And that's what was the birth of Slack as a tool. And right from day one, when Slack was launched as a test product, there were 8,000 users who wanted to try Slack. And the journey started from there. And since then, it's kind of been a dream run. Slack has been the fastest company ever to reach the 100 million ARR mark. And the growth did not stop there. Slack has also been the fastest company to hit the run rate for 1 billion revenue. And I think a lot of you startup founders know what a number like that means. And there are a lot of heavy brands on the slide there. And Slack is standing quite tall there with their fastest growth to the 1 billion revenue mark. And after they hit the run rate for the 1 billion revenue mark, there was the largest acquisition, second largest acquisition in the tech space, when Salesforce acquired Slack for 28 billion. That's a whopping number by any sense of imagination. So that's the power of that tool. That's the kind of potential that a large company like Salesforce sees in a tool like Slack. And in the months to come, in quarters to come, you will hear a lot more about the exciting work that we are doing to become very well part of our mothership, our mother brand, which is Salesforce. So I think right from inception, where we started off as a collaboration tool, to today, one thing that has been constant and one thing which has been our mission at Slack is really to make working life easier and better. That's something that has been the core. That's something that has been the idea behind the entire product. In fact, Slack is the tool which actually pioneered the idea of channel-based messaging. The kind of messaging that we see in corporates today, which is emails, you see chat messages, which is it's a very different approach to communication, where you almost assume that anybody is privy to an information only when they are invited to that email or they are invited to that chat. Whereas Slack challenges that basic assumptions. Slack's channel-based mode of communication says that everybody is privy to the information or the communication unless they are kept out of it. So it's a lot more collaborative and open way of making your organization function and building visibility across the organization. So, as Slack has matured, and the interesting thing that happened in the growth journey is probably for a lot of our companies, right? Pandemic. I think the tools that we built found completely new use cases, completely new customers because of the pandemic. I think there is a huge negative to what we saw as pandemic, but there's an opportunity that a lot of us saw. So the amount of value and the use that Slack could add to an organization just multiplied, elevated to a completely different level when pandemic hit, and the working norms and what organizations were facing as challenges were completely new. Nobody expected those challenges to exist. Now let's start with some of the challenges that the organizations face, and then we'll move on to how Slack addresses some of them. I think this is alignment. To anybody who runs a company, runs a team, I think one of the largest challenges that you have is getting your people aligned to the goal that you are running. As a founder, you want to build the largest company in a particular space, but does each of your employee, each of your people leader, do they feel aligned to the mission as much as you do? So alignment between people, between visions, between technology tools. I think that's one of the largest challenges that any company faces. And the challenge is only multiplied more with the pandemic now, when we don't even have people in the same offices, same rooms. So you basically don't know what is the reaction, what is the alignment within your organization when you as a founder send out a message to your group of employees. Another, of course, remote work. I think I heard a lot of panel discussion that it is just amazing to see how all the founders are now speaking about wanting to be flexible, because that's one of the probably talent retention, talent attraction, Today, people want to work for companies who appreciate the fact that there is a very thin line now with the professional and personal lives. People are trying to juggle a lot, right? So people want to be aligned to employers who are going to respect that part of their life. So as we go out, I think there's been a lot of creativity that on how to really engage employees, make them part of your company, and not make them feel burnt out in the process, because what we've seen is kind of an excess of the virtual as part of the pandemic. So that's one of the challenges for sure that every company is facing. And I think we've done a fair bit of our meeting-free Fridays, bring your own drink, chai pe charcha. I think all the companies have kind of run out of creativity on what more to do to engage people just outside of work, outside of the email or chat conversations that they're having. And I think one last, probably a very positive part of pandemic is that all of us as a user community have started adopting a lot more tools than we were doing even before the pandemic. The tools footprint across every company has grown by multiple percentage, because at the end of the day, each of these tools are designed to drive productivity in a particular task. Each of these tools are trying to make you do some task better than you would if the tools did not exist. And I think we saw a lot of them in panels today, a lot of upcoming companies, a lot of brands on how they can help improve one or the other function in your company. But the interesting thing is that if you really look at a top view as an executive, this is what the footprint of your tools looks like, which means it is a lot of tools. And stats say that only 29% of business applications actually integrate with any other business application, which means that these tools are solving a lot of problems. They are driving productivity in the tasks that they are designed for. But think from the perspective of an employee who's using your tools. There is an employee who's using one tool to do a certain task, then switching and doing another thing on a tool, and then switching. Just imagine the amount of context switching that employee is doing in a day, in a week, when he's doing his normal job. That's a lot of productivity drag that you have on that employee because of the number of tools and because of the amount of context switching he does. So I think this is what the story looks like, right? We started off with a fairly asynchronous way of communication. All organizations were happy with emails because you always had offices where you could come, chat. There were water cooler chats. Leaders could get a sense of what the organization was feeling. And then you suddenly move to a complete virtual mode. And almost, I call it the death by calendar coordination, that to get everybody on a video call to take a very critical business decision is almost a bottleneck today to drive some of the important initiatives, because nobody's calendar has space. Today, if I have to go to my son's school, I almost have to block my calendar so that nobody else blocks my calendar for that half an hour when I have to be there for him, right? That's what our calendars are going through. So what happens between this entire email to virtual? There is a huge gap of knowledge, communication, tools being disconnected, and nobody is addressing that entire spectrum of asynchronous to synchronous. And that's where a tool like Slack comes in. So what is Slack? And I think in our last panel discussion, we spoke about Slack being the digital headquarter. I mean, I'm not really sure what digital headquarter means to any of you, or if it means anything at all. So it's not exactly just a digital version of what a physical headquarter is. A digital headquarter is something which is where you connect your teams, your tools, your customers, partners, everybody being in the same context and in the same platform. And you are not switching from one platform to the other to interact with the tool or to interact with the partner. So everybody exists together. And obviously you do have control over managing their visibility and access to information. So the three pillars of Slack as a digital HQ are: one, break down silos, which means that there is no information that is not available to anyone. You kind of inculcate a culture of collaboration and sharing more information within your company. Second, embracing flexibility. Let's try to appreciate the fact that everybody is managing a lot, and we don't always need to get on a video call to take an important decision, or to take a run, or to have it as a BAU for every discussion that we need to have. We need to find another way where people are able to give out ideas to each other without having to be in a video meeting all the time. And lastly, automate work. I think the amount of time that we all spend in a lot of activities that need to be done day to day it takes away all the time that we want to actually spend on the deep and meaningful work that we want to do as executives. I, as the sales head for Slack, for example, run my stand-up meetings where I want to know who my team is meeting, what is the kind of research they are doing on their prospects, what have they updated this deal stage in Salesforce or not. So the amount of time that I would end up spending on a task like that is only going to take away all the time that I could actually spend sitting in front of a client or coaching my team, which is more critical to me as the sales leader. So I think, so Slack builds that culture of automating some of the regular processes that exist in your company, which does not really need all the people to be in a meeting, or really does not need to get everybody together at the same time. So, okay. So I think a lot of you probably have used Slack already, and some of you are new. So hopefully this is kind of some information for you to understand what Slack is. But I want to use the forum today, which is, of course, a lot of important startups in India ecosystem, to dispel one of the largest misunderstanding that exists about Slack as a tool. One of the most frequently heard thing that we hear from anybody who knows a little about Slack or has not really tried Slack is that it is just another messaging platform. So why is it important? Why do I need to change my messaging platform? And whereas the fact is, and just to really say it clear, that Slack is not just a messaging platform. It is a platform where people send messages to each other. It is a platform where you have channels where people can collaborate, share ideas, but that is just the base of it. And if you really look at the value of it, that is probably just getting to an initial value pyramid. It's only when you build that base of messages and channels, and then build your integrations of all the tools that you use, all the workflows that need to exist in your company exist in Slack, and AI-based recommendations coming from the data that exists in your ecosystem. It's when you do all of that that you really have an aha moment of what a Slack can do for your company. So, so all this is great. I think I've had enough executive conversations where people say that I think it's a great tool. People like it. Young generation likes it. Engineering teams love it. But Swati, the fact is really that cash is king. Market is tight. We need to focus on activities that can generate cash flows, because that's what the investors want. That's what our shareholders want. Point heard. We know that Slack is a messaging tool which kind of drives collaboration. But can Slack add value to your business, which means direct ROI, which means you will be either saving more or generating more cash as a business? Absolutely, absolutely yes. Just a couple of use cases, and honestly, the use of Slack is limited to what one can imagine. But just a couple of use cases. Sales. If you are a company that is struggling with driving the velocity of your sales, how do you get more relevant information to your front-end teams when they speak to their prospects and drive faster and better sales cycle? Yes, Slack as a tool can help you design that. If you are a company who's challenged with customer service, your customer service agents don't really get the right knowledge and time, don't always know who will have the answer to the question that the client is asking or the customer on call is asking, Slack can make you build workflows and a knowledge base to manage that. Slack can help you manage incident outage. Incident outage is something that all of us face. And I think one of the motives that all of us have is to minimize that time, which means that we need to get everybody who's going to help solve that incident in the room, in the discussion room as soon as possible. Slack can automate all that for you. There is an incident, there is a bot that sends out messages to 10 people who are relevant to that incident that they need to come into a room, collaborate, and find a way to solve that incident and kind of minimize the outage time. Likewise, on engineering, you want to drive faster coding cycles. On marketing, now marketing is a function which is fairly external facing. You partner with a lot of partners, you deal with a lot of clients. Slack also has Slack Connect, where you don't necessarily need to just depend on emails to connect with those external partners. You can just get all of them in your Slack instance and have a real collaborative environment within the same tool. And lastly, HR, I think people aspect is fairly covered, and that's something that we find a lot of understanding for already. Slack is a tool that a lot of employees love. It makes them feel part of the company, part of the company's vision. I think in today's language, they say FOMO, which is fear of missing out. When you don't hear, when you don't know what's going on in the company, you don't feel connected to that vision. And Slack gets that to every employee who joins your company. So I think I'll just summarize this value of Slack in the way our founder, Stuart Butterfield, has done a lot of times. Slack is actually just about 2% of your tech spend, which actually maximizes the return on the rest of the 98% that you spend on your Slack, on the other tech tools. So 2% to maximize the 98% spend that you have on your tools. And I'm going to take it one step higher to say Slack is a very, very small investment, which actually maximizes the productivity and return on one of the largest investments that any company does, which is the people. So it maximizes the return, engagement, and collaboration amongst your people, which leads to better business outcomes. So yeah, that is my pitch for Slack. Hopefully it has given you some ideas about how you can build Slack into your businesses. And I think we at Slack, me and the entire team, feel very passionate about the product that we have and the growth journey that we've had. And it's good to be passionate about the product, but we all realize that we would not, as a company, have grown the way we've grown if we did not have the love and support from the customers who've trusted us to be part of their journeys. And these are just some logos in India where companies trusted us and kind of started using Slack, even when we did not have commercial teams. The entire commercial team of Slack, which is on the feet trying to sell the tool, is less than a year old. And this tool has existed in these companies for way longer than that. So that's the kind of power of this tool. That's the kind of loyalty that Slack as a tool enjoys. So, I just want to take this moment to thank all of you who've partnered with us, who have let us be part of your journeys. And we are really excited that we continue to be part of more of your journeys, and hopefully we create a lot more Sunicons, a lot more unicorns, and maybe even the next Slack out of one of you. So thank you, and cheers to all the winners, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Swati. All right, so that brings us to the conclusion of the first half of the day. And we are absolutely ecstatic for all of you to be a part of BW TechTors Awards are about to start in a minute from now. And we would like to welcome all of you once again, if you're just joining in on behalf of BW. If you're joining on our social media networks or the website, thank you so much once again for connecting. And thank you so much to everyone in the room present here. To take this evening forward, I would like to give you a bit of context. This is the 4th edition of BW TechTors, and we are happy to award and, of course, give the recognition to the top tech companies to look out for. Today's award ceremony is being streamed on all our platforms at BW Businessworld, bwdisrupt.com, and of course, all our social media handles. If you enjoyed the conversations in the day and if you're getting the award, please make sure that you spread the word around using the hashtag that's BW TechTors. Before we move forward, it's imperative we thank all our partners for making this possible. Our co-partners, Slack, thank you so much once again. Our associate partners, Compass Group, MediaTek, and Pixies for their valuable support. To kickstart the award ceremony, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and founder at Exchange for Media, to set the context for the awards. I'll request you all to put your hands together and welcome the gentleman on the dais.
I'm telling Ravin that I hope there will be no Slack in your hosting. I don't mean to say not use Slack the tool, but really give Ravin a big round of applause for hosting it throughout the day. Clapping is good for heart muscles, so if you haven't gone for a walk, it will help you. This is what my doctor told me. I'm a doctor too, but I have a permanent head damage. I'm the PhD doctor, permanent head damage doctor. Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to this, possibly amongst our youngest initiatives. It's the 4th edition of, can we request the gentleman there, unless until they're giving me their Swiss bank account or to become, can we request them to be shutting up? I don't know, because I shut them up in the morning and they're again at it. You have to tell them. I won't start till you tell them. You'll have to go in the room, tell them, Prerna, you'll have to go and tell them. If you need to call the general manager, call them, because they do it very often. Yeah, I have a professor in him. My parents are professors, and I'm on the board of my alma mater, MDI. So I do have a professor in me. Rajiv, I talk like that sometimes. I look like that. I told my wife about 10 years back that I want to be MDI director. She told me, are you nuts? You want to retire at 40? But anyway, thank God I didn't. But as I said, this is our youngest initiative. One of my colleagues who worked 14 years with me came up with this idea, and he shared it with me and Chetan. Chetan is not here. Most of you have interacted with him. There is a good reason he's not here. He got married 9 days back. He got married 9 days back. Yeah, he got married on the 18th. So, and he'll be back on the 1st of June. So it is our technology founder summit. That's how I look at it. These are the new tech companies to watch out. These are the founders of those, or co-founders of these technology companies to watch out for in the future. And if you look at our last 3 years winner, 3 of them have gone on to become unicorns. 7 of them are unicorns, and a lot of them, at least 20 of them, are more than $500 million in valuation. These companies, we discovered them first. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our jury members. Some of them are here. I can see them, so I've known them for a while. Let me first welcome Mr. Rajiv Chitrabhanu. He now works with startups, helps startups grow, and again, he's part of at least 10 startups that I know, and at least 3 unicorns that he's helped build. He was the first investor advisor in those companies, and he continues to be very active in that space. So please give Mr. Rajiv Chitrabhanu a big round of applause. He now runs a company called Magento, which helps startups grow. He actively invests in them. He's come from Bombay for TechTors and a couple other things. We also have Mr. Harshvardhan. I saw him, he was there. Mr. Harshvardhan is here. Again, thank you, Mr. Harshvardhan, for being part of the awards. Mr. Rajesh Pathak will join us very soon. Ms. Anjali Malhotra is also here. Anjali, thank you for being here. And my friend Ved is also here. He was sitting here. He's gone out to take a call. So I'd like to welcome our jury members. Our processes are all about the jury. Our awards are all about the jury. So please give this jury a big round of applause. We have a jury AV coming. One thing is that we do our awards honestly. And we have a locus standi. We can do it without a jury. We are an editorial product. So really don't need to have a jury, but the jury lends another level of credibility. And I don't want to stand between you and the awards, but I just want to say that these are awards that will become bigger and bigger. Mr. Abhishek Goenka, where is he? Mr. Goenka, yes, I missed you. That's why some of you should send me some almonds, walnuts, and other health food so that my memory gets better. So, Mr. Goenka, I'll make it up with you. Thank you for being there. I remember you asked a lot of questions in the jury meet, and you were the first jury member to join, maybe a couple of minutes, and you were very, very active. So please give Mr. Abhishek a big round of applause. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining. Because it's a startup initiative, I also want to take the opportunity to say that tomorrow in Bangalore, we have our FinTech Summit and Awards. Today, during the day, Mr. Bhagwat Rao Karad, who's the Union Minister for State for Finance, came and he talked for very briefly and addressed the audience on financial inclusion. Tomorrow in Bangalore, we will have our FinTech Awards, and I want to show the lineup for a moment because we have your attention. Karthik, we can go back to it. Also, my colleague Uday Laroya is here. He's announced this week something called the Unicorn Awards and Summit. Mr. Mashelkar, again, I don't have to tell you who Mr. Mashelkar is. Mr. Ash Mashelkar is the jury chair for that, and it is an eminent set of jury members, including Mr. Sudhir Sethi of Walden, Miss Sudhir Sethi of Walden, Padna Ruparel, and many other jury members, which equally accomplished. So I just want to show you, because it will stay in your mind. 9th July is the jury meet, and 21st and 22nd July in Bangalore is our Unicorn Summit. I saw him that Mr. Pathak has come. Welcome, Mr. Pathak. Again, Mr. Pathak is a jury member. Second, I also want to say that on 1st June, we launch our 5th edition of our 40 under 40. We're also launching a new initiative called the Prodigy Club, which is basically 20 under 20. I have 2 young children, both teenagers. And I remember my daughter, we got her for the Thai Young Entrepreneur Business Plan Summit, and it did change her personality for the positive. It made her more conscious of what an entrepreneur does, what is funding, and as she goes abroad to study, it does make her a better person, well-rounded. So we've got our son enrolled in that now. So clearly, I believe that the quest for perfection and achievement starts early. The Prodigy Awards are a way to involve young people, and the age of achievement is getting younger, Rajiv. No disrespect meant to you and me and Mr. Harshvardhan, you. Rest are very young, so I won't refer to them. But the fact is, I know, Ms. Nanda, your son has just passed out, so I don't want to give away your age, but you're very young in a good way. So really, the Prodigy Club is again a way to. Can we request some silence here? I think we should give them some feedback about how they're continuously talking, or they should build soundproof stuff. So this is the FinTech Summit. This is a partial list. Our jury chair, Mr. S. Ravi, the former chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange, is the chairman of TFCI, the managing partner in Ravi Rajan and Company, is also traveling, and we have lots of speakers. My colleague Devika has curated it. Mr. Arvind Limavli, who was a minister till a couple of months back in the Karnataka government, is a guest of honor. So there is a whole slew of new initiatives from BW Businessworld that you will see. The Unicorn Summit is one of them. The Prodigy Club is another. Of course, our Young Entrepreneur of the Year Awards. We'll launch a new jury panel in mid-June, and in July, we'll again launch our Visa, which is our Women Entrepreneurship Summit and Awards. So I know I have your attention, so I wanted to take this opportunity to share this with you. You can also share the Unicorn, Dr. Mashelkar creative. Again, Dr. Mashelkar is 80, and when I grow up, he's possibly more than 80, right? I don't know his exact age. I can Google it, but he's still, when I touched base with him last week, he was somewhere in Australia teaching at a university, so clearly he's very, very active. He's glued on. He's been also the chairman of an eminent jury, which was put together by the Prime Minister for the institutions of eminence. I think the Prime Minister was the chair. He was a member of the jury. He was also the chair of the committee that helped Reliance Industries Limited to come out with innovation-led companies and invest in them. So that's Unicorn Summit and Awards. So he's also the ex-Director General of CSIR, but he's really a multifaceted person who has seen the world, has been part of many innovative ideas and initiatives which have impact, and he continues to be relevant with what he does. So again, he's committed his time for 2 days to us in Bangalore, and 9th, he's committed his whole day to be at the jury meet, which is virtual. Virtual jury meets have become efficient, though I like physical jury meets. You can do a handshake. So don't want to stand between the award winners and the awardees and the jury members who are here to present them the awards. Slack, I've known about Slack since the time Harsha joined Slack. I didn't know about Slack until then. But, last conference, our Young Entrepreneur of the Year Awards, Deep Kalra was there, and he was a jury member, and he said on stage that he finds Slack very, very good. He uses it. Make My Trip, they use Slack. So it was a big endorsement from a user. I think we at BW Businessworld and Exchange for Media must look at using Slack. Clearly, there is value. And I'm sure some of you in the audience would have liked Ms. Arora's presentation. And I'm sure you'll be able to use Slack to make your technology investments more optimized, right? If I may have to use the word. Thank you. I won't stand between you and the winners. And let me say what Elizabeth Taylor said to many of her suitors. I won't keep you long. Thank you once again for being here. It's a young initiative of ours, but like children, like all initiatives, like companies, initiatives grow, expand. I wish you luck in your quest for building the companies that you're building. The last 6 weeks have shown us that in the startup world, words like sustainability, profitability, again matter. I hope they continue to be like that, because what matters is, while valuations are important, and I in the media shouldn't be complaining. If you look at the IPL sponsors, all the funded companies sponsored IPL, it comes back into media. So I have no complaint. I have no complaint with anyone for that matter. But the fact is, sustainability, profitability, focusing on basics, all that matters. And for that, right set of advisors, right set of mentors, right set of board members, the right set of investors. Because again, those who are in the PE, VC, Mr. Rajiv Tutruwanu was a MD of a large financial services company, which he's no longer associated with. And he helped some of India's biggest IPOs happen, including Airtel, right? Including Airtel. Getting the right kind of advice is invaluable. And I value it more than I ever do. I do invest a little bit in startups. I have 6 or 7 companies that I am part of the cap table, and I do it more for learning. Of course, we do expect returns, but there is a lot of learning. Sometimes you see the mistakes you made as a young founder. I started my first company 21 years back. Mr. Harshvardhan was in the room that day. He came to my home with Mr. Srivastav and Mr. Mathur, and my mother made mutton for you, right? I don't know if you remember that or not, but I do remember that. And he was also at my wedding. I started my company 21 plus years back, and I just completed 20. I started my company 22 years back, and I completed 21 years of marriage. He was at my marriage also. So yeah, go banks. I met him the day I passed out of MDI, around that time, a month after passing out of MDI in 96, I met Mr. Harshvardhan. And since then, he's been a friend and a very important part of my life and what we do. And he adds value professionally because of who he is. So I don't want to stay again between you and the awards. I've said it 3 times. But the fact that startup world is looking at profitability is a good thing. Thank you so much. And I'm finally going. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for touching upon the jury members that have made this evening possible. I would like to request the team to kindly show us the jury AV so that we can dive deep into the process and how everything came about for this evening.
indeed my humble pleasure to be a part of the jury panel on this esteemed platform. I believe we had a very interesting and a very experienced jury members from the industry with the various backgrounds, which makes it powerful for the overall benefits of the members participating. The process was very well defined and all the entries were very ethically, competitively and transparently analyzed for the future business prospects and the value proposition. We had a very unique set of entries from the startup domains, which had very market challenging concepts, and they really had a potential to become the real world use cases with potential for both economic and social benefits to the final users. I would also like to share in this forum that me being a jury member, it has been a learning experience for me also on how so much new technologies are innovated, which have the transformational power to improve the societies to create a better world around us. God bless you all. Have a great, successful and impacting journeys ahead.
It was an honor to be on the jury panel for Tech Awards. The entire meeting was well conducted and effortlessly pulled off. The process was very professional. All the participants were brimming with creative ideas and energy. These young people are the leaders of tomorrow, and it was a pleasure to hear them out. My best wishes to all the participants. May the best one win.
It was an absolute pleasure to be on the Businessworld TechTors jury. The quality of nominations was astounding, not just in terms of the width of different domains that they represented, but in terms of the kind of businesses they were building, the disruption, the technology usage, the product development, the inspiration to make a real difference to consumers' lives and create new market opportunities for the future. My absolute best and congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you, Anurag and the Businessworld team for giving me the opportunity to judge the TechTors of India. I have never seen such a simple, at the same time, most transparent judging system in my history of judging through the other companies. And we found a lot many companies, some were good in the processes, some were good in the execution, some were the great art of technology was there. And it was really a difficult task to judge who is good or who is not. Whether everyone was good, just job was to filter the who is best among equal. And I wish all of them become the TechTors by the entire review process what has been made for this event. And once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to interact with the best mind of the India, the technical mind of India, who has done the best job for our country. And getting to interact with the most of the, some companies are doing the most challenging job. So I cannot name being a judge, I cannot name any of the company. I wish everyone become TechTor, but this decision is all based upon the entire team of the Businessworld. Thank you.
Once again, we'd like to express our gratitude towards the jury for making this possible. Now, a bit of context before we dive into the awards, and that is, nomination happened in a set of different categories, and jury deliberation took place and evaluated every entry in respect to that specific category. But when it came to the final list of winners, jury decided to keep it under the broader umbrella of TechTors and not confine to categories. Hence, you will see the list is in no particular order. So that's what we wanted to kind of put forward before we actually began with the awards. To give up the awards, I would like to invite a lot of esteemed ladies and gentlemen on the dais. But before that, I would also like to invite Mr. Rajiv Chitrabhanu, CEO and MD, JM Financial Service, to kindly join us on the stage and say a few words to set the context for the awards before we actually dive into it. Mr. Chitrabhanu, if I can request you to kindly join me on the stage. I'll request all of you to put your hands together.
First of all, to clarify, I'm not with JM Financial. I used to be. So yeah, I run a firm called Magnetic. Yeah, I'm glad you got my name right, Anurag, because it's not Magento, it's Magnetic. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I've known Anurag for a while, so it's been really great working with him. It was really interesting to be part of the jury. I'm sorry I wasn't in time to put up a video clip, but yeah, 53 companies we went through, and that was shortlisted. I had a great set of jury members, very mature, and I would say very interesting. Morning to evening, it was almost 8 hours and exhausting, but it was fun. And I think the jury process is really important. Not many of you realize what goes on behind, and I've done a few of these. So for the winners, you should be really happy. And for the people that haven't won, it doesn't mean that your company wasn't good. In fact, we just had to choose a few. But this time, actually, there were a lot of companies that, I mean, I personally, and each one has to kind of give their own view. I had almost 20 companies that I really thought were amazing. I left my professional life 3 years ago to work with founders, and I've been fortunate to have around 5 or 6 unicorns that I've seen the journey with. And yeah, I saw a lot of the companies out there that had the potential to be there. Congratulations to BW for really being able to attract these kind of people, to get the best quality jury members, to spend so much of time. And I think India is at a very tipping point. I think that it's the first time ever where there's so much of capital and few entrepreneurs. And first we used to save up money and then become an entrepreneur. Now people say that we want to first be an entrepreneur. If it doesn't work out, we'll go out and take a job, right? So yeah, we're at the best time, I would say, to be in India. So with that,
Rajiv, again, very quickly, you outline some things. You help entrepreneurs grow. I mean, LiveSpace is one of the companies. I know 3-4 of them, and I know the new ones. What has changed in the last 3-4 months? 24 months were very exuberant. Would you agree? So what has changed in the last 3-4 months that the valuations have become subdued? I'll be very direct. And I was helping a healthcare founder raise money, and he was stuck on a valuation. Day before yesterday, called me saying, I'm happy to get money at half. Substantial valuation. It's not a couple of 100 millions. So he was ready to take a $200 million less valuation than what he was stuck 45 days back. So what has changed in the environment? And what is your advice to these technology founders? Also, the cost of technology talent went up in the last 12 months because everybody started hiring. Traditional companies started hiring, startups starting to hire technology co-founders at 5 times, 4 times salary. 1 time, 2 time won't even make it to the headline of our site. But what has changed?
I think a lot of it has to do with 2 things. Obviously, every commodity asset class has cycles, and a lot of those cycles are driven by liquidity. I started my career as a trader in the ring. So I'm seeing the best of companies, trade, either 52-week lows, and then you have 52-week highs. I think a lot of the things started by global situations triggered by that. And obviously with the global situation, there's an impact on currency that kind of impacts, the stock market valuations come down, and a lot of the companies are exiting. And therefore, obviously, if the stock market prices come down, for especially the newly listed companies, that has an impact on the primary markets. So do I see it as a cycle? I think yes. Over companies overvalued? Answer is yes. I think for me, what's been my learning, because I come from, in some sense, running an investment bank, which is old school, and also working with founders. I think the unit economics and trying to think about how to build a profitable business is something which I think can never fail you, right? And I think a lot of companies who are just chasing revenue without unit economics, and I think those companies will tend to struggle. Globally, everywhere, people are recognizing the need for unit economics and profitability at some point. So I think my view is just take a little bit of capital. Don't take more capital than you need. Another thing is dilution. India is really unique because you have great founders, great companies, but founder equity is very low because they dilute very early. So if you look at like a close friend of mine, BookMyShow, it's public around 8%. You look at Zoom cars, 4%. Founder dilution is a big issue because you raise too much of capital too early, right? So how do you think about your capital structure? When do you raise capital? Also the use of leverage, right? Debt. So one of the companies that I'm working with, Rento Mojo, we've created, almost for a young company to think about how do you create a debt equity model and leverage capital. So I think there are a couple of things, but to answer your point, I think it's a cycle. It will go on until the war, Ukraine war continues, but people will come back in.
Last question, when do you see this cycle getting corrected or moving into another cycle, which is a cycle that is again exuberant? Because I told you, I mean, a lot of people who joined startups are joining established companies back. We've seen that in the last 60 days. So clearly, I mean, forget the headlines of business dailies and business media companies like ours, which have said, is the sheen of startups coming up? Which is clearly not coming up, but there's some correction. So when do you see what will lead to the right sizing of the valuations, right sizing of, you know, everything associated with it? And I must share, I met about 4 years back, I met a guy, I won't take his name. I'll tell you privately. He's a large shareholder in India's largest 2 media companies. He made money because he used to work with Steve Jobs. He's doing something in health tech. And he said, Anurag, you know, and I went to ask him money for myself, but 4 hours I didn't ask him money. I chatted with him and he said one thing, which is what you said on the, he said the problem with Indian founders is they want to be rich, they don't want to be wealthy, which is what you're saying. Because if they dilute early, they're rich, but they're not really wealthy, you know, and you understand that nuanced difference of being rich and wealthy. So give us a sense of, do you see founders having a little more long-term mindset?
I mean, it's a mix, but I think obviously India just seen it's the first cycle where capital is being returned. I think people have made a lot of money, and I think that was very important. If you look at the first vintage of funds, you know, very few funds returned capital, and we still are struggling in that sense with so many funds which have raised capital to return. So I think just being cautious about valuation, you know, recognizing the fact that funds need to return capital in 7 years, and recognizing that you need to deliver as a founder, you know, a larger mark-to-market growth so that the VC funds can return capital. I think in India and in the US, the big difference that I've seen, every single company I've worked with now, I have around 20 companies I'm working closely with. It takes 7-8 years to build a great company in India. And in the US, in 3 years, you can flip, you know. It's just so difficult to build great companies in India. So thinking about that life cycle, and every time you bring capital in, how do you think about returning? So if you look at Nazara, which is one of the companies where I was the first investor, it's taken almost 18 years. Book My Show, 20 years to now Book My Show now will become a $2 billion company. You know, Nazara was 5,000 or whatever, a little under $1 billion now. So it's a really long cycle in India. So think about capital in the fact that, okay, if I take capital, I need to return capital also soon and circulate the cap table. Don't benchmark yourself to US companies and 10 times revenue and, you know, like 30 times the SaaS companies, because this is not US, you know. And also the capital that you're getting is also capital that needs to be returned. It's a cycle, you know. Actually, 4 funds have returned actually capital. If you look at all the venture capital funds, everybody has got 3-4 hits. But at the end of the day, how many people have returned, you know, substantial 25% IRR, you know? And then there's
You're
also
not talking of SoftBank. I can.
Yeah.
They're really soft, okay?
But we're
They've
also
done justice to their name, okay?
I think we're also fighting currency, right? Because you have the funds want 25% IRR. You have a depreciation. So that means effectively as a founder, you need to return and you need to do a 30% IRR. I mean, that's crazy numbers, which makes it very difficult. So think about the other side of the table. I mean, I won't hold it back right now, you know, but yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chitrabhanu. Let me quickly invite on stage the panel to give out the awards. Dr. Anurag Batra, if I can request you to join us on the stage. Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, VW Businessworld, and founder at Exchange for Media. Ms. Swati Arora, Director Sales at Slack India. Ma'am, if I can request you to kindly join me on the dais as well. Ms. Anjali Malhotra, Founder, CXL, Director, Founder, Institute Accelerator Delhi Chapter, to also join us. If you can, ma'am, please join us and help us felicitate all the winners. Mr. Rajesh Pathak, Country Director, India and SARC Accedian, to kindly join us as well to give out the first set of awards. So you began with the thunderous round of applause and then it kind of died down later on. So can I request you all to kindly put your hands together for all of them once? Wonderful. Just the last thing before we dive into the awards, all the winners, I'll request you to kindly step off the stage on the left-hand side so that we can take a picture with you for the magazine. And all the winners to stay back at the end towards the end of the show for a group photograph so that we can also use that for the magazine. All right, so without taking any more time, let's quickly start the awards that you all have been waiting for. This is BW TechTors Award 2022. Let's quickly have a look at the first winner. Can we have the AV, please? To all of you wondering, that's not Ananya, but Gurpreet is here on behalf of Ananya to collect the award. So you can put your hands together for Gurpreet as well. Is the co-founder and CRO at Hawaiian Enterprises. Congratulations, sir. I'll request you to kindly take a picture with us on the left-hand side. And with this, we'll move on to our next winner on this year's list. Let's quickly have a look. Shantanu Chauhan, the Senior Manager Marketing, is here with us to collect the award. Ma'am, if I can request you to join in for a picture. Ma'am, I'll also request you to be with the winners for the frame. Dr. Batra and ma'am, if you can also squeeze in a little bit to get the frame right. Thank you. Congratulations and keep making the noise as you are. Let's move on to our next winner at 4th edition of TechTors. Let's quickly have a look. Collecting the award is Karthik Narayanan, co-founder at INAI, on behalf of the winner. Congratulations once again, sir. Please take a picture with us. We'll move on to our next winner now on this year's list. Let's have a look at the AV. Ashutosh Agrawal, CEO, BioCube Matrix, is here with us to collect the award. Hearty congratulations again, sir. Please take a picture with us. And now we move on to our 5th winner this evening. Let's have a look who it is. We have with us Mr. Durga Dutt Nedugadi, Vice President, India and International Business at Netradine, who's collecting the award on behalf of the winner. Thank you once again, sir. And the next winner on this year's list is, let's have a look. Mr. Abhishek Chandra, Chief Revenue Officer at GoQuake, is collecting the award on behalf of the winner. And I'll request you to put your hands together as well. Congratulations once again, sir. Please take a picture with us. Swati ma'am, I'll thank you so much for your valuable time for being here with us. I'll let you go and take a seat. Let's have a round of applause for the lady for being so kind and helping us felicitate the winners. To help us give out the next set of awards, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO, CXOE Partner LLP, to kindly join us on the stage. Okay. We just have like a few more awards tonight, and I think we need to do a little better in department of putting our hands together. Can we do that? Wonderful. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Karthik Prabhakar, Head of General Enterprise Business at Slack India, who's helping us felicitate the winners as well. Mr. Prabhakar. I would like to thank sir for being so kind and joining us. Mr. Rajiv Chitrabhanu, thank you so much once again. I'll request you all to put your hands together once again and show our gratitude to the gentleman. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we'll move on to our next winner on this year's list. Let's quickly have a look. We have Mr. Mohammad Sirajuddin, Partner Holosuit, who is accepting the award on behalf of the winner. But I'm absolutely sure he'll give the regard and, of course, the appreciation that you all are going to show him right now to the winner itself. Congratulations again, sir. Let's move on to the next winner at this year's TechTors. Can we have a look, please? So Kiran Karakuntla, CEO at eKinCare, is accepting the award on his own behalf. So you can give him a better round of applause than the other ones. No, I'm just kidding.
Hi. eKinCare. Like everybody says, skincare, eKinCare. It's electronic kitten care, right? So that's how it's named as eKinCare. What we do is we are a health benefits platform where we work with more than 500 companies to manage more than 1.5 million employees' health across India, from the likes of BlackRock, S&P Global to DMart, Netflix, Airbnb. And our mission is to make India Inc. healthy and help their employees stay healthy. Thank you.
Let's take a picture on the left-hand side, sir. You know the brand is from Bangalore when the name is almost a tongue twister. So congratulations on a fantastic name as well. All right. So we'll move on to our next winner on this year's list. Let's quickly have a look. Mr. Abhimanyu Chaudhary is the co-founder at XOXO Day, and he's collecting the award on behalf of the winner. Congratulations again, sir. Mr. Harshvardhan, thank you so much for being so kind and joining us in felicitating the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and show our gratitude to the gentleman for being so kind. To give out the last set of awards, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO at BW Wellbeing World and BW Healthcare World. Sir, if I can invite you on the dais to help us felicitate the winners. We'll start serving coffee mixed with Red Bull after this so that you all can applaud a little better than this. Yes, wonderful. Let's get that applause for Mr. Abhishek Goenka, Head and CIO at RPSG Capital Venture. And of course, Dr. Batra is just giving our regard to Mr. Goenka for being a jury member and helping us come to the conclusion of this fine evening. And talking about conclusion, we are down to the last set of awards for tonight. So let's quickly have a look at the next winner of 4th edition TechTors Awards. Can we have the look? We have Mr. Shiny Zakaria, Senior Vice President, Collabra Technologies, coming and collecting the award on behalf of the winner. Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations again. We'll move on to our next winner on this year's list. Let's have a look. We have with us Mr. Akash Singh, Head of Security and Payments at Windsor, coming and collecting the award on behalf of the winner. Can I request you to put your hands together? Congratulations, sir. Let's move on to our next winner this evening. Can we have the AV, please? Mr. Natraj Chaudhary, Head of Engineering at Zolve Innovations, is collecting the award on behalf of the winner. Can I request you all to join me in showing our gratitude to the winner?
Good evening, everybody. Thanks a lot to the jury for this award. It's a great honor for us. So Zolve, we are building the first neobank which provides global access to financial services. So what we are doing now is we are providing an opportunity to every immigrant to start building their financial future as soon as they set foot today in the United States and going forward in multiple countries across the world. So that's Zolve. So we are trying to build a really global company out of India. And thank you again for this.
Congratulations on the award, of course. Congratulations on such a noble bottom line, starting a company like that. Okay, with this, we'd like to thank Mr. Goenka and Mr. Narula for helping us out, felicitate the winners. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'll let you get back to your seats. Thank you to the 5 people who applauded for them. For the rest of you all, if I can request you to do the honors. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, to give out the next award, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ved Shukla, founder and CEO at Milo Mart. If you can be kind enough to welcome the gentleman with a round of applause. So we're down to the last 2 awards that we'll be giving out tonight, and let's have a look at the first one. Can we have the AV, please? Collecting the award is Mr. Sabyasachi, Chief Business Officer for Perfios Software Solutions. Can we have a round of applause for the winner as well? Thank you so much, sir. With this, we'll move on to the last and the winner for this evening at 4th edition of TechTors Awards 2022. Let's have a look. Mr. Varun Goenka, co-founder and COO of ChargeUp, is here to collect his award.
Thank you, BW Businessworld and the jury members. In this tech award, we offer battery as a service and we are powering the life of million drivers, electric vehicle drivers. And as in the Slack presentation, Ms. Swati said, we are also on the same mission. We are simplifying their life and making it more productive. Thank you.
Before we take the group photograph, I would like to once again thank the jury for the deliberation, the patience, and of course, guiding us to this evening. I would like to invite all the winners to come on the stage for a group photograph. If you can, and the jury members along with them, if I can also invite the jury up on the dais along with the winners. Swati, ma'am, if I can request you to join us on the stage. Okay, we found a valet ticket. This is 038077. That's the number of the ticket itself. We don't have the car's number. Either you can take the ticket or give us the keys. Either way works for us. No, I'm kidding. Please take the ticket. If you've lost yours, kindly check it. We'll keep it with our team for the next 15 minutes. And after that, we'll hand it over to the concierge. We're sending it to the concierge. You can collect it from there. Thank you so much. I hope all the winners are here on the stage. Nobody's left. Okay. Can I please request all of you to remember your school days and stand in ascending height order? No, I'm kidding. Just try and. Do you have everyone visible in the frame? You want me to make some more adjustments? All right. Good. All good. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Let me take this opportunity once again to thank our partners, co-partners, Slack, associate partners, Compass Group, MediaTek, and Pixies for their undying support through and through. And of course, thank you to each one of you for giving your valuable time to us. Congratulations to all the winners. Lots of good things coming our way. We are hoping that miles and milestones to reach for you all. Best of luck for that. Thank you so much once again. Team BW.
Hi, good evening. I understand that the trophies are a little heavy. In case if anybody wants the box for it, we have the box right here and you may collect it while leaving. And thank you, Team BW.
Team BW, I would like to invite you on the stage for a group photograph as well for organizing a fantastic event once again. Team BW, this, of course, it's the time for you to come and take the stage, no? All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is it from our side. Once again, thank you for being a part of this amazing evening. On behalf of BW Disrupt, I conclude 4th edition TechTors Summit and Award. Thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Ravin. I was your host for the day. I hope you enjoyed it. Join us for some tea outside. Cheers.